Good morning, everyone. We have an audacious agenda here today, so we're going to get this started a little earlier so we can stay on track and get everyone's testimony in on time. So I now call this public hearing of the America250PA Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee to order. I'm State Senator Kristen Phillips Hill. I represent Southern York County, and I am so grateful to be here today in Philadelphia with my good friend and former colleague in the House from Philadelphia, Representative Jared Solomon. As you probably well know, the purpose of today's hearing is to identify infrastructure and projects that not only highlight each region's history and contributions to our shared history up to and including the Semiquincentennial in 2026. But the committee is also tasked with identifying potential infrastructure investments and projects that are going to showcase Pennsylvania's vital role in the establishment and growth of this great nation in the 250 years since our nation's founding in 1776. This committee was established as a legislative advisory group to support the work on the larger America250PA organization. We are bipartisan and bicameral, and our work has been subdivided into 6 regions of Pennsylvania, each of which is represented by 2 members, one of each party, from the Pennsylvania House and Senate, as well as members from the overall leadership team and ex officio members. And before I begin sharing my colleagues with all of you, we really have to give a big thank you to the Philadelphia Visitor Center Corporation. They are hosting this meeting here today. I can't think of a better place to have this hearing. And with that, I'd also like to welcome my co-chair, State Representative Jared Solomon from Philadelphia, as you all well know, for some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you all for being here today. So this commission, this effort as we approach 2026 is to do big transformational things. If you look at the prior celebrations, sometimes we've gotten that right and found ways to welcome the rest of the nation and world right here to Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. We are trying to get that machinery geared up again for 2026. And as the Senator and I and other members have gone around the Commonwealth, the projects are there. The projects are there. We've heard from folks in almost all 67 counties about what they want to see by 2026. And now we want to hear from all of you in Philadelphia and the surrounding counties. The goal here is to take all these projects back and to get nearly unanimous support, which doesn't happen often in the Pennsylvania legislature, but unanimous support, all the House members, all the Senate members, 253 of us pointed in the same direction towards 2026, targeted infrastructure, legacy, transformational projects that we can all ensure that we leave a lasting legacy to the next generation of Pennsylvanians. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative Solomon. I'd also like to welcome Cassandra Coleman. She is the Executive Director of America250PA.
Thank you, Senator. And hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And we're so excited to hear your testimonies. We've been thrilled to travel the Commonwealth. This is our 10th out of 12 hearings. And we are just amazed every time we walk out of one of these hearings with all of the projects that have been brought forward, and all of the work that all of you do on a daily basis. Just want to thank you for that. We have about a dozen programs and projects that are available across all 67 counties. We encourage you to go to our website at America250PA.org to learn about those. But I am going to talk just a few seconds here about the process for today's hearing. So once your names are called, we ask you to please bring up your name tent to the testifier table here. We ask that only the person who's registered to testify please come up to the table. If you have anything to hand to the panel prior to your testimony, we just ask that you take up the assistance of Katie here to help you get that information or any of that collateral passed out to the committee. And once you start, you will have 5 minutes to deliver your testimony. With 30 seconds remaining, you're going to hear 1 ding of the bell. And at 5 minutes, you'll hear 2 dings of the bell. We ask that at that point you finish your sentence. Again, to the senator's point, we have a lot of testimonies to get through today. We want to make sure we can get through them and be cognizant of everyone's time. If you do go over the 5 minutes, Katie will begin to ring the bell. At that point, we are asking the panel to please keep questions and comments to 1 per testifier, and the co-chairs will manage that. And with that, I think we are good to go.
Well, thank you very much. I'm grateful to have a friend and former colleague in the House, Representative Mary Jo Daley. Would you like to say good morning and share a few thoughts?
Thank you, Kristen. And it's just good to be with you. I am the majority chair for the House Tourism and Economic and Recreational Development. And so I'm really happy to be able to join you today. I'm sorry I missed some of the other ones. It's great to see that you've been traveling around the state, but I don't want to take your time today. Besides that,
Thank you for being here today. And Mr. Seth Rolko?
Hi, my name is Seth Rolko, and I'm representing Senator Lisa Boscola today from the 18th Senatorial District, Northampton and Lehigh counties. I just want to thank the Philadelphia Visitor Center for hosting us today. This is my 3rd hearing that I've been to, and the turnout's great for this one. So very excited to see all the projects today. Thank you.
We expect to be joined by State Senator Sharif Street shortly. He is en route. But with that, we would like to welcome our first testifier here today to come on up, and that is Javinda Hill, Executive Director, Philadelphia Commission for Women. So please prepare to present your testimony, and I would be terribly remiss if I didn't give a special shout out to CEO Catherine Ott Lavelle. She was very instrumental and very helpful in putting this all together.
And from Northeast Philadelphia. The round of applause is because you're from Northeast Philadelphia. That's right.
Well, with that, Ms. Hill, please proceed with your testimony.
There we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here this morning. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to be first, but I'll do my best. Thank you, Representatives Jarrett Solomon, Wendi Thomas, and the America250 Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee. Again, I am Javinda Hill. I serve as the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Commission for Women and the Mayor's Office of Engagement for Women. The Philadelphia Commission for Women was created by a 2015 ballot initiative passed unanimously by the Philadelphia voters. In 2016, I was elected by the Commission to serve as their first executive director. The Commission is comprised of 10 people appointed by the mayor, and each of 17 city council members appoint a person to serve. We are committed to working to improve social, economic, educational, and health outcomes for women, girls, individuals who identify as female, including non-binary individuals. The Commission embraces a collective impact model of advancing social justice initiatives. In other words, we believe that the most effective response to big issues are structured collaborations between folks with lived experience, government agencies, the nonprofit sector, and the private sector, collectively working for a common goal. Our proposal to the America250PA Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee is for Level 1 funding of a Philadelphia mural that commemorates Philadelphia's women who entered the workplace and the military during World War II. And as far as I know, there is no such mural in Philadelphia or anywhere in the state. As stated in my proposal, more than 6 million women took wartime jobs in factories. 3 million women volunteered with the Red Cross. Over 200,000 women served in the military. Philadelphia's women were well represented in the workforce in service to our nation. These women were riveters, welders, typists, and machinists. They built ships and airplanes. They sewed the uniforms that clothed the troops and made the flags planted on foreign soil. They delivered mail, and they drove trolley cars. My own aunt, who helped my father raise us when our mother died, worked as a comptroller at Quartermasters. Philadelphia's women joined the workforce in unprecedented numbers in occupations that were previously unthinkable. These unsung heroines were employed locally in places like the Philadelphia Navy Yard and Sunship in Chester. At RCA in Camden, they made radios, radar, and electronic equipment. At South Philadelphia's Quartermasters, they made uniforms. At the Frankfurt Arsenal, they manufactured ammunition for the armed forces. The war effort presented unparalleled opportunities to acquire new skills and pave the way for all women seeking to make a place for themselves in the workplace, and for whom we owe an enormous debt. Our proposal calls for collaboration with Mural Arts Philadelphia, the nation's largest public art program dedicated to the belief that art ignites change. According to Mural Arts Philadelphia's website, 15,000 residents and visitors tour Mural Arts Outdoor Gallery, which has become a source of pride and inspiration that has earned international recognition of Philadelphia as the mural capital of the world. Further, Mural Arts Philadelphia exists to provide transformative experiences, progressive discourse, and economic stimulus to the city of Philadelphia through a participatory public art that beautifies, advocacy that inspires, and educational and employment opportunities that empower. I cannot think of a more worthy project that celebrates women in the workplace at such an important time in our history. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt called these women the arsenal of democracy. It would be an honor for the Philadelphia Commission for Women, Mural Arts Philadelphia, and the city of Philadelphia to finally have an enduring tribute to these women. I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Hill.
Boy, did I time that right?
You were perfect. You set the standard, and we hope that everyone emulates you. Yes, members, questions? Representative Solomon.
Thank you so much. You mentioned about portraying unsung heroes, and so a lot of the testimony has focused on specific stories, specific individuals that prior to 2026, we just might not have known their stories. Is there a particular person that you're thinking of highlighting?
Actually, no. Actually, we want this project to be a diverse, universal representation of working women. Not a specific working women, but all working women. Not only working women of Philadelphia, working women of Pennsylvania, and working women of the nation.
Very good. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, look, thank you for the work that you all and the Women's Commission are doing, and thank you for, thank you for Mural Arts and the work that you're doing to create sort of all the beautiful public spaces that we have in the city. Is certainly, there seems a place for that, for the work you do and how we move forward. Thank you.
And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Libby Hawes, Cliveden and the National Trust. Please come up, Libby, and please provide your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you to the Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee for inviting Cliveden of the National Trust to testify about our project proposal today. My name is Libby Hawes. I am the Preservation Director at Cliveden and will be the project manager for the Cliveden Barn Community and Visitor Center Renovation Project. Cliveden is a historic site located in the Germantown neighborhood of Northwest Philadelphia. It was built as a country house for attorney Benjamin Chew and completed in 1767. and home to 7 generations of the Chew family. Clifton has long been famous as the site of the American Revolutionary Battle of Germantown in 1777, as well as for its Georgian architecture. New research is unearthing a more complicated story at Clifton, which involves layers of significance, including the lives of those who were enslaved by and in service to the Chew family. This information broadens the meaning of Clifton as a preserved historic place, exploring themes and stories of American identity and freedom. The renovation of the Clifton Barn Community and Visitor Center is essential to the continuation and expansion of the Clifton mission to serve the local community and interpret an inclusive story of American history at a prominent historic site. In the 21st century, the barn accommodates museum exhibit space and educational programs, including hosting public tours for adults and children. Clifton serves approximately 3,500 private and public school children annually as part of History Hunters, a joint program with 4 other sites in the historic Germantown Consortium. Over the past decade, Clifton has convened over 50 Clifton Conversations in the Barn, a chance for stakeholders to learn about historic research relating difficult topics involving race, place, and memory. Clifton rents the venue to neighbors and community partners for events and meetings with a combination of low-cost and barter payment systems. Neighbors rent the space for private parties, community, and business meeting. Clifton now partners with and hosts recurring classes, events, and meetings with Mountaineer Learning Tree, the Rumpf Foundation, Girl Scout Troop 9403, among others. Clifton has proudly hosted the Philadelphia Police Department's 14th District Youth Aid program for over 15 years. Clifton has been honored to host programs and birthday parties with Pennsylvania State Representatives Chris Rabb and Stephen Kinsey, among other neighbor and community celebrations in the barn. The renovated barn will continue to serve the Northwest Philadelphia community and tourists from the city, region, state, nation, and other countries. Clifton will participate in celebrations of the nation's 250th anniversary. Planned programs include an exhibit focused on illustrations of the Battle of Germantown when the British forces occupied the house in October 1777, showing how the depiction of the battle changed over time. A reinstallation of the house interiors to 1770 with an accompanying exhibit in the barn. Clifton has held the Revolutionary Germantown Festival for more than 40 years to commemorate the Battle of Germantown. It will expand that event in 2026 and 2027 to commemorate the Semiquincentennial. A renovated barn will enable the site to promote Pennsylvania's history and legacy to visitors. The Clifton Barn and Community Center renovation project includes a comprehensive scope of work in order to improve public access and amenities for the building. The project focuses on preservation and renovation of the historic stone barn built in 1766 by mason John Hesser and carpenter Jacob Knorr, with at least 6 additions to adapt it as a property increased agricultural use through the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. In 1970, an arson fire destroyed over half the roof and much of the wood interior, driving the Chew family to transfer stewardship of the property to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which opened the site to, the historic site to the public in 1973. The barn was rehabilitated to serve as visitor center and administrative offices, which served the organization for 50 years. Renovation is now needed to improve sustainability and accommodations for the wide community users of the building in the 21st century. The approximately $1.2 million project includes repairs, painting of exterior woodwork, including doors, windows, and shutters that will increase security and protect from weather and improve curb appeal. Interior renovations include an update to the kitchenette, fitting it out with energy-conscious appliances, and responding to the requests of staff, caterers, and clients to make the kitchenette more suitable for rentals and events. Renovations of the public restrooms will take 2 1970s stall-styled restrooms and create 4 private toilet rooms with sinks. 1 restroom will be family-sized and ADA accessible. This bathroom will also take advantage of a long-sealed exterior barn door, which, when reopened, will allow self-serve access to the public for the many visitors to the park daily. A substantial amount of the scope is devoted to necessary updates to the aging mechanical, electrical, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, which will improve the energy use and environmental economy of the building.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Question from members? with regard to your finances, and when you look at the scope of this project, that amount of money, is this something that can be phased in that this is a significant ask that you're making of the committee greater than the RACP grant?
Right.
Would it be possible to phase it and have it done in time for 2026?
Yeah, we plan to have it in time for 2026, and of course we're looking at other funding sources, and we are absolutely looking at a phased process due to financing coming in rolling ways.
Well, very good. Thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Our next testifier today is Patricia Wellenbach. She is the president and CEO of the Please Touch Museum. We welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Good morning. During the summer of 1876, 10 million people, 1 in every 5 Americans, visited Philadelphia to witness the U.S. Centennial Exposition. A highlight of that visit would have been experiencing Memorial Hall, the only major building still standing from that time, which is now a centerpiece of the Centennial District and home of Please Touch Museum, Philadelphia's only children's museum. In 2023 alone, over 500,000 children and their caregivers will engage in this space designed to inspire young and old alike. Memorial Hall is a uniquely Philadelphian and national treasure, one of the country's finest testaments to Beaux Arts architecture. More importantly, the building's majesty inspires awe and sparks curiosity in our young visitors, nurturing creativity and confidence. Today, Please Touch Museum is looking for the partnership of this committee to remedy critical safety concerns, preserve Memorial Hall's architectural integrity, and ensure its legacy. Memorial Hall 2026 is an expansive preservation campaign as we celebrate this Commonwealth's past and prepare for its future. Please Touch Museum, one of the nation's premier children's museums, is a beacon of hope, a third place of learning alongside school and home for our youngest citizens, and the stewardship of this magnificent structure is something we hold dear. If we want a different future for our city, our Commonwealth, our nation, it starts here and already has. We're working on Discovery Democracy, an exhibit and educational program launching in 2025, and will continue past the Semiquincentennial. We build on our understanding of a child's ability to participate in important discussions about who we are and who we want to be as a people. The museum will be the nation's first children's museum to introduce such a program, alongside other initiatives around fostering character development and family and caregiver support. It takes a village. It takes a Commonwealth, and there is no better place to begin engaging our children as citizens than at Memorial Hall, in the place where democracy was founded. You have before you the many details regarding the extensive capital and preservation needs. Saving this historic building, its rich history, for this region, our Commonwealth, and the nation is essential. To assess the meritness of this project, I want to align my comments around the language of House Bill number 1952. You are charged with identifying infrastructure improvements and projects that will welcome the rest of the nation and the world during the United States Semiquincentennial. As such, the museum is planning a Children's World's Fair in 2026, dedicated to celebrate the promise of children as leaders and decision makers of the future. The fair will bring the nation's and world's families to Pennsylvania to learn about and practice democracy. The Centennial District alone will witness at least 1 million additional visitors that summer. We believe the fair can and will become a recurring biannual event that will charge tourism and economic development in the district and beyond. Memorial Hall 2026 will have a lasting legacy for future generations of Pennsylvanians. The project is as much about the future of the museum as it is about the legacy of the building. The museum exists to create a world where all children are creative, compassionate, confident, and curious. It's a privilege to undertake this work within the walls of this architectural marvel, yet it must be safe, weather-tight, accessible, and welcoming. Centering our infrastructure preservation work as we approach 2026 around these important mission-critical issues will fortify the museum's ability to center its mission as we work to change a child's life as they discover the power of learning through play. Our children's future is really the lasting legacy of this project. Memorial Hall 2026 qualifies to receive federal infrastructure and preservation dollars. The museum has consistently demonstrated its ability to secure public and private philanthropy to support historic preservation. As a National Historic Landmark, Memorial Hall's level of significance to our nation's past, its physical condition, and its unique use have earned it the worthy attention and support of the Secretary of Interior, the National Park Service, politicians from across the political spectrum, and at all levels of government. Originally built at the expense of the City of Philadelphia and this Commonwealth, we foresee engaging all stakeholders in achieving the aims of Memorial Hall 2026. We have admirably stewarded this landmark building since 2008. Now is the time. As we did in 1876, it is time to invest in Memorial Hall, make it worldly and worthy to celebrate 2026. I look forward to answering your questions about the project.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wellenbach. I'll turn it over to Representative Solomon for a question.
Thank you. The Children's World's Fair you mentioned that
Yes.
you're planning, what have you already done to lay the groundwork for that Children's World's Fair?
We've been working in partnership with the Mann Center and the zoo around a comprehensive plan for that Children's World's Fair. We've already submitted a very extensive proposal to a coalition of funders in the region with deep commitment to make this happen going forward. We've talked to legislators inside and outside of Philadelphia who are extremely excited about this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Street.
Just want to thank you for the work as a pop-up of 5.
There you go.
Kids who come there. Thank you for the work, and look forward to at a different time having my staff reach out and talking to you about how we can be helpful with the Children's World Fair and what you're planning to do.
We'd love to participate in that. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
You're welcome.
testimony
Thank you.
today.
Next up, we have Tracy Gordon, who is our Register of Wills in Philadelphia. Ms. Gordon, please come on up.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow advocates of history and preservation, today I stand before you to shed light on a matter of great significance, the preservation, digitization, and safeguarding of wills and probate records in the historic city of Philadelphia. While some might view these documents as mere pieces of paper, they hold within them a rich tapestry of stories, insights, and connections that contribute to our understanding of the past, present, and the future. Philadelphia, often referred to as the birthplace of America, holds a special place in our nation's history. It has witnessed the forging of our nation's identity, the drafting of the Constitution, and the birth of democracy. In the same spirit, the wills and probate records of Philadelphia are not just legal documents, they are the testament to the lives and legacies of individuals who shaped the city's history. Preserving these records ensures that we honor the individuals who built our community and continue to learn from their experiences. Digitization is not just a technical advancement, it is a revolutionary tool that democratizes access to knowledge. The act of preserving these records in digital form makes them accessible to a broader audience. Researchers, historians, genealogists, and ordinary citizens seeking to understand their heritage will benefit from the ease of access that digitized records provide. No longer limited by geographical constraints, anyone with an internet connection can explore the stories of Philadelphia's past residents, gaining insights into their lives, aspirations, and contributions. But why should we invest time and resources in safeguarding these records? The answer is simple. These documents are windows into the past that can guide us in the present and inspire us for the future. By studying the last wishes and estates of those who came before us, we can gain a deeper understanding of their values, priorities, and the challenges they face. This understanding fosters empathy as we realize that the struggles and triumphs of the past often echo in the challenges we tackle today. Furthermore, the preservation of wills and probate records can play a crucial role in legal matters. They provide evidence of property ownership, family relationships, and the distribution of wealth. These records are invaluable in resolving disputes and ensuring that justice prevails. By safeguarding these documents, we contribute to the maintenance of a fair and transparent legal system that respects the wishes of individuals even beyond their lifetimes. As we move forward in a digital age, we must also address concerns about the security and longevity of these digital records. Robust digital preservation strategies are essential to ensure that these records remain accessible for generations to come. Technology evolves rapidly, and without proper care, digital records can become lost or corrupted. By implementing best practices in digital preservation, we can mitigate these risks and guarantee the longevity of our shared heritage. In conclusion, the importance of preserving, digitizing, and safeguarding the wills and probate records of Philadelphia cannot be overstated. These records are not just pieces of paper. They are the stories of our predecessors, the foundations of our legal system, and the key to understanding our city's past. By investing in their preservation, we invest in our collective memory, knowledge, and the continued growth of our community. Let us take up this responsibility with reverence and dedication, recognizing that our efforts today will shape the understandings of generations yet to come. Just as Philadelphia has been a beacon of democracy and progress, let our commitment to preserving its history be a beacon of wisdom and foresight. Thank you. And I just wanted, we couldn't pass this around because it's really heavy, 50 pounds, but we have begun the preserving of old wills that date back in the 1600s. Ben Franklin, all his grandchildren, Angelo Bruno, James Claiborne is in here, Princess Grace of Monaco's will is in here, as is her father, William Still, and Stephen Smith, who were abolitionists, freed black men, or actually funded the Underground Railroad. Their wills are here. And I'd like for you all to see the original print with the ink and everything here. So we did start doing some digitization of, not digitization, some preservation of the wills. But as you can see in that book, many of our wills are in really bad condition. And one more thing, in the state of Pennsylvania, we have to preserve wills into perpetuity. They can never be destroyed. So we have a lot of preserving to do. Thank you.
I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Senator Street, for a question.
Well, first, the comment, and I think you answered part of it. The comment is one, thank you for the work you've done around preservation of these wills. Many people don't even realize that we have William Penn and Ben Franklin's wills, and many of the leaders of the country lived here in Philadelphia, the founding fathers. So it truly is a treasure. And then, I think you named a few, but we still have all of those folks who lived here as records?
Yeah, we have John Rittenhouse, John Wanamaker, anybody. If your grandmother died, we have their original wills back. Some of the original paper records back to the 1600s, as well as marriage records that go back to the 1800s. You can trace your genealogy. But they're in boxes, and they're in drawers. And if you see, that's the nice pictures. You should see some of the pictures. We need to preserve them as soon as possible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Gordon, I would like to thank you because I'm one of those people who you have copious quantities of history of my family right here in the city. And I want to thank you because many of your assets have been digitized and are very easy to use through Ancestry.com, our Pennsylvania Historic and Museum Commission. So I thank you for that work. My question to you is, many of your assets are digitized already. I've found them. Back in the day, my second cousin would put her kids on the school bus and come down to your archives and put on white gloves and could fully access all of those original records by hand. I'm accessing them via computer. So this is just for wills and probate records. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, wills and probate records, and hopefully we'll be able to do some of the marriage records as well. But the ones that are digitized, it was only through a certain period, and the Mormons came and digitized a certain period, not all of them. And I'll get back to you with the actual years. and those were the only ones they digitized and made accessible. But we have loads, tons of them that aren't, like these, aren't digitized. They're just
Right.
preserved, and so we're talking about the 1600s for wills, and we're talking about the 1800s for marriage records. And a lot of times people come in our office because they need the marriage records to prove divorce or marriage, and you should see the conditions of the books that my staff have to go through, and they're taped, and they're actually crumbling, so we do really need to preserve them because we're actually still putting our hands on old paper that shouldn't be touched, so.
Thank you for clarifying that. I
Yes.
appreciate it, and thank you
Yes.
for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to welcome Reverend Michelle Simmons, CEO and founder of Why Not Prosper Incorporated, to provide testimony here today. Please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, esteemed panel, ladies, gentlemen, my fellow Philadelphians and Pennsylvanians. It's with great excitement that I share a visionary idea that is destined to transform our beloved city. As a proud Philadelphian, born and raised in historic Germantown, I have witnessed the resilience and strength of our community firsthand. I am Reverend Dr. Michelle Ann Simmons. I'm the founder and executive director of Why Not Prosper and the co-founder of SWAG. I'm a mother, sister, daughter, friend, and I'm a mentor. My journey has not been without challenges. Having once been incarcerated and battled the deaths of substance use. But through 24 years of recovery, I have emerged as a survivor with a purpose. Philadelphia has a rich history of pioneering the first. Philadelphia has a rich history of pioneer firsts that have shaped our nation. We are the home of the first zoo, the first library, the first prison, stock exchange, and congressional Congress. Today, I present you with a concept of Prosper Park. It is the first talking park in the country, which will join the ranks of Philadelphia's groundbreaking achievements. Why Philadelphia? Because the city has already been in the forefront of innovation and community development. Just as the first zoo and library enriched our lives, Prosper Park will be a haven of inspiration and hope and a sanctuary where stories are shared and voices are heard. Germantown, my home, will embrace this park as a beacon of unity, a place where individuals from all walks of life come together to celebrate our shared humanity. All right, take a breath. The heart and soul of this project lies in the remarkable women who have transformed their lives through the Why Not Prosper program. For 2 decades, I have provided unwavering support to formerly incarcerated women, guiding them from the darkness and despair into the light of hope and renewal. These women, these warriors, are not just survivors, but thrivers who have become an indispensable part of our community. Prosper Park is more than just a green space, y'all. It's a symbol of revitalization, a breath of fresh air that will infuse pride, passion, and purpose back into our lives. In a time where violence casts a shadow over our neighborhood, this park will stand as a testament to unity, healing, and positive transformation. Our vision also aligns with the spirit of Discovery 250PA, celebrating civic engagement, Promise 250PA, uplifting leaders of tomorrow, and Formula 250PA, fostering public engagement through shared stories. It also resonates with the very essence of recognizing 250PA, honoring organizations that have supported formerly incarcerated women, reflecting our commitment to their well-being and success. The goal of Prosper Parks are threefold: to enhance the physical and mental health of women in our community and beyond, to adorn our inner city with lush green space, and to shine a spotlight on extraordinary achievement of our women, these women who have risen from the ashes like Phoenix, embodies resilience and grit. Their triumphs deserve celebration, y'all. And Prosper Park will stand as a monument to their unwavering determination. In conclusion, I implore you, my fellow Pennsylvanians, to stand in solidarity with us. Let us create Prosper Park, a place where voices are heard, stories are shared, and unity thrives. Let us build a legacy that will inspire generations to come, just as our predecessors did with the first zoo, library, prison, and others. Today we breathe life into this vision, fostering a brighter future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Simmons, for your testimony here today and the work that you do. Members, questions?
Just a comment, got to be some of the best visual aid we've had of anybody. So thank you for your work.
Thank you so much.
Very good. We thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you. Okay, you get this.
Michael Carwile, Board of Directors, Mummers Museum. Michael, did I get your last name right? Okay. Please come up and present your testimony. Thank you.
I would just like to let everyone know that when you are finished with your testimony, if you would like to leave, if you could do so in between testifiers, we would appreciate that. There are people waiting outside to get in, and I'm sure that they would appreciate having a seat. So we thank you very much. And with that, please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Very good. Thank you to the honorable members of this committee for the opportunity to share our stories. The Mummers Museum preserves and interprets the folk tradition of costumed merrymaking in Philadelphia, which is recorded as early as Washington's presidency when Philadelphia served as the nation's capital. A popular tradition shaped by the many ethnic groups mixing in Philadelphia, the story of mummery provides interpretive color to official histories of that era. In recognition of this history, the city, state, and federal governments provided support for the establishment of a permanent museum of mummery at the nation's bicentennial. Now, 50 years on, we seek to uphold this legacy with a major museum renewal. This museum renewal consists of 4 interrelated components, or phases. Each of these phases may be undertaken separately, but taken together, we have set a capital campaign of $3.4 million. This support will go towards updating the permanent exhibits to encompass a wider and more current array of voices, establishing a rotating gallery to tell specific in-depth stories, implementing archival operations in line with contemporary standards, and providing facilities for programming that engages visitors with this uniquely American folk art. Phase 1 consists of a new rotating gallery that will allow the museum to spotlight exceptional facets of our history in dedicated temporary exhibits. It will also serve as a space for the museum to display loaned materials to tell the story of mummery in the context of festive celebrations worldwide. Rotating exhibits will draw returned visitors and increase engagement between the museum and its audience, and give us the opportunity to build partnerships with allied institutions. Upgrades to the museum's collection, storage operations during Phase 2 will include reorganized collections, digitization, and new storage facilities climatically appropriate to the museum's collection of century-old costumes and ephemera. These upgrades are a necessary step for any exhibit renovation, but allow the museum to provide better services to visiting scholars, community historians, and genealogists. Following upon the increased engagement spurred by the rotating gallery and supported by reinvigorated collection management operations, the Mummers Museum will embark on an overhaul of the main exhibits gallery in Phase 3. This overhaul will cover developments in mummery in the decades since the last exhibit renovation, but Phase 3 will also provide the opportunity to rethink how we tell our story to engage diverse audiences unfamiliar with mummery by grounding our story in shared values of community and celebration common across cultures. Phase 4 of this renewal project will provide the facilities necessary for new programs such as costume-making workshops, music lessons, and performances, which will draw on expertise both from within the Mummer community and from allied craft, folk art, and community arts groups. The Mummers Parade is a proudly volunteer-led undertaking. With robust program offerings, the Mummers Museum can become the conduit through which a Mummer appreciator becomes a Mummer, thus deepening the demographic diversity of the Mummers Parade. This committee's support will allow us to expand beyond the demographics the museum currently serves by refocusing exhibits towards a broader audience, engaging in partnerships with affiliate institutions, providing programming for local school groups, and enhancing accessibility features for guests with disabilities. By providing opportunities for museum goers to grow into parade participants, a renewed Mummers Museum will grow the Mummers Parade, ensuring that this annual festivity becomes a year-round highlight in Philadelphia. A thriving and inclusive Mummers Parade will remain a signature event in Philadelphia's cultural calendar, will be a point of pride for the city's tourism industry, and will provide an annual boost to the city's hospitality industry. The Mummers Museum is committed to a substantial museum renewal worthy to celebrate our 50th anniversary as an institution in 2026. This renewal will not be possible without the support of individuals and institutions, both inside and outside the Mummer community. We appreciate the support and guidance of Philadelphia Council Member Mark Squilla, the Da Vinci Art Alliance, Craft Now Philadelphia, the William Way Community Center, the Historical Society of Pennsylvania, and the Fabric Workshop and Museum. At minimum, we expect to open the rotating gallery by the time of the 250th celebration and have the facilities in place for a full range of 50th to 50th celebratory programming. With the help of this committee, we hope to have all phases of the museum renewal complete by July 4th, 2026.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Carwile. Representative Solomon.
Thank you so much. It seemed you testified about that you would use the grant to tell the history of the Mummers, specifically talk about the outreach to diverse communities. As you know, in the last few years, there's been an evolving relationship with the city, but it seems like you guys want to sort of deal with that head on, which is really interesting.
Absolutely. This museum and this parade is successful and is thriving. The more Philadelphians can participate in this parade, the more and more diverse Philadelphians can participate in this parade, and we believe that the museum is just the right public face of this tradition to engage people in this tradition.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony today. I would like to now welcome Jillian Patricia Pirtle, CEO of the Marian Anderson Museum and Historical Society. And if you could, please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me to the committee. Senator Street, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and share information on behalf of our National Historical Landmark and our proposal. The Marian Anderson Historical Society is a nonprofit organization that has been dedicated to keeping the legacy of Marian Anderson, considered one of the most important opera performers of the 20th century. Her former residence, now a museum, features updated historic thematic educational exhibits every year that delve into Marian Anderson and this nation's life story, accomplishments, and legacy. In addition, Marian Anderson Historical Society supports the development and performance of young professional musicians and performing artist scholars. MAHS was founded in 1995, but by our late founder, Lady Blanche Burton Lyles, Marian Anderson's own protege, and a historic famed world-class concert pianist in her own right. Marian Anderson Scholar Artist Program cultivates exceptional professional artists ages 18 and up and provides support for their career development at the National Marian Anderson Museum and Historical Society. Our scholar artists perform every year with our Marian Anderson Historical Society concerting season, which is at least 5 to 6 concerts and shows a year. Additionally, the Marian Anderson Historical Society runs an Arts Empowerment Project program, which provides educational development, mentorship, and performance opportunities for children ages 4 to 18 in the arts in Philadelphia and the tri-state area. The Marian Anderson Museum historic property has been under the ownership of only 3 African-American women: Marian Anderson in 1924 to 1996, Blanche Burton Lyles, 1996 to 2018, and under the stewardship of myself from 2018 to present. The Marian Anderson Museum and Historical Society serves men, women, children of all races, ages, and diverse socio-economic backgrounds. The programming of the Marian Anderson Museum provides and gives great opportunity of exposure to history, the arts, culture, education to everyone from ages 4 to over 100. We strive daily to bring this quality programming experience, especially to those in underserved communities where the exposure to history and arts and culture is limited and lacking. When one speaks of the 250th anniversary of our nation, there is no doubt that our great Marian Anderson must be included in the remembrance and reflection of its history, but also the inclusion of activities and projects and events that pay tribute to this historic anniversary. Marian Anderson dedicated her life in service and historic barrier breaking as an African-American classical artist, a United States ambassador, an avid supporter of our United States military, a champion for the arts and education, and humanitarian. And though many might remember Marian Anderson from her single defining moment in U.S. history of the once-in-a-lifetime historic concert of 75,000 people live on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, April 9th, 1939, after being denied the right to perform in Washington's Constitution Hall, which was owned by the Daughters of the American Revolution, because Marian Anderson was black. But Marian Anderson had an entire life of history making and defining moments that further helped shape this nation from being appointed the first African-American United States ambassador under 2 different sitting presidents and representing the United States to the continent of Africa and the continent of Asia. Marian Anderson was the first African-American to sign with the first recording company in the United States, the RCA Victor Recording Company label. Marian Anderson would go on to become the first African-American to star at the Metropolitan Opera, doing so in 1955 with the opera The Masked Ball. Marian Anderson deserves to have a voice in this most historic anniversary and celebration for our nation. The Marian Anderson Museum Historic Preservation and Programming Project seeks to highlight all of those achievements for the proposed 250th anniversary project. There is a preservation component and a programming component to this project. The preservation component of the Marian Anderson Museum Preservation and Programming Project comes at a very pivotal time for the Marian Anderson Historical Society, a nonprofit organization and landmark building as we suffered a disastrous flood during the height of the COVID pandemic. These events have propelled our organization to push for success for this project, and we are hopeful that with securing the support, we will be able to fully get all the repairs and damages, not just of our exterior and interior interior building structures, which we have already started, but also the preservation of the historic artifacts, all of the furniture and detailing which was so badly damaged per our historic conditions assessment report, and our programming performing for America 250.
Thank you so much. We were up here remarking that we believe that was the most auditorially eloquent and beautiful testimony that we have received to date.
If only I
And,
could have gotten through it all.
well, it was very well presented, and we appreciate it very much. I'd like to turn it over to Senator Street.
One, thank you, Ms. Bertle, for the work you've done continuing Marian Anderson's tradition and legacy. Certainly there's a place for highlighting Marian Anderson, her contributions as we look to America 250. Would encourage you, in addition to the resources that we have here, to reach out to my office and the others to look at the full breadth of resources that might be available to help you in that regard.
Thank you so much, Senator. It's greatly appreciated.
Any further questions for Ms. Bertle? Very good. Thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Monifa Young, Uptown Entertainment and Development Corporation. Please come on up and provide your testimony. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. Greetings from North Central Philadelphia. My name is Monifa Young, Board Chair of the Uptown Entertainment and Development Corporation, a community development corporation whose mission is to combat neighborhood blight by providing programs that focus on infrastructure improvements, community revitalization, housing, and education. In operation since 1995, the linchpin project of the organization has been the restoration and preservation of the historic Uptown Theater located in the 2200 block of North Broad Street. UEDC began by advocating for North Broad streetscape improvements, surveying the community, obtaining site control of the theater, stabilizing the property, and now engaged in the maintenance, renovation, and restoration of the property. In addition to the renovations of the Uptown Theater, UEDC has created several signature projects focused on neighborhood improvement and historic preservation, including the African American Historic Preservation Trail, docent training for guided tours of the Uptown Theater, a STEAM education program for youth, and a community radio station, Uptown Radio WJYN 98.5 FM. Opened on February 16, 1929, the 2,040-seat, 50,000-square-foot theater was built for sound specifically for the new talkies of the time made by Warner Brothers. Designed by architect Luis Magaziner, the Art Deco theater featured a lavish interior, 4 floors of office space above, stained glass windows, high ceilings, and terracotta tile. As the industrial age peaked in America, North Philadelphia became a working man's town. A large influx of European immigrants moved to the northern part of the city into the newly developed row homes. Along Broad Street were grand mansions of many industrialists. Lower North Philadelphia housed the nouveau riche, ambitious first and second generation immigrants who made their fortunes starting manufacturing firms. Essentially, the theater was originally built for the nouveau riche and unknowingly opened on the eve of the Great Depression, which had an effect on the neighborhood. Over the next few decades, the Great Depression, outsourcing, and white flight took their toll on North Philadelphia. Redlining, racist loan practices, and rising unemployment led white residents out of the city. North Philadelphia then became a predominantly African-American neighborhood, thriving with black doctors, lawyers, politicians, and preachers who resided in the mansions. The middle and low class moved into the row homes where factory workers lived. African Americans escaping the terror of the Jim Crow South as farm laborers to the factories of Philadelphia were now paid wages that provided disposable income to support the burgeoning entertainment establishments close to their homes in North Philadelphia, like the Uptown Theater. Originally a vaudeville venue and movie theater, entertainment at the Uptown evolved in response to the neighboring community. Rhythm and blues became the music of choice at the theater that often included themes representing the struggles of African Americans to gain voting and civil rights. Everybody who was anybody performed at the Uptown. Marvin Gaye, James Brown, Ray Charles, Little Stevie Wonder, to name a few. Many of the shows were performances with a purpose, and freedom shows produced there generated money that went to charities regardless of creed, color, or religious beliefs. From cultural acceptance of black performers and attendees during segregation to the immigrant craftsmen who created the ornamentation of the 1920s design, to the rhythm and blues style of music born out of protest, through the evolution of jazz, a music genre that originated in the African American experience by those prohibited from playing classical music due to racial bias, the Uptown Theater represents the history of America and Philadelphia. We, board members, residents, the children and grandchildren of the original architect and the original staff of the theater are eager to welcome the world to PA, to the history of North Philadelphia. Its story is a worthy one to tell visitors partaking in celebrations of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, America's rich history, the diversity of stories about its evolution, and the need to recognize diversity that makes the fabric of our nation stronger. UEDC looks forward to a favorable decision regarding its funding request to restore the theater as a beacon of historic preservation and a center for interpreting the African American spirit of overcoming challenges, integration, acceptance, and to create beauty in the communities we cherish. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Members, questions for Ms. Young? Senator Street.
Ms. Young, the North Broad Street is experiencing quite a renaissance with the renovation of the Met, which was a similar theater, the Divine Lorraine, and many of the other institutions along there. And I know SEPTA has made significant investments on that block. We've got a ribbon cutting set up. Is this development contemplated in conjunction with those other investments that are being made on Avenue Arts North?
Yes, we're collaborating with the organizations, and what those projects have shown us is the need and interest of performance venues, and that those venues have become an economic development engine in the area. So our hope is to restore the theater to the once thriving district, entertainment district, and business district that it once was. So those projects are really just just showing the impact of, restoring those historical places to become a development engine in the area. So we are having conversations with their architects and their development committees, so that we can just mirror and learn from, some of the development plans of those venues.
Yeah, and look, I know we have short on time, but it's always exciting. My mom and others would always talk about everybody from Smokey Robinson to all the folks from the Sound of Philadelphia and Motown who came through when they were growing up. So we'll love to see the theater fully restored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Our next testifier is Chris Bartlett from the William Way LGBT Community Center. And Mr. Bartlett, welcome, and please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee, and to my friends and colleagues in the room. I'm Chris Bartlett, the Executive Director of the William Way LGBT Community Center. William Way is one of the only organizations in Philadelphia that meets the health, human service, social, and cultural needs of the area's LGBT populations. The center has been in operation since 1974, and over the last 48 years has evolved from a modest rental facility to a prominent 4-story privately owned building at 1315 Spruce Street in the heart of the city. Originally providing just a few basic services, the center is now open 365 days a year, physically and virtually, and offers an array of over 70 programs and events, serving over 15,000 LGBT visitors annually from the greater Delaware Valley region, and with new COVID-inspired virtual programming around the world. William Way is embarking on a daring and visionary $40 million project to transform and rebuild our existing community center into an expansive, inclusive, and colorful space for all LGBT individuals to gather, celebrate, learn, and find life-giving support. We seek level 4 funding for this once-in-a-lifetime landmark project, which will open in 2026. Originally built in 1844, the center's home began as 2 private homes, and in the early 1900s, the Engineers Club of Philadelphia combined 2 residences, as only engineers could do, to form the current building. However, they were only able to fully connect the front third of the building, leaving 2 partially accessible and uneven wings in significant need of renovation in the back 2/3 of the building. We plan to preserve and renovate the historic front third of the building, keeping the existing brick facade on Spruce Street, and fully demolish and rebuild the back 2/3 of the building, transforming 2 disconnected, drafty, and dilapidated row homes into a 10-story modern complex full of space, color, and light. This project will increase the building's usable space by 78% and make the entire center accessible. This building, while visionary and groundbreaking, will not change the foundational services and safety that the center provides. It will make those long-standing supports more visible, more celebrated, welcoming to all, and more expansive. Our larger project goals are to expand program space so we can serve even more LGBT people, centering Black, brown, and transgender people, to increase rental space so we can maximize our earned revenue through events and leased office space, and to support programs and bring more services into the building. Finally, we want to improve the visitor experience of the building, making the entire building accessible to everyone, and to ensure that everyone feels safe, welcome, and inspired. The center serves as a platform for community-driven programming and events that meet the diverse and ever-changing needs of our communities, providing individuals across the spectrum of identities with recreational, educational, and cultural experiences rooted in celebration, belonging, and safety. Overall, the center is a resource for all LGBT individuals and our friends, families, neighbors, and colleagues. And we host programs that specifically meet the needs of our most marginalized community members. The project will also be an economic boost to the Avenue of the Arts and the city. Currently, the center employs 11 full-time and 8 part-time employees. In the first 3 years of the new building's opening, the center anticipates increasing employment by way of rental tenants, cafe and catering jobs, administrative positions, and construction jobs. Job growth will include 10 new full-time employees, 25 part-time employees in our cafe, catering, kitchen, and event support staff. There will be 50-plus full-time equivalent jobs in the office space used by our mission-aligned tenants and 180 construction jobs. As the only LGBT community center in the 5-county area, the center also serves as a destination for tourists looking to find a welcoming first stop in Philadelphia if they're looking for community connections and resources. Our partners at the Philadelphia Convention and Visitors Bureau, Independent Business Alliance, and Visit Philly are excited by the prospect of an LGBT conference and event space as another attraction for visiting conventions. We're very excited at the thought of visitors at the Semiquincentennial. The project already has support of the City of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, and we ask for your support today. The Semiquincentennial celebrations will demonstrate that the LGBT community is both a part of history of our nation and an important part of our future. And I'll share this poetic thought that we have a semi-centennial the same year as the Semiquincentennial, and it will be wonderful to celebrate both. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartlett. Representative Solomon for a question.
Thank you so much. So we're not supposed to be in competition with surrounding states, but in essence we are, to try and drive visitors here. So in terms of the LGBTQ community, if with this investment, at the end of your testimony you talked about specific conferences and programming. How would that really drive people here in anticipation of 2026 versus our neighbors, let's say in New York and New Jersey?
Yeah, it's a great question. As I mentioned, we do have a good partnership with Visit Philly and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. So planning now so that when conventions come, not only LGBT conventions, but broader conventions, that they're aware that this space is available. It's going to be stunning. It's very accessible by public transportation, and it's right in the heart of Center City.
Thank you again for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Maggie Fairs, Vice President of Communications at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. If you want to come up and provide your testimony. Thank you.
Hello. Can I start? Okay, great, thanks. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so very much. My name is Maggie Fairs, and I am Vice President of Communications for the Philadelphia Museum of Art, which we call the PMA for short. Makes more sense. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today for our East Terrace Revitalization Project. Founded in 1876, the PMA's origins are connected to another significant anniversary in this nation, the centenary. Philadelphia hosted the United States' first World Fair to commemorate the 100th anniversary in Fairmount Park. We moved to our current location, our beautiful building, in 1928, and we were officially named the Philadelphia Museum of Art in 1939. Today, when people across the world think about the United States, many think about the city of Philadelphia, and no landmark is more quintessential to the city than the PMA. The museum houses the city's most extensive art collection and is one of the most visited museums in the world. The PMA is blessed to be anchored in the city's picturesque boulevard, the Benjamin Franklin Parkway, and our East Terrace and the steps that face the city center's spectacular skyline, the Rocky Stairs, serve as a stage for many, many large celebrations throughout the year. This precedent demonstrates that crowds continue to be attracted to the museum, and the East Terrace is certainly a huge attraction for many people, which we know. The PMA is committed to being a welcoming and inviting place for all people. The East Terrace Revitalization Project will advance this mission by helping us to create an enhanced exterior space for more learning, for more art, and for more hosting of community-focused events. We are also committed to ensuring that the economic benefits of this project are experienced by communities that reflect the population of the city, the region, and the Commonwealth. We will coordinate opportunities for diverse guests to enjoy more programming, diverse job seekers to have greater access to employment, and for minority and women-owned firms to work on this project. The PMA would use the grant funding to upgrade our East Terrace with furniture, landscaping, and green spaces. We'd add meeting, seating, and teaching areas to offer more programming, encourage more visitation, and establish additional partnerships with our fellow nonprofit organizations, food and beverage vendors, and private rental opportunities in 2026. When completed, in 4 to 6 months, the East Terrace revitalization would have a positive economic impact, helping to drive tourism to the museum and across all parts of the city. Over the past 5 years, including the years during the pandemic, the PMA generated $1.6 billion in economic impact for the region, $257 million in 2022 alone. With the pandemic recovery continuing, and with the presentation of the 2026 celebrations, direct and indirect economic impact would increase during this grant period. On behalf of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, thank you for your kind consideration, and I urge your financial support for the East Terrace Revitalization Project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Members, questions? Senator Street.
The East Terrace, what do you plan to do with it?
Well, I don't know if you've been there lately. I'm sure you have.
Yeah, it's in the district. I'm there all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to add some green space there so that we can we started to use it more for outsides, just to encourage community groups to gather there. And what we'd love to do is really add more green space, kind of landscape the area so that we can create more outdoor learning opportunities. In June this year, we hosted a community weekend, which started on Friday evening and went until Monday. Over the course of those 3 days, we welcomed about 10,000 people to the museum, and most of them congregated on the East Terrace. It's a really lovely way to get people to come to the museum. It's obviously free, so you don't need to go into the museum. It can be a lovely outdoor space that's welcoming and free for everyone.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you again.
Okay, thanks so much.
Our next testifier today is Dr. Christopher Rogers. He is the Vice President of Communications with the Friends of the Tanner House. And Dr. Rogers, please begin your testimony when you're ready.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon. The Friends of the Tanner House is an organization dedicated to preserving and revitalizing the historic Tanner family property at 2908 West Diamond Street, a National Historic Landmark, currently properly understood as the Henry Ossawa Tanner House. Through our Heritage Stewardship Strategy, the Friends of the Tanner House honors the growth, development, and sustenance of the rich Black cultural life of North Philadelphia with family-centered artistic, intellectual, and cultural programming. The house is currently undergoing critical stabilization necessary to revitalize the National Historic Landmark as a neighborhood-rooted, world-class site of heritage engagement. We are immersed in the process of establishing our 501c3 status for the organization, which is scheduled for conclusion by early 2024. Until then, we operate as a fiscally sponsored project of the Preservation Alliance for Greater Philadelphia. Since our beginnings in December of 2021, we have achieved stabilization commitments of more than $300,000 and dedicated funding to make safe the home and plan for the house's revitalization as a community cultural asset. We have achieved programmatic partnerships with the Philadelphia Museum of Art, the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, the Center for the Preservation of Civil Rights Sites at the University of Pennsylvania, Mural Arts Philadelphia, and a growing list of community partners with a focus on the 19121 and 19132 zip codes. We believe that our 250 PA project will serve and enrich all Pennsylvania communities while anchoring ourselves in exploring African American heritage. We make a priority engagement in developing community programming that speaks to the desires of our neighbors in North Philadelphia while orienting our heritage tourism strategy toward inviting regional, statewide, national, and international visitors. One of our partners is the Global Philadelphia Association. Okay. We build and seek to sustain partnerships with leading local cultural organizations that help drive our outreach to new audiences. One of our forthcoming goals, exploring ways to reconnect the wider Tanner family story across Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, seeking inroads to recover a strong sense of exchange between the two Pennsylvania cities with vibrant African American historical legacies. So about the Tanner family. Through studying the numerous generations of the Tanner family, emerging from Pittsburgh before crossing over to Philadelphia, one can tell an abiding arc of how Black Americans, sustained by love, faith, family, and freedom, have mightily contributed to the U.S. story through key historical eras dating from before the Civil War to the peak of the Civil Rights generation. The historic status associated with the house comes most notably through the celebration of Henry Ossawa Tanner, who the Smithsonian notes as the most distinguished African-American artist of the 19th century. Yet this is truly his father's home, who purchased it as a new construction in 1872. His father, Bishop Benjamin Tucker Tanner, was born in Pittsburgh and well-educated, attending PA's Avery College, a school for African Americans founded by white abolitionist Charles Avery. After the Civil War, Bishop was recruited to Philadelphia to serve as the editor of the Christian Recorder, the largest Black-owned periodical in the United States at the time, and to this day, the oldest continuously published African-American newspaper in the United States. He took office at Mother Bethel AME, who I think is also here today, and later became recognized as a bishop of the AME Church in 1888. In addition to Bishop and Henry, there's also unheralded stories of Black women. Henry Ossawa Tanner's mother, Sarah Elizabeth Miller Tanner, was one of 11 children born to an enslaved Black woman who sent Sarah and many of her siblings to freedom with the support of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society. She met Bishop in Pittsburgh, and I don't know what's going on in the mic. She met Bishop in Pittsburgh while she also attended Avery College. Henry's younger sister, Haley Tanner Dillon Johnson, graduated with honors from the Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania before going on to become the first woman of any race to be licensed to practice medicine in Alabama, personally recruited by Booker T. Washington to start the nursing school at Tuskegee Institute. Henry Ossawa Tanner's niece, Sadie Tanner Mizell Alexander, was also born and raised at 2908 West Diamond Street. She became the first African American to earn a PhD in economics, the first to graduate from the University of Pennsylvania's law school, and the first admitted to the bar in Pennsylvania. Alexander served in the administration of President Harry S. Truman as a member of the President's Committee on Civil Rights. She helped found and serve as the National Secretary of the National Bar Association, and is the first national president of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. So we're still early in our work, and what we're asking from this project, we are working to preserve, restore, and rehabilitate the project. We think with an investment of $750,000, we can really set the Henry Ossawa Tanner House on its path while attending to sort of the most stringent standards of the Secretary of Interior's treatment for historic properties. So we are on our way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rogers. Members, questions? Senator Street.
I just want to thank you for the work you're doing on the Tanner House. And it is interesting the way that the Tanner family connects Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in a way that we don't normally think about. And certainly as an alumnus of the University of Penn Law School, our Black Law Students Group always literally named our banquet after Sadie T.M. Alexander because of her work in the legal community. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and appreciate your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Angie, how do you say your last name?
Van Syok.
Angie Van Syok. Thank you, Angie. Chief Operating Officer, Linwood Hall Preservation Foundation. Once you all are ready, please provide your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm going to defer to Edward Tome, our Executive Director.
Sure.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. Thank you so much for having us here today. It's an honor to be able to testify before you all today. So my name is Edward Tome. I'm the Executive Director for the Linwood Hall Preservation Foundation, and I'm accompanied by Angie Van Syok, our Chief Operating Officer. The Linwood Hall Preservation Foundation was established in 2019 for the explicit purpose of purchasing, restoring, and opening this historic mansion and national treasure to the public. Guided by a stewardship mentality, our core goals encompass and promote education, sustainability, and preservation of Linwood Hall while promoting the same for our historic built environment in all communities. The story of Peter A.B. Widener, builder of Linwood Hall, is the quintessential American success story. The son of a West Philadelphia bricklayer, young Peter began as a butcher and worked his way into public service as the city treasurer for Philadelphia. Wealth came through strategic investments, including the Philadelphia Traction Company, now part of SEPTA. Peter's wealth was used in three primary ways: to build a home that could house his extended family after the death of his wife, to collect and display art from around the world, and to give back to the country and people that enabled his position. The Widener estate and their art was open to the public, and their philanthropy extended throughout Pennsylvania and the United States. He founded the Widener Memorial School for Disabled Children, now currently part of the Philadelphia School District. His greatest contribution, however, alongside his son Joseph, was the assembly of the finest private art collection ever seen in the United States and the finest private collection of Western European art in the world. In 1939, the entirety of this collection was gifted to the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., where it can be viewed today for free. The family firmly believed that art should be enjoyed by all, and Joseph was quoted many times as saying, "Art belongs to those who appreciate it, others merely own it." The LHPF mission and vision to honor this legacy project aligns with the epic focus of the America250PA campaign. We seek to preserve and restore the Linwood Hall estate. Similar undertakings completed by other organizations have yielded restored estates which remain shrouded by private use or glimpsed by select few through luxury weddings or private events. Linwood Hall will be the largest historic restoration project ever done on a private residence in the United States. And the neglect and decline of such a remarkable home and opportunity is born. LHPF, through innovative partnerships with academic institutions, local practitioners, and national and international collaborators, strives to establish Linwood Hall as a catalyst and incubator for the resurgence of traditional craft and skilled building trades. While the implementation of education through the process will exist, the work and event opportunities will provide jobs, partnerships with local businesses, and community collaboration in many facets. The project will also be an incubator for education and employment in historic architecture, engineering, building arts, fine art, horticulture, and history. Linwood Hall will be a world-class destination for shared knowledge across these disciplines. The 5 art galleries within the mansion, we desire to once again show fine and decorative art. Throughout the rest of the home, however, we envision rooms furnished as they would have been during the Widener era, but without the velvet rope. Rather, we want to encourage guests to sit in these rooms and truly experience an era the world might never see again. Linwood Hall stands to not only become one of the great cultural centers of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, but the country as a whole. It is a symbol of excellence in craftsmanship, design, art, and familial love. A project of this scope and scale will have multiple points of access, which in its definition will see many opportunities for a wide range of visitors to engage with the estate. Not only will these visitors be spending both time and money within their community and at the estate, but they will be coming from all over the country and the globe to engage and to support the economic community. The full scope of the project holds something for everyone, whether pertaining to fine art, architecture, educational programming, green space, horticulture, or other subjects. This is a Renaissance project for generations to come and a proud moment to our Pennsylvanian and American heritage. This mission provides a unique educational experience through the restoration process, which, at its conclusion, celebrates not just the Widener family and her history of shaping Philadelphia, but also celebrates the achievement of the builders and staff, past and present, while bringing back a cultural resource of excellence to the citizens of the Commonwealth and beyond. This mission will manifest across all America250PA platforms. All these efforts described today ensure that the estate will serve as a cultural home to the public, a place to celebrate community, provide educational opportunity, and prove that we can preserve our architectural integrity and find great value in the pursuit of it. As our motto says, we look to the past to inspire the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
What does it look like now?
Well, it looks just like that, but without the pretty gardens in front of it, which we fully intend to restore.
But the interior looks like that?
Without the furniture, yes, pretty much.
Okay. And then the budget, mechanical systems, 10 million, stabilization, 8 million. Can you break that out just a little bit?
Sure. So with the mechanical stabilization, we have to redo all of our electrical, all of our plumbing. We need a new HVAC. We have a lot of remediation that needs to be done, including asbestos. And we also need to start working on the grounds outside, which requires quite a lot of money as well. We have 34 acres of land.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next testifier today is Tanetta Graham. She is with the Strawberry Mansion Community Development Corporation. And Ms. Graham, you are welcome to provide your testimony when you are ready.
Good afternoon. So great being here. Listening to some great projects. I'm about to present another great project to you all today. So my project revolves around the life and legacy of John Coltrane, whom we all know revolutionized the only original American art form, jazz, and also will help us to remediate blight along a thriving African American community known as Strawberry Mansion. As part of our work to ensure that the current residents benefit from the development boom happening in Strawberry Mansion CDC is spearheading the effort to develop the John Coltrane Museum and Cultural Arts Center, which lies at the very core of our efforts to reverse historic injustices, stabilize the community, and create opportunities for building health and wealth. The creation of the John Coltrane Museum and Cultural Arts Center will provide immense benefits to the Strawberry Mansion residents, providing them with equitable access to cultural, educational, and economic resources not historically available to them in the past. The house where jazz legend John Coltrane lived is a valued cultural asset to many in the Strawberry Mansion neighborhood, the city of Philadelphia, and the world. Yet it has been vacant for many years. It is located at the southernmost entry point into Strawberry Mansion and is integral to the community's vision for the revitalization of its neighborhood. It is central in a group of vacant row houses which currently contribute to blight but have the potential to become a significant physical and cultural gateway into the historic neighborhood. The project aims to stabilize the house and support its restoration for future productive use. In addition, Strawberry Mansion CDC plans to expand the Coltrane House footprint by incorporating the adjacent houses into the creation of the Cultural Arts Center with an outdoor concert venue / community space named The Yard on Coltrane Street. This comprehensive effort will preserve the street's architectural character and provide a much-needed cultural hub for community gathering, learning, and healing. With robust community engagement at its core, Strawberry Mansion CDC plans for the John Coltrane Museum and Cultural Arts Center is a much-awaited effort by residents, historians, and jazz musicians that will serve many generations to come. Thank you for considering our proposal.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, questions? Senator Street.
Senator?
Senator, thank you for all that you do. We appreciate, the legacy of John Coltrane. There are so many rich things that happen in Strawberry Mansion, one of the most historic sections of the city. And I thank you for the work and look forward to helping you advance these projects. Again, like I point out to others, there's only so many resources you have here. Please stay in touch with our offices. I know you will.
Yes.
To make sure that we can get you the resources that you need.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you for your support.
Representative Solomon.
Yeah, thank you. How did we get to this point? I'm assuming such a historic landmark, I'm assuming there were family members involved. Can you just give a really brief rundown of that?
Yeah, so the house has been, it's been vacant for a couple of decades now, but it has been cared for by the Gatson family. And prior to that, the John Coltrane cousin Mary, whom he kind of considered like a sister, was caring for the house. She actually started a John Coltrane Society, and they held like concerts there and tours there as well. So when she passed away and the house was sold, there was still a small attempt to continue to have tours at the house. And then unfortunately we had a couple of deaths in ownership, and the house kind of fell into vacancy. It has always been kept up by the Gatson family though, so the house is stabilized. However, it does still need some work to be done to put it into the condition that it is, and it is on the historic register, so of course you have those parameters that we have to work with. But through the feasibility study that we obtained from the Community Design Collaborative, we were able to put together a good plan to not only restore the house, but the adjacent houses next to it, to develop it as a cultural arts center to support some of the work. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
Diane Turner, please come up. Charles Blackson, African American Collection.
You may begin when you are ready, Ms. Turner.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Diane Turner, and I am the curator of the Charles L. Blockson Afro-American Collection. Thank you for inviting us to speak today. The Charles L. Blockson Afro-American Collection is one of the nation's leading research facilities for the study of the history and culture of people of African descent. The Charles Blockson Collection's mission is to collect, preserve, interpret, and provide access to resources documenting the histories of people of African descent, highlighting Black Pennsylvanians. It was created by Charles L. Blockson, who started collecting in 1943 at the age of 10. The collection of over 700,000 items, has materials on the global Black experience in all formats from 1600 to the present, and are used by students, educators, researchers, community, and tourists from around the world. Mr. Blockson wrote the first book entitled Pennsylvania's Black History in 1975. He was a founding member of the Pennsylvania Black History Committee and served as president of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society in 1976. Mr. Blockson donated his personal collection of 20,000 books and rare materials to Temple University in 1984 and was appointed curator of the Charles L. Blockson Afro-American Collection. That same year, he became the first African American to publish a cover story in the July edition of the National Geographic magazine entitled Escape from Slavery, the Underground Railroad. In 1990, Dr. Bernard C. Watson, the first African American president and chief executive officer of the William Penn Foundation, awarded Mr. Blockson a grant of $92,000 to fund the installation of 65 African American state historical markers in Philadelphia. Mr. Blockson served as director of the Philadelphia African American Pennsylvania State Historical Marker Project. Former President William J. Clinton appointed Mr. Blockson as chair of the Committee on the Underground Railroad, which resulted in the President signing the National Underground Railroad Network of Freedom Act into law July 21st, 1998. In January 2000, the Charles L. Blockson Collection of African Americana and the African Diaspora opened at his alma mater, Penn State University Libraries. In 2010, Mr. Blockson inherited and donated to the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture 39 personal items of Harriet Tubman. In 2016, he submitted a proposal to the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission, which was approved, for the Pennsylvania Slave Trade marker, which he personally funded. It is located near the Independence Seaport Museum in Philadelphia. In 2017, Mr. Blockson was the 98th recipient of the 2016 Philadelphia Award. It was stated, quote, "Charles is one of those rare souls who has put all of his energies into understanding and celebrating every triumph and travail of African American history so that future generations may never be left wondering where they came from, who they are," end quote. It is in the spirit of Mr. Blockson's lifelong pursuit and legacy that we submit our proposal to build a mobile exhibit, still standing, African American stories and contributions to American freedom. The Blockson Collection proposes to build a mobile exhibit of and tour institutions in all regions. We will be highlighting 30 individuals who participated in the War for Independence and the abolitionist movement. Our project is urgent not only because of the underutilized and enlightening resources available in the Blockson Collection, but also because history courses are disappearing from public school curricula and uncomfortable chapters in our history are being erased.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Turner. Members, questions? Senator Street.
Well, I just want to thank you for the work that's done. The Blockson Collection, it's got to be one of the most consequential collections of African American history in the world, certainly in the Commonwealth. And thank you for the work you're doing. And I think the extent that you could sort of make it mobile and share with more people, the better. And again, and for everyone else, I want to apologize. I'm going to have to get to another point, but my deputy chief of staff, who's really the person that does all the work for my office on this, is going to step in to represent me.
Thank you, Senator Street.
Thank you, Senator Street, and we welcome Micah? Aisha. Aisha. I saw. Got it. I tried to give you a promotion. So, any further questions for Ms. Turner? Thank you again for your
thank you.
testimony today. Our next testifier today, I'm going to take a shot at this first name, is Tuomi? Yes. Tuomi Forrest from historic Germantown. You may begin with your testimony when you are ready.
Great. Thank you, panel. Thank you for the invitation to present today. Again, my name's Tuomi Forrest. I'm the Executive Director of Historic Germantown. Historic Germantown is a groundbreaking consortium of 18 historic, cultural, and green sites, most of which are concentrated within the 3.5 square miles that constitute the Germantown section of Philadelphia. Though our footprint really encompasses, as we like to say, Fair Hill to Chestnut Hill, north and northwest Philadelphia. Historic Germantown is approaching the 250th from the perspective that we're fortunate to have in our section of the city people and organizations that represent the diversity of our Commonwealth, and where we live and work together to enhance the quality of life both for our neighbors and for visitors. The project we're presenting to you today is inspired by 3.5 centuries of history, especially dating back to 1683 when the first German settlers landed on these shores, to 1688, which is the date of the first European written anti-slavery proclamation in the Americas. We have the first paper mill and the first printing press in America. The only Revolutionary War battle occurred in Germantown and Philadelphia. We had a major, significant 19th and early 20th century African-American business and cultural hub and community. And later in the century, some of the earliest, most successful community-led efforts to ensure that our neighborhoods were not divided by race, class, and sexual orientation. We have a lot of stories and histories that are unique, not just to the Commonwealth, but to the country. A history this rich and relevant needs a central organizing hub, all the more as the places, our 18 sites, are scattered across our neighborhoods. They're all accessible by foot, car, bike, and public transportation. Indeed, the Germantown National Historic Landmark District, one of the first to be recognized by the nation in 1965, is also the longest historic district in the country. The epicenter of this today is the Fromberger Harkness House, which itself is a landmark on Market Square in the heart of Germantown's downtown commercial corridor. This is the headquarters of historic Germantown, and has a fascinating history. At one point, it was owned by the first bank of the United States and housed the federal treasury. It's been a number of things over the years, but for the last 40 years has housed the Germantown Historical Society, and now also the Lest We Forget Museum of Slavery, the offices of Historic Fair Hill Cemetery, and of course our headquarters as well. We offer museum and gallery space, a library open to the public free of charge, flexible community space for grassroots community groups to use free of charge. The building is a hub of activity. However, the interior systems, the subject of our grant request, have been deteriorating in recent years, and we've reached a critical point where the loss is imminent unless we can proceed straight away on the work presented in our application. While the exterior of the Fromberger Harkness House is fully restored, our engineers, Bruce E. Brooks and Associates, which are really best in class for this type of stuff, point out that by 2025, 2026, there's an expected failure for our internal systems, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. This is not incidentally is the very time for planning and producing semiquincentennial programming. So to say without exaggeration, the failure to do the work that we're presenting has a potential to take historic Germantown's potential for semiquincentennial planning and activities out of the picture. We can't let that happen. There must be a visitor center to support the activities. We have done the proper engineering analysis and begun fundraising. A grant from the America250PA Infrastructure Improvement Program will put us over the top. Thank you again for your support. I also want to recognize and applaud our Germantown colleagues here today, leaders in our consortium, Cliveden, Johnson House, and Stettin, and a friend of the cause, the Colored Girls Museum as well. We applaud their work and see all these applications as synergistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate your last comment. We certainly have been looking for that ability to connect things everywhere we have traveled across this Commonwealth. So appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Members, questions?
Hi, Tumi, how you doing?
Good.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the work that you do that is community building and infusing history in building that community?
Sure, that's central to our philosophy as a collective. We actually employ community engagement staff whose entire job is to reach out and develop relationships with neighbors, community organizations, local schools, houses of worship, and really bring them not just into our sites to participate in programs, but develop leadership capacity and ultimately to have them reflected on the boards of these organizations, on the staff of these organizations, and helping plan and imagine programming. So it's central to our work, and thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Thanks.
Our next testifier today is Sean Hughes, PhD, Institutional Giving Officer with the James A. Michener Art Museum. Mr. Hughes, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Sean Hughes, the Institutional Giving Officer at the James A. Michener Art Museum. The Michener is a museum of American art located on the site of the historic Bucks County Jail, with its exceptional permanent collection, including many of the finest works by Pennsylvania Impressionists in public hands, its robust schedule of changing exhibitions, and its programming for adults, school groups, and families. The Michener is a tourist attraction and a creative hub for Bucks County. As part of the Doylestown Cultural District, along with the Mercer Museum and the Free Library of Bucks County, we are a gateway to the borough for tourists from across the region. In recent years, the museum's exterior lighting system has deteriorated and begun to break down, leaving the historic facade, sculpture garden, and grounds of this local treasure largely in the dark. With the support of this committee, we would be able to install a modern lighting system to enhance the Michener's many contributions as a cultural, educational, economic, and historical asset to the state. When tourists visit Bucks County during the Semiquincentennial, we want to help Pennsylvania shine. A new lighting system for our building and grounds would have extensive benefits for the museum and its community. The Michener is an important tourist destination and venue for Bucks County. Last year, while recovering from the pandemic closures, the museum attracted more than 33,000 visitors. With its expanding calendar of exhibitions and programs, the Michener is on track to reach and surpass pre-pandemic attendance levels. Moreover, the Michener is a venue for weddings and corporate events, and our grounds will draw more rentals and more economic activity to the area with proper illumination. Currently, we're not able to use our site to its full potential. We can no longer present evening events like jazz nights in our sculpture garden because the lights are broken. And while we're proud that the Michener converted a former jail into a space for community and culture, the site's 20-foot-high walls render the grounds pretty dark and foreboding when they aren't lit. So until we get a new lighting system, the museum won't be able to realize its full potential as a driver of tourism, entertainment, and hospitality in Bucks County. Doylestown itself has a demonstrated capacity to draw visitors from throughout the greater Delaware Valley, including southern New Jersey. The annual Doylestown Arts Festival, for example, brings over 25,000 people to town. Because of our position in the Doylestown Cultural District next to its free parking, the Michener welcomes people to the borough, participating in local celebrations and even co-hosting the occasional block party. With your support, we'll be able to keep the gateway to Doylestown bright and lively for evening visitors. We'll be able to join with other local institutions in marking special occasions like going pink for Breast Cancer Awareness, green for Earth Day, and relevant to the current occasion, lighting our building in red, white, and blue for the Semiquincentennial. A new lighting system would allow this American cultural institution to join in the patriotic celebration of our nation's 250th year and inspire residents and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, questions? Representative Daley.
This is not really a question. I'm going to have to leave, and I just am so excited by everything I've heard today, and want to thank the people who aren't here any longer, but also those of you who haven't testified yet. It's just been a wonderful way to spend a few hours with all of you, and I wish I could stay, but I'm not able to. But it's also given me all kinds of stuff for the Tourism Committee. So very excited about that, to share that with folks.
Well, Representative Daley, thank you for joining us. Representative Solomon and I have traversed the state this summer. So when I write my report or my essay on what I did this summer, it will be, I traveled to every corner of this Commonwealth with Representative Jared Solomon and Cassandra Coleman. We have copious volumes of testimony of magnificent projects all across this great Commonwealth, whether it's the Michener Museum or any of the incredible historic resources and assets that we have in this great Commonwealth. We're happy to share that information with you in your capacity as chair. So thank you for being here today. Mr. Hughes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lee Goldenberg from the Wilma Theater. Do you want to come on up and provide your testimony?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for your participation in this process. I'm Lee Goldenberg, the Managing Director of the Wilma Theater. We present bold live theater from our location on Broad Street in the heart of Center City on the Avenue of the Arts. We sit steps from City Hall, and right in front of our building is where you would take a selfie with William Penn. Today, we humbly request $987,000 for necessary upgrades and repairs to our public spaces to better serve our tens of thousands of patrons and to prepare for the increase in visitors our city will proudly see in 2026. The Wilma is a proud cornerstone of the artistic innovation that has taken place for hundreds of years here in Philadelphia. Theatrical performance in our city predates the Revolution, and our city boasts the oldest continually operating theater in the country. For the first half of the 20th century, Philadelphia served as a tryout town, a place for plays on their way to Broadway. And in the last 50, 60 years, Philadelphia has become a major player in the regional theater movement by creating work by and for the local community. The over 40 professional theaters in Philadelphia are part of 23,000 arts and culture businesses in the Commonwealth, creating 170,000 jobs across Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia alone, we are a $4.1 billion economic engine, attracting 42 million tourists each year. In the Wilma's 50-year history, we have played a significant role in investing in our local economy, and our origin story exemplifies the opportunities that can be harnessed here. In 1979, Blanka and Yuri Ziska, two young political refugees from Czechoslovakia, arrived in Philadelphia and joined the Wilma Collective, a small and experimental theater troupe. Years later, as he formed the vision to enliven the Avenue of the Arts, then Mayor Ed Rendell sought out the Wilma as a partner to build the first new theater on Broad Street in over 40 years. In 1996, the Wilma opened our current building, designed by renowned architect Hugh Hardy, the visionary behind Rockefeller Center's Rainbow Room, the New Victory Theater, and others. I do not take lightly how the government support at the time of this construction project has bolstered the Wilma and continued to have a positive impact on our company. The celebration in 2026 coincides with the 30th year of the Wilma's occupancy in our Broad Street home. Our space includes a 296-seat theater, administrative offices, a studio for rehearsals and events, and as of 2017, a full-service cafe. We currently offer over 100 days of public events each year through our theatrical productions, education and community programs, and partnerships with other leading Philadelphia groups. Our year-round cafe is a lively gathering space for audience members, neighborhood residents, office workers, students, and tourists. Our request for support will address needs for upgrades after 30 years in the building and build our vision for a vibrant, welcoming space activated throughout the day and the year. With such frequent foot traffic and use over 3 decades, our space needs necessary repairs now. With your support, we will improve safety and accessibility with new floors, doors, and windows, upgrade our HVAC system, enhance energy savings and accessibility with a facelift to our public restrooms, and increase security measures through new cameras and alarm system. Since the pandemic shutdown of our entire industry in 2020, the Wilma has led the field in digital access to theater, and we continue to capture and share our productions online to audiences across the region and the world. Our request today includes changes to our cafe space to enhance its multi-purpose possibilities through upgraded lighting and AV capabilities, as well as improved Wi-Fi. Together, these upgrades will offer the needed foundation on which we can imagine and bolster our programming and our role as a public gathering space. With these much-needed upgrades, the Wilma will be able to provide an accessible and welcoming environment for both theater lovers who have come specifically to see a show at the Wilma and the many guests in Philadelphia in 2026. We aim to address these repairs now before further potential damage and need, and see our responsibility to remain a lively space as one of the few businesses open every day throughout the day on our stretch of the Avenue of the Arts. We can continue to create world-class theater in the heart of our city as we build a welcoming oasis for all. One more quick story. In 2021, our industry remained one of the few still shut down for in-person work. And so we invested our resources in a streaming production of a new play called Fat Ham by Philadelphia-based writer James Iams. After reaching thousands of audience members across the country, the play went on to win the Pulitzer Prize. This is the first time for a digital production. In 2022, Fat Ham ran off-Broadway, and this spring it opened on Broadway and was nominated for 5 Tonys. The Wilma was the co-producer, making us the first producing theater in Philadelphia with a Broadway credit and a Tony nomination. And there will be a dozen productions of Fat Ham across the country this year, including at the Wilma. I share this so that you can understand how investment in the arts in Philadelphia has a national impact. So investing in the Wilma and arts organizations like ours will make our visitors and makers alike have a physical space that matches their needs. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. That's really exciting. And that bell can be a little disarming.
It's okay.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Members, questions for Ms. Goldenberg? Representative Solomon.
You talk about the community education outreach programs. What are you planning for 2026?
Yes, so in all of our regular programming includes outreach with Philadelphia high school students. We are in half a dozen Philadelphia schools that would otherwise have no arts programming. And we also do community work with the Philadelphia Senior Center, the Free Library, other community groups that we go to their spaces and they come to us. We're also in early talks with colleagues across the country about a potential international collaboration celebrating the 2026 milestone. So we're thinking about how our artistic work intersects with what we're making with our artists and the community.
With which countries?
The artist that we're talking to is from Poland, but we're talking to colleagues in New York and Washington, D.C. to do sort of an East Coast thing. It's very early, so don't want to say too much. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We would now like to welcome Ashley Jordan from the African American Museum in Philadelphia to provide testimony today. Welcome, Ms. Jordan, and please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Dr. Ashley Jordan, and I'm the president and CEO of the African American Museum in Philadelphia, proudly located here in Center City. The African American Museum in Philadelphia, also known as AMP, is the nation's first municipality museum funded and dedicated to exploring and celebrating African American heritage. Since opening during the bicentennial in 1976, the museum has welcomed visitors from diverse communities to gather in greater appreciation of the Black experience through the combined narrative of art, culture, and historical witness. The museum has steadily gained visibility over the years, welcoming 75,000 visitors this past year. Often within history books, African Americans did not see themselves being represented. In telling the experiences of African Americans in all forms, from pre-colonial times to modern day, we work to show the impact across history so that the narrative is more inclusive and reflective of the collaborative nature of Philadelphian citizens. The work of AMP is important for all to see the stories that champion freedom. AMP is proposing an expansion on our inaugural exhibition called Audacious Freedom, which debuted at the museum's opening in 1976 during the bicentennial. The current exhibition recounts the stories of and contributions made by people of African descent in Philadelphia during the formative years following the founding of our nation. It is narrated an interactive timeline that spans 100 years. This timeline highlights the sequences of images and documents, all drawn from historical record that illuminate and explore topics of relevance, including entrepreneurship, environment, education, religion, and family traditions. 10 full-size video projections of trailblazers from the 18th century are on display, and they answer questions to the visitors about their experiences during that time period. Children ages 3 through 8 enjoy the Children's Corner, a hands-on installment where they can explore the daily lives of children in Philadelphia during this time period. The expanded exhibit will retain numerous elements of the existing show, such as stories and artifacts around such noted individuals from Philadelphia, like the Reverend Richard Allen, who was the founder of the African Methodist Episcopal Church here in Philadelphia in 1794. Octavius Cato, who was there now being remembered as a statue there in our City Hall building for his work as an educational pioneer and civil rights champion. And then within women's history, we have Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, who was a poet and a writer who broke gender norms with her published work in 1854. These are the stories that have resonated with our visitors over the past several years. The Audacious Freedom expansion from 1776 to 1876, which will now have a vision into the future, will now incorporate 4 new themes: education, politics, business, and social justice. These stories will tell of the importance beyond the work of African Americans that finished in our current timeline in 1876. These new themes of politics and social justice provide the opportunity to highlight how Philadelphians of different ethnicities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and political affiliations have worked together as change agents. These new stories will show the continued struggles of African Americans in Philadelphia, as well as their continued ability to achieve, excel, and influence the nation at large. This new timeline will provide visitors with a complete view of the African American experience in Philadelphia. Exhibitions will focus on people, places, and events within our local narrative and their contributions to the national narrative of American history. As a preliminary step of our planning and expansion of this new exhibition, we have worked with strategic planning teams, communication firms to hold roundtable discussions with a variety of groups so that they can provide us with input and feedback from local historians and museum stakeholders. Together, they were able to provide us with the insight of what our visitors want to see. And they want to see a more thematic expansion of our current exhibition and our cultural heritage. These conversations point out the need for just more conversation. AMP's focus groups have told the museum that they view that the museum is an essential part of the Philadelphia community. They want to see more agency, a place of making, and also a place that acts as the steward and preservation for living history, just not a place for spectation. The Audacious Freedom expansion of 1776 to 1876 and beyond will help to build the capacity to serve such audience more effectively and represent the possibility of freedom for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, questions for Dr. Jordan?
I did have a question about the new site. So the site is going to be moving soon. Will that be in conjunction with 2026, or will the site still be at the current site?
Our plans for 2026 is that we will be on the Parkway. And we're hoping that with this expansion exhibition, it will be a traveling component. So if we were to install it in 2026, maybe in January, it could still travel with us to our new home by the late summer.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Peterson's Philadelphia Chamber Music Society. If you want to come up and please provide your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Start right in?
Please provide your testimony when you are ready.
Sure. Eric Peterson's Philadelphia Chamber Music Society. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project as part of America250PA. The Philadelphia Chamber Music Society presents more than 100 chamber music concerts and education events each season. And while that describes our work, our mission for nearly 40 years has been engaging our increasingly global community in a life more beautiful through the shared experience and transformative impact of this art form. The arts aren't limited to a personal experience, but invite a shared one. Chamber music, a string quartet, a vocal duet, or the interplay between a bass player and a pianist literally demonstrates how relationships work, or even democracy for that matter. Artists come together and collaborate on works that invite audiences to understand and engage with perspectives other than their own. This dialogue is an important part of creating connections, building empathy among people, and honoring the city's motto of extending brotherly love to future generations. The Chamber Music Society wants to expand these exchanges that Philadelphia has embodied for 250 years and that the arts amplifies so vividly through this project. As a founding resident company of the Kimmel Center, the arts campus in the heart of Center City, the Chamber Music Society is working to upgrade the infrastructure within the Perlman Theater, a 600-seat hall that hosts over 300 ticketed and free events each year, to include professional live streaming and video recording capabilities that will reach people anywhere who can share in the richness of the performing arts in one of Pennsylvania's premier performance centers. Currently, much of the cultural ingenuity that originates along the Avenue of the Arts is limited to in-person audiences and yet to be discovered by the rest of the country or the world. The project will install permanent state-of-the-art live streaming equipment that is both flexible and future-oriented for upgrades. High-resolution pan-tilt zoom cameras and single-mode fiber, copper, and Cat6 wiring are suitable for a variety of applications. The basic infrastructure for professional audio runs is already in place, but will be augmented to adapt to the needs of broadcast-quality live streaming. With this new system, technicians will have the capacity to build out with inputs throughout the hall, providing unlimited options to suit the needs of any given production. The audio-video booths at the back of the hall will be installed with outputs that accommodate a range of uses, including both analog and digital capture. This will provide multiple different users a plug-and-play system, optimizing the whole installation for both resident and visiting performance groups. The Connect With Us project will serve the people from across the state, throughout the country, and around the world. Based on live streaming metrics the Chamber Music Society has collected from live streamed concerts at smaller venues, we anticipate a third of viewers to be located around Pennsylvania, a third from the rest of the country, and a third from outside the U.S. With Pennsylvania being a state with one of the highest populations of people ages 65 years and older, this project serves this potentially less mobile demographic by providing diverse artistic experiences regardless of their geographical location or mobility. As one of our live stream audience members wrote recently, we are so blessed to hear so many excellent musicians in our little corner of the world who have been able to enrich our lives even though we are bound at home. The Chamber Music Society has been working with Lidditz PA-based Choice Live company to design a plan and budget for the project, including project management, lead AV technicians, and installation of the new system. If funded, we will proceed to prepare blueprints and permits this fall. Construction will start next summer to be completed by October 2024. While all Chamber Music Society live streams will be free for online viewers, based on our previous experience, we anticipate an increase of 45% over our in-person ticketed income from online concert donations. This will result in an additional $40,000 to $50,000 during the first year. On a larger scale, the Kimmel Center sees the potential for 100 live streams in year one from the 6 resident companies, which include the Philadelphia Orchestra, Opera Philadelphia, Philadelphia Ballet, and Philadanco, as well as speaking events, conferences, graduations, comedy, and pop concerts. The Kimmel Center forecasts a cumulative revenue increase of 10% in the first year. The construction phase will employ about 15 people, and the installed system will capture about 10 full-time people, including system managers, AV technicians, and contracts with consultants and vendors for the life of the equipment. Thank you for your consideration of the project.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson's members, questions? Aisha?
Yes.
What is chamber music?
Chamber music is any smaller ensemble of artists, so it could be a string quartet, a vocal recital. It's more intimate concerts where there's just a few members on stage that are interacting without a conductor, unlike, let's say, a larger orchestra. And so the experience is far more intimate as far as observing the interactions between artists on stage who are bringing work together and have collaborated on it with an equal amount of voice and decision-making within the process of putting that music together.
Do you do any collaborations with our Philadelphia School District students?
We do. So education program is about half of our programming. We have about 50 concerts a year and another 50 educational events. Much of that is with the School District of Philadelphia. And our program I passed out, at least visually and programmatically, can kind of offer a little more idea of what we're presenting as far as what chamber music is.
What does the sound of our 250th celebration, what does it sound like to you?
Yeah.
When you think of music, and you think of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, if you're in my neck of the woods, it's the sound of bluegrass rolling through the hills. And if you're here in the city, there's that infamous sound of Philadelphia, sort of rooted in jazz and now hip-hop. So what do you envision the sound of our 250th celebration to be?
It's a good question. I'll answer that not so much maybe as far as the specific music, meaning like notes, but rather the perspectives I think we increasingly see on stage from artists. I think that's to kind of the play on words with the connect with us, seeing an increasingly diverse group of people that take the stage as artists, and the way they're demonstrating, communicating who they are as far as the different perspectives, I find, which chamber music allows, I think, more fluidly than maybe other art forms at times, to communicate as far as those perspectives, which I think are important to hear, both as communities, diverse communities such as Philadelphia is, or when we think about how we work together as a country democratically, that those perspectives that we bring to the stage and seeing that actually work out even in live time is really, I think, a beautiful thing to watch. So.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your testimony here today. Our next testifier is Warren Hamilton. He is the chairman of the board, and Sam Olshan, principal at Atkin Olshan Shada, did I get that correct? Architects, and the Mother Bethel Foundation. And gentlemen, thank you for being here today. And we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Yes, yes. We're going to do like a co-presenter situation. I have my aim, my job, and Mr. Ocean do his part. First of all, to the members of the committee, I am pleased to present the following testimony on behalf of the Mother Bethel Foundation. The foundation exists to support the preservation efforts of the Mother Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church, a congregation that sits on the oldest parcel of land continuously held by African Americans. In the earliest days of our nation, Methodist worshipers shunned racial discrimination in their ranks. However, by 1787, many of those congregations turned their backs on the early abolitionist position of their founder, John Wesley, and instituted segregated pews, pushing black worshipers to the back of the sanctuaries throughout the young nation. Richard Allen, a former enslaved young man who was offering leadership at St. George's Methodist Church in Philadelphia, was directly impacted by the change in policy and practice. As a result, he and others left St. George's to begin their own independent congregation where all could be free. The result was Mother Bethel. When Richard Allen purchased land at 6th and Lombard Street in Philadelphia in 1791, he had no way of knowing that it would stand the test of time. The property is now the oldest continuously held parcel of land by African Americans. Additionally, the congregation spawned a new denomination that is now in 39 nations on 5 continents. The current building was constructed in 1889 and was designed by famous architectural team of Hazelhurst and Huckle. While the building is still used as a space for the current congregation, it is also the home of the Richard Allen Museum and the Mother Bethel Archives. The museum, prior to the pandemic, welcomed local and global tourists in the thousands each year. Given the proximity to Independence Hall, the Liberty Bell, and other significant locations important to the founding of the nation, the Richard Allen Museum is an important stop by visitors, or for visitors. Likewise, the Mother Bethel Archive is a critical resource for scholars and researchers. A wonderful example of the work of the archives is a collaboration with Villanova University's project, Last Seen, Finding Families After Slavery. However, despite good work that is happening, the current building has many challenges that prevent future growth related to tourism. To help address the challenge, the Mother Bethel Foundation received a generous grant from the Community Design Collaborative to imagine what might be possible on the existing footprint. The collaborative is a Philadelphia-based nonprofit. Thanks to the Design Collaborative, Mother Bethel was the beneficiary of a team of architects, engineers, designers, cost estimators, and more who donated their time leading community conversations about the renewed vision and drafting a new plan. One of those architects in that collaborative, and who has been a friend of Mother Bethel for over 20 years, is Mr. Ocean, and he will give you his input.
Thank you, Warren, and thank you, committee, for hearing us today. I'm privileged to be here today, and many of the projects that our firm has worked on have been mentioned today: the Philadelphia Museum of Art, Academy of Music, the Met Philadelphia, and Sadie Tanner Moselle Alexander School. But I'm here today specifically to talk about the wonderful things that have been happening at Mother Bethel, and this is not just about the church, but about the Richard and Sarah Allen Center that we envisioned in that packet you have in 2018, but due to COVID and funding, et cetera, we have not gotten there. This is going to be a balance of infrastructure renewal, a new addition to the building for African American archives for scholarly research and for exhibits as well that Jerry Eisterhold, the national head of his organization to design the exhibits, has done. So we're very privileged to propose to you today 12,000 square feet of an addition on a significant site in the city of Philadelphia, and I look forward to the collaboration with you to make it happen.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. I know that in prior hearings, Senator Street has shared with others that they need to get in touch with you, particularly in regard to Underground Railroad stops and connecting all of that history together. So it's very nice to meet you, and thank you for being here today. Members, questions for either Mr. Hamilton or Mr., I don't want to ruin your Olshan, Representative Solomon.
Thank you. So this initial partnership between Mother Bethel and the Design Collaborative, so assuming you would get this grant, how does it work? I know you do the initial designs. Do you then both work through all phases of the project?
So we have been working at Mother Bethel for over 10 years, first on a historic structures report and on a master plan. We did the roof renovation in the park, and when that grant came for Community Design Collaborative, we volunteered our time for yet that fourth phase to make this addition come to pass. So if we do get this grant, we would then be contracted again to the church and work with Pastor Tyler and Warren Hamilton to see this come to pass. And we realize this is a big ask, and what we've been thinking about is that this would be phased. We'd build the addition as a shell, and we would fit it out over time as funding became available. Sure.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Rebecca Chan, Friends of the Rail Park. Come on up, Rebecca.
Hello, and apologies for the last minute switch up. I am actually Rachel Vasity. I am the Community Development Officer. That's on us. As with many things at the Rail Park, it's a team effort. So I am here today. I'm the Community Development Officer for Friends of the Rail Park. In the room, we do also have Rebecca Cordes-Chan, who is the Executive Director. And collectively, we are really excited to share our project with you today. I know it's a long day for everyone, so I'm hoping that you'll welcome a little bit of a guided daydream to kick it off. I'll ask you to start at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. You're walking through an underground tunnel, then a walled channel. You follow the elevation ultimately into a viaduct, and ultimately end up miles away in Chinatown. You're on your way to work, to school, to visit friends, to see a new neighborhood, to try out a new restaurant. The historic texture of the rail line is an ode to the Philadelphia that your grandparents told you about. But today, you're exploring the city in a whole new way. You're experiencing a city that is connected like never before. This is the vision and the once-in-a-lifetime magic of the Rail Park. The Rail Park is an infrastructure reuse project putting historic Reading Railroad lines back into use as a transformative and equitable public space project. Friends of the Rail Park is the 501c3 created to oversee the inclusive development and activation of the park. When completed, the Rail Park will span 3 miles. It will connect 10+ neighborhoods and stretch 50 city blocks. It will provide world-class green space to over 100,000 residents, students, and workers just within a 10-minute walk, and will serve hundreds of thousands of visitors annually. Now the cut, as it is currently seen, is a 3/4 mile long section that's 50 feet wide, 30 feet below street level, and lined with century-old stone walls. This will be the next phase of our development. Friends of the Rail Park is seeking funding to make the construction of this next phase a reality. The cut will extend the Rail Park into the center of Philadelphia, across key cultural, economic, and academic centers. The cut as does the rail park as a whole, is an unprecedented opportunity to connect Philadelphians to each other and to the city as a whole. It is no wonder that elected officials, stakeholders, and communities have rallied behind the potential for unparalleled impact. The cut will connect two heavily trafficked Philadelphia regions, will grow in coordination with several significant city-led development projects. It will also further SEPTA's goals for transit-accessible communities, and perhaps most crucially, it is in alignment with the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission's long-range plans that includes growing an innovative and connected economy with broadly shared prosperity. We will continue to work in close partnership with public, private, and community stakeholders to maximize key benefits for adjoining communities as well as the city at large. Friends of the Rail Park is committed to building a centralized public green space that improves the city's climate resilience, supports public health and safety, and drives economic growth across Philadelphia. Similar infrastructure projects across the country have proven that these projects can have significant economic benefits. Similar project in Dallas, Texas reported a 60 to 82% rental increase in the first 4 years the park was opened. The Hudson River Park in New York reported a 231% property tax base increase between its opening in 2000 and 2015. At scale, these projects bring immense development potential to their cities, increase tourism and hospitality revenue, and create a significant asset for business attraction and retention. Residents benefit from hundreds of jobs that are created and preserved from the planning to the construction to the daily operation of such parks. But we don't have to look to other cities for these benefits. Phase 1 of the rail park is that vision in action. And opened in 2018, Phase 1 is a 1/4 mile stretch of the viaduct located between Chinatown and Callow Hill. It actively welcomes thousands of visitors coming from the city, the region, across the country, and internationally. It exemplifies the rail park values by hosting regular arts and cultural programming, events that celebrate neighboring communities, add to the area's sparse tree canopy, and reduce the region's heat island effect. In the years since it opened, property values in adjoining neighborhoods have increased up to 22%. Activation of the rail park has created opportunities for local procurement, increased commercial traffic, and inspired programs for resident benefit, such as a docent-led tour and workforce program. Phase 1 inspired the collective imagination of the city, and the cut will galvanize it to address the most pressing challenges that Philadelphia faces. Thanks to your generous funding, we will be able to apply this opportunity to capital costs that will complement previously committed public and philanthropic funds that we have secured for community planning. We request your support of the rail park's development and your partnership in realizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity ahead.
Thank you so much for your testimony here today. Representative Solomon for a question.
Thank you. You mentioned the experiences of Dallas, Texas, and the Hudson River Park in New York. Are there any particular challenges that might make some of these advantages in other cities more difficult here? And are there particular advantages that we have in Philadelphia that we might be able to get some new benefits that these other cities haven't experienced?
That's a great question. We've just recently, in 2022, worked with the internationally renowned planning firm Sasaki to complete a feasibility study. And a lot of their work was looking at best practices across the country. And we saw that in the same way that we see in Philadelphia, each place will have its specific concerns and benefits. The rail park doesn't look at that as a bad thing. Our approach to community and economic development is in seeing those challenges and those assets and building them in to our approach to that development. One thing that I think Philadelphia really has going for it is a really well-established partnership with city agencies and elected officials who are excited about this project. One example of a challenge that is unique to this particular space in Philadelphia is its centrality, which of course is also a benefit, but it also means that certain phases of the rail park, such as the cut, are very closely located to, for example, where 676 had flooding. But as a demonstration of how we look at that as an opportunity, that gives us the chance to work with city officials, to work with communities, to tie our success as a park to climate resilience and to climate climate resilience strategies so that our success is also tied to the success of the community.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next testifier today is Dennis Pickerel, Director of the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America in Pennsylvania. And Mr. Pickerel, we will welcome your testimony when you are ready to provide it.
Well, thank you to the members of the committee. I appreciate you taking a full day out today to hear our many pleas for support. And special thanks to Senator Street's office for inviting us to submit this proposal. I'm here today representing Stenton, a National Historic Landmark and Historic House Museum located in Northwest Philadelphia, and a proud member of the Historic Germantown Consortium, which you heard about a few presentations ago. This circa 1730 house was the home of William Penn's secretary, James Logan, arguably the most powerful and influential figure in the colony of Pennsylvania before 1750. Stenton was at the center of a complex web of relationships with Great Britain, with Native Americans and Quakers, with enslaved Africans brought to the site against their will, with commercial interest and eminent figures of science and philosophy. Because of its rich and diverse history, Stenton is one of the Commonwealth's most important historic resources and a key site for telling the story of the first 50 years of Pennsylvania. To visit Stenton is also to learn about the history and development of the United States. In the halls of Stenton, James Logan and colonial leaders, including luminaries such as Benjamin Franklin, discussed, debated, and developed ideas about broad issues at the heart of our country, including the nature of government, freedom and liberty, and the creation of America. So in looking forward to this 2026 celebration, Stenton has initiated the campaign for the Stenton Education Center to raise $4.5 million to create dedicated education, programming, and office spaces in a service wing on site. The project will improve access and amenities for visitors and implement upgrades to the landscape and parking areas. The campaign for the Stenton Education Center is a commitment to Stenton and a commitment to engage modern audiences through the stories of diverse peoples who lived and labored in 18th century Philadelphia. Transforming Stenton Service Wing into a new education center will enhance our role as a leader in developing educational and public programs such as our national award-winning History Hunters Youth Reporter Program, which has served more than 50,000 Philadelphia school children at no cost to them or the School District of Philadelphia, and the Dinah Memorial Project, a community collaborative initiative to create a memorial to a woman who was once enslaved at Stenton. The new education center will serve Stenton's neighboring communities, the city of Philadelphia and its schools, and the visitors and scholars from around the world who come to appreciate the mansion's distinguished Georgian architecture and its outstanding collections, scholarship, and programming. The education will strengthen Stenton's reputation as a house of learning for students and visitors of all ages. So the project breaks down into several components, based on kind of our goals and needs. One of those is, of course, having a facility which will help us enhance and expand our public and school-age programs. Currently, those programs use a room in the service ring that has poor ventilation and environmental controls. It's a space that's overcrowded with storage and staff offices where activities can be easily interrupted. This project will create the first dedicated education space at Stenton for us, with seating for 60+ and state-of-the-art projection equipment and a climate-controlled room. Accessibility is also a major issue. The site, because it's a historic site, is not ADA compliant, so we'll extend walkways, create a ramp, create new entrance doors, all in keeping with the historical facade of the building to improve access to the site. Another focus of the project is the visitor experience. It will provide dramatically improved visitor amenities and accessibility, which will allow us to serve greater numbers of people, not just tourists, but our community. It'll make the site more user-friendly. Again, these include new entrance doors, new walkways, expanded and accessible restrooms for the first time. It will create dedicated workspaces in the second floor of the building, which don't currently exist. We'll relocate offices, which will enable us to create this dedicated education and visitor reception and service space. There'll also be an emphasis on the landscape, improving access and upgrading Stenton's grounds, gardens, and parking areas, which include restoring a new visitor approach, which will bring you in front of the mansion and give you the sense of that 18th century experience. Also creating new entryways, which will make it easier for our neighbors to access the site. And as far as the plan and financing goes, my parent organization, the NSCDPA, has engaged Krieger and Associates Architects, who are based in Chestnut Hill. We're also working with Macro Project Management. We've completed a very thorough planning process over the last few years that has resulted in shovel-ready construction documents, and we've raised about $1.5 million in our very short, quiet phase of the campaign that we've launched for this project. So we're respectfully requesting a grant of $900,000 from the committee, which would put us more than halfway to our goal, help us leverage additional funds from private sources, and would also help us match a National Endowment for the Humanities Challenge grant that was recently awarded for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pickerel. Members, questions? Isha?
Hi, Dennis. I just had one question. I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Toomey, is that community engagement and how you use community engagement in your work.
Yeah, community engagement is increasingly an important part of our work. You know, we came to realize many years ago that we couldn't just hope that the tourists would come by the hordes to Stenton, that it also had to be a focus on the neighborhoods of Philadelphia, specifically on the communities around us. And so, as Twomey mentioned, we now have a community engagement coordinator who's based at Stenton, who spends 50% of our time there and 50% of our time at other HG sites. We've also tied in with this, really building around the story of Dinah, who, as I mentioned, was a woman who was enslaved at Stenton. And a couple of years ago, we launched a 2-year project where we invited neighbors to come in, give us feedback on how they would like to see her story commemorated at Stenton, really to be a part of defining how we tell the stories of Stenton for the first time. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony today.
Next up, we have Jacob Golden, Legislative Director, Mike Driscoll, who's going to be presenting for the Streets Department, City of Philadelphia.
Hello, my name is Jacob Golden. I serve as Legislative Director for Councilmember Driscoll, representing sections of Northeast Philadelphia. I'm providing testimony on the City of Philadelphia's effort to improve rapid transit options in Northeast Philadelphia and Lower Bucks County. We request $10 million, with $1 million allocated for remote alternative analysis and $9 million allocated for advanced conceptual design. Over 100 years ago, in 1913, the first proposals for rapid transit to Northeast Philadelphia were made. World War I and the Great Depression ended this effort. Several plans spurred by new development in Northeast Philadelphia after World War II were produced, but no construction came of them. In the late 50s and early 60s, proposals for a $94 million 9-mile extension of the Broad Street subway in the median of Roosevelt Boulevard were proposed. A station was constructed, but a lack of state funding killed the project. Lastly, the 2003 Roosevelt Boulevard subway study proposed an elevated subway to connect to the Broad Street Express lines terminating in Center City. It was estimated to cost between $2.5 and $3.4 billion at the time. It predicted daily ridership at 124,500, which would have taken 83,300 cars off of the boulevard and saved drivers 12,929 hours in travel time. We expect PennDOT to release a study this fall with current numbers relating to cost and ridership potential. In the time since Philadelphia first proposed the Roosevelt Boulevard subway, Northeast Philadelphia and Lower Bucks County have exploded in population, exceeding 500,000 residents and growing larger than Pittsburgh, Atlanta, or Minneapolis. Today, 1 out of every 3 people in Philadelphia lives within 1 mile of the boulevard. This corridor is also home to some of the Commonwealth's most diverse neighborhoods and census tracts with the highest poverty rates. 18% of the corridor's residents were born outside of the United States, and almost 1 in 3 speak a language other than English at home. In recent years, the demographic trends of the corridor highlight an acute demand for rapid transit, but relatively few options that are convenient, affordable, safe, and reliable. Pedestrians, especially seniors, children, and those with disabilities, are forced to cross distances longer than a football field full of moving cars. Black and brown communities and low-income communities are often the most heavily impacted by high-fatality roads, such as the Roosevelt Boulevard. Between 2012 and 2021, 119 people were killed by cars along Roosevelt Boulevard. 49 of those deaths were pedestrians. These horrifying statistics have earned the boulevard the nickname, the Corridor of Death. The Route for Change plan produced by the city, SEPTA, and PennDOT makes tremendous recommendations that should be pursued and funded. And we do believe that targeting rapid transit along the corridor should be a priority. At 3 town halls recently sponsored by State Representative Jared Solomon, the Northeast Philadelphia community voiced a clear preference for the subway alternative, but further studies are needed to determine if this alternative is feasible, and a brief that we prepared related to the subway alternative has been distributed to you all. Turning to recent events, our governor has made it a priority that rebuilding I-95 is made in Pennsylvania. From Philadelphia union workers working around the clock to innovative construction technology in Delaware County and steel forged in Chester County. Bringing a rapid transit project of this scale to Southeast Pennsylvania can and should be attacked in the same way. The economic boom our Commonwealth can leverage from federal infrastructure dollars is immense. We have the ability to bring thousands of family-sustaining jobs to our Commonwealth. That can begin with a decision to fund this project. For much of our history, Philadelphia and Southeast Pennsylvania were the economic and industrial centers of the United States. Facilities like Baldwin Locomotive Works employed over 17,000 workers. They supplied the nation with the trains that connected us from east to west and north to south. From trains to textiles, the concentration of industry in Southeast Pennsylvania facilitated the city's population to grow to over 2 million. And during this time, Philadelphia was known as the workshop of the world. We can do this again. The President has made the restoration of critical industrial sectors a top priority. A project like this sends the message that our region is open for business, ready to lead the country by building new public transit, ready to produce the components that will be necessary across the nation, and ready for the return of family-sustaining jobs. Councilmember Driscoll has set 2026 as his North Star. From America's 250th birthday to the World Cup and beyond, if Philadelphia and Pennsylvania can shine, it will induce a quarter century of increased tourism and overall economic activity. This project has the potential to extend those benefits even further. And while this project would not be completed by 2026, beginning to fund it now will get us close to a green-lit project by the Federal Transit Administration, unlock billions of dollars in federally available funds, and uplift our Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golden. Members for questions, Representative Solomon.
So I am biased on this, more than biased. I'm wildly biased on this project. Ridiculously biased. So this is where I live. I've been a champion on rapid transit up and down Roosevelt Boulevard. Just for folks who don't know, Northeast Philadelphia is the largest part of the city, and it's nearly landlocked. It's quite remarkable that we have the largest population, and it's very difficult to move to our friends in the counties and to Center City. Most of Northeast Philadelphia works in other parts of the city and in other counties. Today, if I would have taken public transit, my public transit ride, bus from my house, the 58 bus, and the L into town would take much longer than it would if I just took a car. It's completely unacceptable. This issue has been studied and studied, as Jacob said, for a century. The Northeast is known to move forward when we branch out and sort of reach out to other friends in other counties and the rest of the city. And our infrastructure transportation moments, whether it was Roosevelt Boulevard, the initial creation, to Coney Palmyra, or the L, those have really made big changes and allowed us to increase our population and have a big impact on the rest of the city. This is another one of those. Thank you, Jacob, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate your testimony here today. Am I to understand that the $10 million request is for analysis and design work?
Correct.
And then will this be able to be ready to shuttle, as we have noted, it's not just our nation's 250th birthday, it's the World Cup, it's, I think, the All-Star, Major League Baseball's All-Star game. There's going to be a lot going on. Do you envision the possibility of this being completed in time for the massive amounts of people we expect to descend upon our Commonwealth and this city?
So it would be very unlikely that a project of this scale, this would likely be at the time of its construction the largest infrastructure project in the country. And so it would be very unlikely that it would be completed by 2050. However, those economic benefits that we're going to be seeing that we believe, for 25, 50, 100 years after we showcase Philadelphia with all these amazing projects, we showcase the Commonwealth, that increased tourism, those new people coming into the city, they can't currently get to the Northeast. A lot of tourists come in, they don't have a car, and so they stay in Center City, which is amazing. I live in Center City, I love it, but it would be a terrific opportunity for us to, in the future, as these benefits come to our region, be able to export them to Northeast Philadelphia, export them to Lower Bucks County, continue to integrate Southeast Pennsylvania just a little bit better.
Thank you. And I will say this, like any major event that happens, whether you're in York City or Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, wherever you are, can you speak to what types of planning is happening? Because obviously, as I'm looking out through the windows at the end of this room, I can see Independence Hall, and I am the only person sitting at this table who remembers the 200th. There were the masses that descended upon the city, and I know that because my fourth grade choir performed at that ceremony that was held on the 4th of July. So what types of efforts is City Council taking to plan accordingly for those millions of people who will probably be here?
So there are, and I can happily get more information to you after this, just a rudimentary way to look at it, there are a few things we're looking at. We have the 250th committee that is planning for the 250th celebration. I also mentioned the World Cup. There is a separate committee working on that, and City Council continues to fund them and get them prepared and ready for us to accept what is hopefully going to be millions upon millions of people during that range of 2025 to 2027.
I appreciate that, and I think it would be helpful, as we have the executive director here for America250PA. I think at every level of government, we're going to have to plan accordingly. Certainly, our hope is that people will come to Philadelphia, but they're going to come and go throughout the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. There's a lot of rich history across this state that we've been blessed and fortunate to take testimony on, but it is going to take a coordinated effort, so I appreciate hearing that today. Thank you again, Mr. Golden.
Thank you very much.
And with that, I am happy to welcome Tom Caramanico, Executive Director of the Independence Historical Trust, to provide testimony to us today. Mr. Caramanico, please begin your testimony when you are ready.
As leader of an engineering firm that designs transportation projects, I'm in favor of that last project also. I didn't say it that way. Thank you very much. I am Tom Caramanico, volunteer executive director for Independence Historical Trust. The trust has been a nonprofit partner to Independence National Historical Park for 51 years. We are the very first Friends group for a national park in the nation's history. Thank you for letting us be here today. Recently, we finalized a $4.5 million raise to fund the design costs associated with restoring the long-shuttered First Bank of the United States building. Our efforts unlocked an additional $22.2 million in federal dollars from the Great American Outdoors Act for the physical restoration of this national historic landmark. That work is underway now at the First Bank, just a few blocks from here. We are now raising $6.6 million to fund the fabrication and installation of immersive museum exhibits that will tell the story of the creation and expansion of the early American economy. It is for this work that we seek a grant from this committee. We have pledged or in hand approximately $1.5 million for this $6.6 million effort. And with a grant from you, we will leverage new donors to reach the goal. This project has federal money, a state RACP grant, foundation money, and money from private donors. The First Bank project is directly connected to the 250th anniversary of the United States with legislation passed by Congress in 1791 in Independence Hall that you can see out the window behind me. At that time, Philadelphia was the nation's capital. Historically, the First Bank of the United States was a critical element in the founding of the American nation. As the centerpiece of the financial policy of Washington's presidency, the First Bank was transformative, giving the new federal government unprecedented financial solvency and reestablishing its credit both at home and abroad. It laid the foundation for the Industrial Revolution across Pennsylvania and across the nation, and helped unify the separate economies of the 13 states. Together with the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the U.S. Constitution in 1788, the First Bank, created in 1791, helped forge a single nation from the former British colonies. A substantial portion of the money the Trust raised for the design costs for the First Bank Museum included securing a world-renowned exhibit design firm. These designs are finished and ready to go to bid to be produced and installed in the restored building. In the exhibit, an introductory film will describe the diversity of the American people: merchants and farmers, landowners and artisans, frontiersmen and sailors, with a mix of free, indentured, and enslaved labor. In separate exhibits, visitors will discover the sweeping vision of the then Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, to remake the nation's entire economy and financial system. But visitors will also learn of the contradictions in America, a nation founded on the concept of equality, but which was economically dependent on enslaved labor and the forced displacement of Native American people by westward expansion. The exhibits will be immersive and character-driven, with stories of real people and lived experiences. With both a separate seminar room for financial literacy courses and additional space for rotating exhibits, the First Bank will become a leading venue for students to learn about the early history of the American nation and financial literacy for a modern world. In summary, the construction phase is fully funded and will be completed by the spring of 2025. The exhibit fabrication process should start in spring of 24. This is the phase for which we are seeking funding from the Infrastructure and Improvements Committee. The installation of the exhibits would take place in May 2025 and be ready for the museum to open in early 2026. In closing, the First Bank Museum ties directly to the founding of our nation and represents a successful legacy capital improvement in Philadelphia's historic district. The story of the early American economy is not currently told in Independence Park or anywhere in our great nation, but the new First Bank Museum will fill that void. And finally, I'd like to say my name is Tom Caramanico, and I approve this message.
And we thank you for that. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
Tom, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
What this project has been a long time coming, and what have been the reasons year after year after year that this has been delayed?
Well, it actually was not a priority of the National Park Service to actually restore the building and put exhibits in it until about 5 or 6 years ago. They asked us to start raising the money in 2017. We took on the challenge to raise what at that time they thought was $17 million. Ultimately, the entire project would be something like $35 million. So they asked us in 2017 to start raising the money. They had some other potential uses for the building over the years. The last time it was really open to the public was around 1976, when it was a temporary, just before that it had been the visitor center. They built a new visitor center for 76. They used it for some office space and storage and things like that, but they didn't actually identify it as a museum to tell the story until about 2016 or 17.
Thanks.
Thank you again for your testimony here today. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with that, we finish up our first round of testimony here today. The members will be taking a 15-minute break, and then we will come back and take the rest of the testimony. Exceptional projects. Grateful for a very robust lineup of testifiers. We are ready to reconvene the America250PA infrastructure, etc. committee back to order. We heard some exceptional projects this morning, and we're very excited to hear your projects this afternoon. And I'm going to briefly reintroduce Cassandra Coleman. She is the Executive Director of America250PA, just to provide a refresh or a reminder of the rules to testify. Cassandra.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. I know we've had some turnover in folks in the room, so I just want to remind everybody of the process for the hearing today. So one of our co-chairs will introduce you. We ask that you come forward with your name tent and join us at this table here in the front. We ask that only the person who's registered to testify please come forward. If you have any collateral or anything you would like to get to the panel, you could take advantage of Katie over here, who will be happy to help distribute all of the information to the panel. Once you begin testifying, you have 5 minutes to complete your testimony. At 30 seconds remaining, you'll hear a bell. We ask you at that point to please finish your sentence or your thought, and then at the full 5 minutes, you'll hear. And then we'll actually open it up to the panel for either one question or comment. So I think with that, we are ready to go.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. And I'd like to welcome our first testifier this afternoon. It is Sean Connolly, Arch Street Meeting House Preservation Trust. And Mr. Connolly, we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Conley, the Executive Director of the Arch Street Meeting House Preservation Trust, and I'm very pleased to tell you about our upcoming capital improvement project for 2026. Deeded in 1701 by William Penn as a burial ground, Arch Street Meeting House is a National Historic Landmark located at 4th and Arch Streets, just 2 blocks from where we are now. The Meeting House represents the legacy of Quakerism in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The Meeting House is the only historic site and museum in the United States that exclusively explores Quaker history and the movements they have inspired. The Meeting House is emblematic of William Penn's vision for Pennsylvania. It embodies the Quaker principles and testimonies which helped form early colonial and state government: simplicity, peace, integrity, community, equality, and stewardship. Those lofty ideals were in the minds of the early founders of this Commonwealth and helped shape the new republic. Quaker principles inspired our nation's founding documents and are the reason Thomas Jefferson called William Penn the greatest lawgiver the world has produced. Among the 20,000 internments on the grounds of the Meeting House are some of those early founders, including Chief Justice and Mayor of Philadelphia James Logan, and Commandant Samuel Nichols, the founder of the United States Marine Corps. Arch Street Meeting House has been used in the shaping of this country and has taken center stage in its various national debates. The Meeting House has hosted abolitionists such as Lucretia Mott and Sarah and Angelina Grimke, and civil rights leaders such as Bayard Rustin. As recently as the 1970s, the Meeting House was used as a gathering place for LGBTQ leaders for the Philadelphia Conference, where the National March on Washington for Gay and Lesbian Rights was planned. These revolutionary figures and movements have shaped the Meeting House's legacy, just as they have the history of the United States. As a historic site and museum, we share these stories now with tens of thousands of visitors every year, and the 250th gives us an opportunity to showcase these stories in a new light. The Meeting House is obviously an extremely important historic site, but it's also a center of community and provides low-cost and subsidized meeting space for hundreds of organizations throughout the year. According to a recent study conducted by Partners for Sacred Places and the University of Pennsylvania School of Public Policy, Arch Street Meeting House provides an annual economic benefit to Philadelphia of over $2 million through space sharing subsidies and direct spending, and an additional education subsidies increase our economic benefit to over $5 million. This history and economic impact positions the Meeting House as an important site to invest before the Semiquincentennial. Our projects will address HVAC, the installation of fire suppression systems, new lighting, and updates to the exhibits in the Meeting House. The project will add a new electrical and water utility line to support these much-needed improvements. PECO has already agreed to bring in three-phase electrical service to support these major improvement projects, which will also have the added benefit of allowing additional businesses on 3rd Street to access more stable power. Lighting will be improved, increasing the usability of spaces for rentals throughout the year. A fire suppression sprinkler system will be installed to safeguard the historic fabric of the building and protect visitors. Of course, one of the reasons Philadelphia does not have more historic buildings is due to the devastating effect of fires, and this project will fix that. Finally, our museum exhibits, many of which date from the bicentennial, will be overhauled to tell a more updated history of Quakerism. We'll raise nearly $2 million from individual giving to support this project, much of which is already pledged. We were awarded $150,000 from the National Trust for Historic Preservation as seed funding for construction, and additional grants have been requested. And we have budgeted nearly $500,000 from capital funds to complete these projects by 2026. To get us over the finish line, we need support from America250 to secure these projects' successful completion by 2026. Your investment in this national historic landmark will ensure preservation, expanded community, and a better visitor experience for all. Thank you for allowing me to present today, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, questions for Mr. Conley? Very good. We thank you very much for your testimony today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next, we have Tavis Sanders, co-founder, executive director, and Rini Sanders, co-founder, Indigenous Education. Tavis and Rini, when you're ready, please provide your testimony. Thank you. It's Renee. Sorry, Renee. I'm sorry, Renee.
Good day. My name is Tavis. I'd like to welcome my mother and our co-founder, Renee Red Silver Fox Sanders.
Legacy, an idea which holds firm in the constitution of individuals, communities, and nations. Unique to this coming semi-quincentennial is the opportunity to acknowledge the multitudes of legacies which is the story of the United States of America. We, the founders, board of directors, and the interconnected communities of Indigenous Education nonprofit utilize the principles of an Iroquois philosophy called the seventh generation principle, which states, the decisions we make today should result in a sustainable world 7 generations into the future. Keeping this principle in mind, we of Indigenous Education request this collective to envision that principle with the opportunity for the legacy or legacies you choose to not only acknowledge impactful community moments and events of the past, but to also envision our moments of today and the legacy which we shall create, hopefully extending at least 7 generations. In 1526, the Spanish attempted to establish the first colony on what became known as the mainland United States. 500 years later, in 2026, while the nation is commemorating its 250th year anniversary, we, the indigenous peoples of this land, will be experiencing a different kind of commemoration. By utilizing the remembrance of this occasion, we not only can acknowledge the benefits the indigenous people have offered this nation, we can also begin to repair and revitalize the legacy of the original peoples of this land. This legacy project is centered on the rehabilitation of an abandoned water reservoir into its original state, a flat-top mound. By placing a replica wigwam and longhouse on the ground of the now rehabilitated flat-top mound, incorporating the Ohio House, a relic of a past centennial celebration, and the surrounding park as a staging ground, Indigenous Education will offer a diverse array of educational programs and workshops spotlighting Indigenous Native history and culture. Educational programs such as our Biking to Indigenous Spaces can offer more meaningful experiences to the participants and increase the reach of already existing partners, such as the City of Philadelphia and Indigo Bikes. The economic and cultural benefits to the city, region, and possibly the world is far-reaching. As a co-founder alongside my son, we are committed to shaping a narrative that not only acknowledges our past, but also offers a future where all legacies are cherished, celebrated, and publicly woven into the very fabric of our nation's identity. As I personally consider the legacy of my forefathers and mothers, I am not only humbled but also strengthened by the connectivity of it all. My forefathers, men such as my father, Major Charles Mormon Brown, who fought in World War II, or my 3 times great-grandfather, John Tyler, the first vice president to be elevated to the office of president by the death of his predecessor, or my 3 times great-grandfather, Abraham Brown, a free indigenous man of color who fought in the Revolutionary War and whose name appears on a monument in Charles City County, Virginia, which also happened to be one of the first places where John Smith visited. My foremothers, all of indigenous descent, while they may not have been allowed the opportunity to participate or hold high office until recently, all desired only the best for their children and taught those who have taught me what we call today the old ways. Indigenous, black, or white, the thread which connects us is the desire for a better nation. In conclusion, this legacy and infrastructure project, which encompasses historical restoration, educational engagement, cultural celebration, and community collaboration, sets the stage for positive, long-lasting economic outcomes. From increased tourism and visitor spending to job creation, educational programming, and the potential for replication in other cities, this initiative has the capacity to contribute to the economic vibrancy and sustainability of not only the local community, but also the indigenous peoples of this region, all while promoting a deeper understanding of indigenous Native history and culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony here today. Members, questions for the Sanders? Aisha?
Hi, thank you so much for your testimony again. Can you tell me where the project is going to be located and how do you plan to connect with our Philadelphia school children to talk about your work?
Yes, excuse me. The project is going to be located in West Philadelphia behind the Mann Music Center, if you know where the Mann is on 52nd Street. The Mann was actually called George's Hill before the last centennial. And a water reservoir that's located behind the Mann Music Center, which is abandoned, is the space where the water reservoir would be rehabbed back into its original state as a flat top mound, which would then host the wigwam and also the longhouse replica. We are actually engaging right now with the city and finalizing certifications that's going to be necessary for us to become a vendor with the public school system. And after that is done, hopefully by Indigenous Peoples Day this year, we'll be able to offer curriculums and workbooks that we're already establishing, and then connect with charter schools and other programs to do the horticultural tours, the biking tours, and working with other partners to get into every school system.
Thank you.
Again, thank you so much for your testimony here today.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next testifiers are Victor Young, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, and Brenda Maddox Young, Curating Coordinator at Called to Serve Community Development Corporation. Welcome, and please proceed with your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you for this opportunity. First, I have to correct my title. I'm Chairman of the Board of Trustees for Zion Baptist Church of Philadelphia. Okay? But together with Called to Serve, I am co-project director for the Leon H. Sullivan Community Impact Center. You have our written testimony, But if you don't mind, I'd like to digress a bit to tell you the story behind the story. The late city councilman Thatcher Longstreth referred to Reverend Sullivan as the most important Philadelphian since Ben Franklin. Our project serves to showcase the legacy of the Lion of Zion and all he meant to the city and to our country. He was a man who had vision. He saw a need for action that would get the Nicetown Tioga community in a position to participate in the American dream. How did he do that? There were bad gang problems at the time. He created sports teams to get the kids off the street. Seeing that those kids needed jobs, he went to the major companies in the city and said, "Give my people jobs." They refused. He led the selective patronage program. When those companies saw the economic impact of the black community and cried uncle, they came back to him and said, well, they don't have the skills necessary. So he created OIC, Opportunities Industrialization Center, which at a point became the largest job creation corporation in the country. What we intend to do with our Community Impact Center is to address the economic challenges that are facing our youth today. And we want to create opportunities for the youth and a vibrant community hub for all ages. We're going to do that by allowing entrepreneurship and employment opportunities, to improve health outcomes for individuals and families, bringing together diverse programs such as esports, violence intervention, fresh food access, safe schools, community health, workforce development, community arts, and college outreach. Brenda is going to give you a moment discussion on the curatorial aspects of the project.
Yes, with the person that we're dedicating this building to, Dr. Sullivan, he was such an outstanding person that we can't see just having a name on the building and people coming inside, participating in all the activities there without knowing who that person was. And in doing that, we have partnered with Emory University, who has 90% of the archival material of Dr. Sullivan. They, in turn, after hearing what our program is about, said, okay, we want to partner with you, and not just partner with you, but we're going to give you fellowship money to assist you in curating the life story of Dr. Sullivan. I want when the young people come into that building, that when they walk in the door, they hear his voice. They see his face. They know what he did. And knowing that he was a man who was born in West Virginia and raised by his grandmother. A lot of the young people in that area, they're being raised by their grandparents as well. So it's a story of a person who has outstanding abilities that he did in our community, as well as being on the board of General Motors. So we're going to tell his story throughout the building so that the children will understand where this is coming from. And they can learn how to then say, guess what? If he did that from West Virginia, let me see what I can do. And with partnering with the Emory University, they have assisted us with partnering possibly with the Schomburg Center in Harlem, because we have an art program that we're going to be doing at the center. And when Emory realized what we're doing, and I told them about our interest in the Schomburg, they were saying that they're going to assist us in making contact with them as well. So there's a lot of good things that will be coming out of this Impact Center. Thank you.
We, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. We hope that you understand the import of this particular project and that we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
So is the idea that a young person comes in and they're sort of surrounded with social services support, workforce development in one space.
That's the idea.
And the partners you have, in terms of their commitment, I see here some of the financial commitment. Have they all provided a financial commitment in anticipation of the opening of the center?
They have provided leases or letters of intent for leases. And so, yes, they have committed themselves to this project.
How many do you have?
Off the top, Temple Universities are probably our largest. We're working towards, we have an arts program, Alice and Daisy's Kin. They will be providing art training and art therapy. We're working on getting the specific esports program, but we have been in touch with a couple, and we're just waiting to finalize those projects.
Thank you.
Aisha.
So we heard from Mother Bethel, AME, which was really the foundation of philanthropy in the African American community. And we know that Zion is really the foundation of economic development in the African American community and linked together the social, cultural, and financial life of African Americans. Can you tell a little bit about how you're going to translate that story to young people?
Well, as I believe Brenda mentioned, it's our intention to have we do have a curatorial team right now that's working to develop all of the information that we can obtain. The 90% of the archives of the Lion are located in Emory University, and the team is working as we speak to determine what, how, where in the building that is being created, how that will be able to affect a kid as he or she comes into the building. We want them to be immersed in what the Lion did, what they in turn can do.
Thank you. Thank you for being a stabilizing force at Broad and Venango.
We're trying. We're trying. Thank you very much.
We thank you again for your testimony here today.
Thank you very much.
Carl Jenkins, CEO, and Larry Dickerson, consultant for New Freedom Theater.
Appreciate you having us today. My name is Larry Dickerson, and I am accompanied by Carl Jenkins, who is the CEO and board chair of New Freedom Theater. New Freedom Theater, located at 1346 North Broad Street in Philadelphia, is a nonprofit 299-seat theater and performing arts training center. It's listed on the National Register of Historic Places and is designated as a National Historic Landmark. New Freedom Theater sets the northern boundary of Philadelphia's famed Avenue of the Arts. The proposed revitalization project includes an obligation to preserve, renovate, and transform the current historic cultural arts site into an architecturally forward-thinking, state-of-the-art, mixed-use theater, cultural center, residential, and commercial centerpiece within the North Broad Street corridor. We were referred to this committee by Senator Sharif Street's office. The project vision was conceived by Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins has an extensive and very successful career. He's a member of the legendary Roots Crew. He's produced, written, directed, and participated in a plethora of theatrical productions, documentaries, and album recordings. He's also an alumnus of New Freedom Theater as a kid. Mr. Jenkins is passionate that the training and direction he received as a kid is part of the foundation of his successful career. Mr. Jenkins is supported by a 5-member board, an additional 3-member advisory board, and an administrative staff of 9. Additional support with multiple key organizations. eConsult Solutions, a Philadelphia-based consulting firm experienced in historical redevelopment projects. They're going to be providing guidance, oversight guidance, and consultative services for this project. ESI has done brilliant work on projects like 1300 Fairmount, which is also on the North Broad Street corridor, which is a residential and mixed-use retail space. ESI also has clients such as the Pennsylvania Historical Museum Commission and Preservation, and has expert knowledge of economic benefits of investment in historic preservation. Bassman, Alderman, and Weiss prestigious accounting firm in operation for over 40 years. Blank & Rome, prestigious law firm in operations for over 40 years, providing legal direction. Multiple schools in the Philadelphia region have expressed interest in supporting New Freedom Theater, most notably Shipley School with a collaboration with their Mural Arts program. Malvern Prep is exploring an annual lottery scholarship award for NFT students. And our neighbor, Temple University. Senior Associate Dean and Director of Architecture, Kate Wingert-Platon, is currently engaging key faculty members to develop a plan for their graduate and master's level students to obtain real-world experience by shadowing architectural professionals during all phases of this project. Goals: programming and training to the local community and students from various school districts. Programming that celebrates and expresses the diversity of the community and makes a voice available for groups in the community that may otherwise go unheard. Promoting understanding between cultures and to serve as a catalyst for positive social and economic change. Community benefits: preserving American history. Serve as a medium to chronicle Philadelphia, the state of Pennsylvania, and American history in general through storytelling, music, and performances. Fostering a sense of pride and knowledge about the history of our rich and diverse culture. Skill development. Provide paid internships and training in theater production. This not only provides local employment opportunities, but also equips community members with outstanding transferable skills as well. Empowerment through the arts has been proven. This fosters personal growth, it boosts confidence, and encourages artistic exploration. Discouraging criminal activity. Serves as a channel to divert the attention and energy of young people away from the streets, create a safe and nurturing environment, provide positive alternatives for self-expression and personal development. In conclusion, the New Freedom Theater request of funds for this important revitalization project, which is estimated at about $14 million, falls within the $2.1 million in greater proposal category. The revitalization project will positively impact many counties within the state of Pennsylvania, but will have the most profound effect on the city of Philadelphia, Philadelphia County, Liberty, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery counties. This project embodies the essence of America250PA's mission of making valuable contributions to education, cultural preservation, and community engagement within the state. Funding from the America250PA platform will not only help facilitate the revitalization project of New Freedom Theater, but also presents a unique opportunity to leave a special legacy on North Philadelphia, complementing its natural beauty, history, neighborhood character, and time for tourists that will flock in 2026. Thank you.
Mr. Dickerson, Mr. Jenkins, thank you so much for your testimony today. Members, questions on this project?
Not a question, but a comment. If Senator Street were here, he would say that our office is going to be following up with you.
We appreciate that.
Indeed. And Mr. Jenkins, you know, someone who has had great success that comes back to their hometown to try and be a role model and encourage the next generation is really commendable. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, and I'd like to just say we're honored to be here in front of the committee, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next testifier today is Tracy Ray Beck, the Executive Director of American Swedish Historical Museum. Ms. Beck, we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I wasn't sure if all of you would know the museum, and so I brought you a packet about the museum, but we are located in South Philadelphia in FDR Park, just down the block from Philadelphia's major sports stadiums. We are the only museum here in Philadelphia and possibly in the whole Commonwealth that really interprets the pre-William Penn history of Pennsylvania, and therefore were very important in these commemorations of America as well, because we interpret not just the Swedish colony that was established here in 1638, but also the Lenape and Susquehannock and how the Swedes lived amongst them and with them. Our museum was founded and built for the sesquicentennial celebration in 1926 that took place in South Philadelphia, and we are one of the only remaining buildings from that particular celebration. In fact, our building was named after John Morton, who was a signer of the Declaration of Independence, who was a descendant of the Swedish colony. So in 2026, we'll be turning 100 years old, and that's a very important anniversary for us, of course, and we have a lot of projects, capital improvements, and programmatic things planned for that birthday. And they include preservation projects like restoring our historic windows. We plan to double the size of our collection storage because we've been getting a remarkable number of donations in recent years, and we need to replace our HVAC system with something that's more environmentally friendly and easier to control because our current one is from 1990. We have a few accessibility and visibility projects that I wanted to tell you about, so I put some photos in your packets on the left-hand side. You can see our current entrance that faces FDR Park is very typical of the 1920s with lots of stairs. If you turn the next page, you'll see the conceptual drawing for how we plan to change the entrance and incorporate a ramp, especially since the pandemic. More and more of our activities have been happening outside, and for people with accessibility issues, if they want to get from the inside of the museum to the terrace where those happen, they have to go all the way around the building currently. On the next page, you can see our Pattison Avenue facade. I probably don't need to tell you, but millions of people drive down Pattison Avenue every year to go to things at the sports stadiums. And in 2026, there will be even more with all of the amazing sporting events that are going to be happening in our neighborhood. And currently, people can't even tell if we're open, what we are as an organization. And so we have a planned expansion that's going to happen on that side of the building, which you can see a conceptual rendering of next. Well, we have several goals here: make it handicap accessible, make it visible, make it striking with a modern Scandinavian look, and to have better access for cars. If you turn to the last page in this larger packet, you can see the site plan and the fact that the two yellow rectangles are the additions that'll be built to the building, adding about 6,000 square feet to the building itself. Some of the things that that additional space will allow us to do, we're really excited to add a community gallery where other ethnic groups will be able to have like guest curate an exhibit talking about their cultural identity to share with the public that come to our museum. We'll have additional spaces for students and lifelong learners. We do classes, we do school groups, we do art classes and things like that. We'll be adding office space needed for our 21st century operations. And then the other thing you can see in the plan drawing is parking. If you've been down to our area of the city, you know parking is a huge issue, and this would give us parking that was dedicated to the museum that we're not sharing with Eagles fans or the Philadelphia Flower Show and that sort of thing. We at the museum really believe that it's foundational to understand all of the cultures that make up America, both in the 1600s all the way through today. And so we are proud to have played a part in telling that story for the last 100 years and want to be around for another 100 more.
Thank you so much, Ms. Beck, for your testimony today. Members, questions? May I ask a question? This building that you inhabit,
yes.
What was its original purpose?
It was built during the Sesquicentennial to be our museum. It looks like a house, and that was intentional. They combined the architectural designs of a Swedish manor house and Mount Vernon to make the house for our museum.
We had a conversation as we were quickly grabbing a bite to eat and talking about buildings, and I have an incredible building in my district that at some point in the 1970s they took this magnificent Victorian era building and put basically a contemporary steel cage over the top of it and bricked the lower half of it. And it is my fervent hope that at some point it's right on the square in Hanover, Pennsylvania, which most of you probably know of Hanover as being the place where the potato chips you eat are manufactured. But it has really dramatically changed the look of that square. And it's not original. What are your thoughts on radically changing the historic facade of this building?
Well, what I love about our plan is that we're going to preserve the historical meant to be the front of the building facade that's on the park side. This building was always intended to be viewed from the park because they didn't know that Pattison Avenue was going to become this major thoroughfare. So that side of the building will remain largely unchanged. We've gotten very favorable feedback to how we're incorporating handicap accessibility into the plan. But it's really important for organizations like ours to show that we are modern and alive and thriving. And so to me, Pattison Avenue is the side to do that. That's where all the action is. And so people will still get to appreciate our building for what it is on the other side and get to see something completely new on the Pattison Avenue side.
Well, it's I really appreciate that, and my Scandinavian and Swedish ancestors came much later than those that you honor in this museum. Fairly recent immigrants, but appreciate the work that you do to preserve that history. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Oh, here it is. George Leone, President, Board Chair, Homecoming 250 Navy Marine Corps. George, come on up and provide your testimony.
Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. I am George Leone, the President and Chairman of Homecoming 250 Navy Marine Corps, and we are honored to be an America250PA officially recognized event and to be a national partnership program with America250. Homecoming 250 is a Pennsylvania charity dedicated to bringing the celebration of the Navy and Marine Corps' 250th birthday to their birthplace in Philadelphia and the Delaware River. As a result of our efforts and the unanimous support of the House and Senate of Pennsylvania, the Secretary of the Navy has directed the Navy and Marine Corps to celebrate their 250th anniversaries in Philadelphia and Camden, and the Navy and the Marine Corps' 250th celebration in fall 2025 will be a national event that will give Pennsylvania and Greater Philadelphia the grand opening event of the Semiquincentennial and the largest military and veterans-oriented event of which I'm aware during the Semiquincentennial. The spectacular signature event of our Navy Marine Corps 250th celebration, which got the endorsement of all 14 living Secretaries of the Navy, would be to host the greatest gathering ever of American naval history by assembling ships from every major conflict in which the Navy and Marines had defended the United States. This can only happen here on the Delaware because Philadelphia has preserved the cruiser Olympia, the only surviving ship from the Spanish-American War, which also served in World War I, and its neighbor Camden has preserved the battleship New Jersey, which fought in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the Cold War, and the Middle East. The Pennsylvania state flagship, the brig Niagara, will be sailing from Erie to represent the Navy of the War of 1812, and a replica ship will represent the Navy of the American Revolution. The Navy of the present will be represented by active duty naval vessels. That leaves the Civil War. To complete this unprecedented and educational gathering of Navy history, it is necessary to represent the Navy of the Civil War, which reunited our country and ended slavery. Unfortunately, the only Union vessel remaining afloat is incapable, at the present time at least, of making the trip to Philadelphia. So we are planning to recreate the most famous and revolutionary ship of the Civil War, the ironclad USS Monitor. The Monitor defeated the Confederate ironclad Merrimack and earned the fame as the little ship that saved the nation. As the first armored turreted warship, the Monitor set the pattern for naval ships from the Civil War through World War II. And as this drawing suggests, that the Monitor being the ship on the right, it is the simplest looking naval vessel ever created, and therefore the easiest to recreate. We asked the committee to support our Monitor project as a permanent legacy of the Navy and Marine Corps 250th celebration. We plan to create the only full-scale floating replica of the Monitor that exists today that would attract tourists to the Philadelphia area for decades to come. Visitors would be able to walk its 180-foot metal deck, enter its revolutionary turret, and see its guns and innovative features. This historic vessel will educate residents and visitors about the Navy, about the Civil War, and about the sacrifices of those who ended slavery. Moreover, constructing the Monitor replica will help support Pennsylvania's shipbuilding industry and its employees. Philly Shipyard, the only surviving shipyard building deep draft vessels in Pennsylvania, is interested in building the Monitor. That would give the shipyard a prominent role in the Navy and Marine Corps 250th celebration and potentially attract contracts for naval vessels at the shipyard. Building the Monitor would bring $2.4 million itself to this Pennsylvania shipyard and more as a result of the Navy contracts. The Monitor itself would create about 20 jobs, provide works for the shipyard's employees who come from all over eastern Pennsylvania, and enable it to train apprentices needed to keep shipbuilding alive in Pennsylvania. Maintaining and operating the Monitor would also provide employment opportunities for Pennsylvania residents for many years. It's estimated that it will create at least 5 permanent jobs with a $150,000 annual salary to do the touring and the maintaining of the ship. At present, the most likely berth for the Monitor is right across the river from Philadelphia next to the battleship New Jersey, because the Independent Seaport Museum, which partners with the battleship, cannot take on any further vessels. It's fighting to keep the vessels that it has. But a third of the battleship's employees are Pennsylvania residents, and it cooperates with Philadelphia's Independent Seaport Museum to conduct combined tours. So the resulting tourism will help Pennsylvania businesses now and in the future, particularly since if you're going to see something in Camden, you probably stay and eat in Philadelphia. The Philly Shipyard has agreed to contribute $400,000, the $2.4 million cost. We will raise that much and more from private donors, but support from the America250 infrastructure improvement projects is crucial to the project's success. We ask for support of $1.5 million, which will enable us to finalize the contract with Philly Shipyard, make the initial payments, and ensure construction will be completed in time for the Semiquincentennial. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
Thank you, George. Can you just weave together how this fits together in kind of one narrative? You have the 250 Navy piece that's, I guess, going to hit first. You have the construction of this ship, and then how does that all sort of springboard into 2026? Like, what intervening events are you all planning?
Well, first off, when we convinced the Secretary of the Navy, he was also convinced that the Navy and the Marine Corps should have a Navy Marine Week this October in Philadelphia, bringing ships and sailors and Marines here to do public service projects and probably to announce his decision. Then we will have events probably around the Navy and Marine Corps birthday in 2024. The ship will be in progress building in 2024 and be completed in early 2025. And fall 2025 is the Navy and Marine Corps celebration, the 250th celebration, which will take place here for at least 10 days and have the full cooperation of the Navy and Marine Corps.
Thank you.
We very much appreciate the testimony, and it sounds like it's an audacious but attainable goal, and look forward to your success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like Cassandra, I'm extremely persistent, and that's what's resulted in this project getting as far as it has. Thank you again.
That will serve you well, I'm sure. Very good. And our next testifier today is Kelsey Bates, the Executive Director of the Rosenbach Museum and Library. And Ms. Bates, we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Scouten Bates, and I am the Executive Director of the Rosenbach Museum and Library, located in Center City, Philadelphia, on the beautiful 2000 block of Delancey Place. The Rosenbach is home to some of the most important Revolutionary era materials in the world, and we welcome thousands of visitors on site each year. As that number grows year over year, and we expect a significantly larger number of people to visit in 2026, the Rosenbach requests a $1.4 million grant to restore and refresh its most public-facing areas. The American History Collection is the Rosenbach's largest collection, and I'd like to give you some highlights of what we hold and share with our growing public. The Rosenbach holds 100 letters by George Washington and 130 additional Washington-related materials, including his resignation speech and the laudatory response to it by the Fourth Continental Congress. We hold 80 letters and other materials by Ben Franklin, including his first issue of Poor Richard's Almanac, the only first edition known to exist. Our 31 letters by John Adams include one written in February 1776 from Philadelphia, describing the chaotic state of politics and the rise of an American republic. The Rosenbach is home to 53 letters and documents by Thomas Jefferson, including his unedited manuscript for the Declaration of Independence, and the list of people who were enslaved at Monticello, two documents that we share side by side with visitors to create an honest dialogue about his life and philosophies. We own a beautifully intact 1773 first edition of Phillis Wheatley's Book of Poems, the first book of poetry ever published by an enslaved person. We hold a first edition of the Federalist Papers in their original roughed board bindings, which is how they would have been distributed to the public to encourage ratification of the Constitution. This collection has a uniquely Philadelphia beginning. Our founder, renowned bookseller of the early 20th century, Dr. A.S.W. Rosenbach, inherited much of his American history collection from his uncle, Moses Pollock, whose store right here in Old City welcomed the likes of Edgar Allan Poe and Herman Melville. This is where Dr. Rosenbach discovered his own love of rare books and historic manuscripts and went on to build the nation's most important libraries, including the Folger Shakespeare Library in Washington and the Morgan in New York. Rosenbach expanded the collection to what is now 400,000 historic items, many of them unique and the rest of them rare. He and his brother Philip left that collection to be a library benefiting the city of Philadelphia and beyond. Today, the Rosenbach welcomes tens of thousands of visitors on site and online from around the world. For the 2026 celebration, the staff of the Rosenbach are planning for a large influx of visitors, well beyond the 7,000 we receive on site each year. We will highlight our newly opened permanent collections gallery featuring our peerless American history collection, develop a special behind the bookcase tour where intimate groups of 12 at a time can get up close and even touch original materials by the likes of Jefferson, Wheatley, and Washington, and develop new reading courses on the country's founding documents and related books. Finally, we are exploring the possibility of waiving our admission fee for 1 year, pending a donor gift that will cover admission for all for a full year. All of these plans, coupled with the broader promotion of Philadelphia as a destination in 2026, will result in multiplied visitorship to the Rosenbach. However, our buildings are not quite ready for this influx. The buildings where our collection is housed are in great need of repair. They were built in the 1860s, and they were renovated most recently in 2000, when 2008 Delancey was added to 2010 Delancey, the Rosenbach's original home. With the influx of visitors, the Rosenbach would like to fast-track its plans to improve its aging buildings, particularly the areas visitors see most and visit most often. We are proposing the following improvements to give every person who visits the Rosenbach in 2026 and beyond a strong positive impression of our institution and the city of Philadelphia in general. First, we will clean and repoint and repair the masonry on the front facades of both 2008 and 2010 Delancey. You can see a photo there of our front facades. We will repair or replace 23 windows on the front facades of both buildings, and the 2 very aging doors on each of the buildings. We will add an orientation gallery to an empty gallery on the first floor, showcasing the Rosenbach history, why they're here, and why they built their collection. And we will replace aging carpeting that is beyond our ability to clean, 30-year-old carpeting that many, many visitors have walked across. And finally, we will repair and repaint aging plaster and improve the paint in the most public areas of our buildings. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Members, questions? May I ask, if I were to come to visit as a member of the public, how is all of this accessed?
So we, during the week, we're open for guided tours of our house where you can learn about the brothers, you can look at historic documents and books, and we encourage people to join one of our many public programs. We hold about 30 courses over the year that are about or inspired by a book in our collection. We have lectures, we have performances, and we have special tours that are themed around some of the items in our collection.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thanks
very
again.
much.
Dr. Michael Barsanti from the Library Company of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Michael Barsanti, and I serve as the Edwin Wolf II Director of the Library Company of Philadelphia. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee members for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing, and to commend you and your peers for leading the effort to celebrate Pennsylvania's role in the founding of our nation. The Library Company was founded by Benjamin Franklin in 1731 as a learning community of citizens seeking to improve themselves and their city through discourse informed by shared books. As the country's first lending library, first museum, and first Library of Congress, the Library Company served as a witness to our nation's founding and as a source of knowledge and community for America's earliest civic leaders. I am here today to ask you for your support as we embark on the next great chapter of our organization's history and renew our efforts to serve as a resource that cultivates civic awareness and engagement through shared learning. When our democracy was being born, the Library Company was there. We were the first Library of Congress, making our collections available to the delegates to the First Continental Congress in 1774, the Second Continental Congress in 1775, the Constitutional Convention in 1787, and the first constitutional government of the United States from 1790 to 1800. At that time, the Library Company held significant works on political theory, law, history, and statecraft that undoubtedly framed the minds of the authors of our nation's guiding documents. 9 signers of the Declaration were shareholders in the Library Company. While our collection has grown significantly since that time, now containing more than 1 million books, prints, and artifacts relating to America's early history, the Library Company has preserved the works that our nation's founders relied on. Among our many treasures are Benjamin Franklin's annotated copy of John Locke's 2 treatises of government, phrases of which are echoed in the Declaration of Independence, and a Library Company loan slip signed by a member of the Continental Congress from Georgia that allowed him to check out a copy of Thomas Paine's Common Sense, a publication that advocated for national independence. These resources, carefully preserved over nearly 3 centuries, are part of what makes the Library Company of Philadelphia one of the nation's foremost research centers on early American history. Thousands of scholars and educators use the Library Company's collections annually to conduct important research, explore early American history, and write the history books that will one day be used in our children's classrooms. The Library Company's historic collections are housed in an aging 1960s building on Locust Street in Philadelphia. Many of the building's systems, including its HVAC and climate controls, have exceeded their life expectancy. Our capital priorities also include replacing the structure's roof, renovating the spaces utilized by scholars, and adding exterior lighting and cameras to ensure the safety of our collections. While our collections have been well stewarded for nearly 3 centuries, we require additional investment to ensure that we can preserve these important works for future generations. In addition to our primary building, the Library Company is also fortunate to own a neighboring townhouse, the Cassatt House, that was designed by leading Philadelphia architect Frank Furness. A 5-story, 8,000 square foot building, the Cassatt House serves as a residential research center that provides offices, seminar and meeting rooms, public areas, kitchen and dining facilities, and living accommodations for visiting scholars conducting research in Philadelphia. The Cassatt House has become a community hub for scholars of early American history and represents a modern-day version of the Library Company in its earliest years, a community of engaged citizens sharing their knowledge for the improvement of their students, their peers, and the democratic institutions we all share. The Library Company's research fellows, many of whom are professors at some of the country's most prestigious academic institutions, consist of Pulitzer Prize winners, PhD candidates, and educators of our nation's young adults. Much like the Library Company's primary building, the Cassatt House needs substantial renovations to ensure that we are able to continue to serve our constituents. The proposed renovation of this building, to include the replacement of the structure's roof, the addition of an accessible lift, the repointing of exterior brick, the renovation of the building's kitchens, restrooms, and bedrooms, will not only ensure that this important structure is preserved, but will also position the Library Company to continue to welcome scholars from throughout the nation through 2026 and beyond. The capital improvements made to these 2 buildings will be completed in advance of the nation's 250th anniversary in 2026 and the Library Company's 300th anniversary in 2031. As we approach these important milestones, we also plan to mark these occasions with a slate of public programs, exhibitions, and new initiatives that celebrate our history and renew our commitment to advance Franklin's civic vision for the 21st century. As custodians of Pennsylvania's rich historical legacy, you understand better than most how important the Library Company of Philadelphia was to the early founders of our nation. I ask for your support in ensuring that these rare books, prints, and artifacts related to America's founding are preserved for future generations, and that our vibrant learning community is sustained by investing in these critical capital projects. Thank you again for the invitation to testify today and for the opportunity to tell you about the Library Company.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barsanti. Members, questions? Aisha.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I wondered if the Library Company collaborates with other institutions that are similar to yours, like the Schomburg Institute, the Wagner Free Institute, and the Rosenbach. Do you all work in collective with each other at all?
Absolutely. So we actually are putting together a set of programs for the 250th with the Historical Society of Pennsylvania, which we share a wall with, right next to them. The Museum of the American Revolution, the American Philosophical Society, which is sort of our little brother of an institution. They're 10 years younger than we are, as well as the University of Pennsylvania. We work with the Schomburg Center, certainly, and with the Blockson Center at Temple, because one of the specialties of the Library Company is its collection of early African American history. That's an important research center for us. It's one of our funded endowed programs. And through that work, working with Schomburg and with the Blockson Center, we service some of the country's most important historians of early African American history. We can only live through collaboration. We do a lot of it.
Thank you.
Representative Solomon.
This is actually following on that in terms of collaboration. I don't know if both you and the Rosenbach heard the proposal from the Register of Wills. Okay, so
I didn't know.
All right, so they have. I had no idea, but they have all of these historic documents, including Ben Franklin's will, that's sort of housed in their office. I would think in terms of cleaning those documents up, digitizing some of them, your institutions probably do some of this work already. Are you in touch with them at all?
Probably the most important initiative for working with that center is called Revolutionary City, which is an initiative that was begun by the American Philosophical Society, which is a huge digitization initiative that we participate in that sets out to collect together digital images of so many documents relating to colonial Philadelphia. mostly focused on what was going on outside of Independence Hall and telling the story of daily life in Philadelphia. So documents like that would be a part of and are a part of that Revolutionary City program that's going to be a cornerstone of our own approach to the 250th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next testifier today is Jennifer Stark, the Director of Capital Projects, and Andre Barrett, Director of Production at the Kimmel Center. And welcome, and please proceed with your testimony when you are ready.
Let's see. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. We are presenting the replacement of the sound system at Philadelphia's Academy of Music, the oldest known opera house still in operation in America. Over the last 167 years, the Academy has presented a vast array of artists, as well as 20 weeks of Broadway shows such as Hamilton each year. The Kimmel serves more than 1 million guests per year at 3 venues: the Kimmel Center for Performing Arts, the Academy of Music, and the Miller Theater. We are home to the Philadelphia Orchestra and 6 resident companies. The Academy of Music's direct and indirect economic impact is felt across Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. As a historical and cultural icon in Center City, the Academy anchors the city's famed Avenue of the Arts. A 2017 report by the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance found that the city's arts sector generates $1.6 billion in direct economic impact and indirect expenditures totaling $3.4 billion that contributes to job growth, household income, and tax revenues. The cumulative $4.1 billion total economic impact of Philadelphia's arts sector continues to grow each year. The Academy of Music attracts over 250,000 audience members from the Philadelphia region and 100,000 patrons from outside of our region. In 2019, the total annual economic impact of Kimmel Center operations in Pennsylvania was $349 million. Our operations supported over 5,000 jobs and generated over $6.8 million in state and local taxes. The Kimmel Center provides free education and community programs which provide broad arts access to students and their families, the majority of whom live in the most underserved communities in Philadelphia. We partner with Title I Philadelphia Public, Charter, and Archdiocese schools to fill gaps in arts and cultural education. Today, the Kimmel Center is seeking infrastructure improvement, the replacement of the Academy's aging sound system, which is now largely obsolete, and with state-of-the-art system to provide the quality of sound that today's audiences have come to expect. For 167 years, the Academy of Music has hosted world-class performances. Historical events of note are a wrestling match, the first indoor football game, and the 1872 Republican Party convention that nominated Ulysses S. Grant for president. Respectfully known as the Grand Old Lady of Locust Street, the Academy was built in 1857 as a multi-purpose opera house and concert hall, and today it is a National Historic Landmark. This project sets the stage for the many semi-quincentennial events we anticipate presenting at the Academy, while also ensuring that the theater's economic and cultural impact continues to benefit our region. The Kimmel Center is a member of the Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce and expects to partner with Philadelphia 250 to maximize our participation in the city's 250th events. The Academy of Music Audio Enhancement Project will replace an aging 25-year-old system and increasingly hard to repair. The sound system is the global speaker system for the theater. It is used as the primary sound system for all events that do not bring their own equipment. For shows that carry their own speakers, we augment their systems. However, it's increasingly risky to rely on the Academy's speakers. Over the past several years, we've completed necessary repairs averaging about $30,000 annually to keep the system running. As replacement parts are increasingly hard to find or unavailable, we will soon be unable to repair the system. A looming production fear is that the system will fail during a graduation or performance that is solely reliant on our infrastructure. The project requires 9 months for technical specifications and design, with at least 6 weeks for lead time for procuring the equipment. The project would begin planning and procurement in the fall of 2024. with installations planned for the summer of 2025. The project would then be completed prior to our fall 2025 season and definitely in time for the 2026 America 250 celebrations. On behalf of the Kimmel Center, our resident companies, and the many thousands of Pennsylvanians who enjoy our diverse performances and programs each year, I thank you for your consideration on our request.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Good. Do you expect to have special programming at all of the center's facilities for the 250th?
Yes, Andres, his production, he can talk about that.
Yes, we do. We are still partnering with a number of organizations, as well as the America 250 organization, to program throughout the entire year's worth of time. And we are working in conversations currently with Pittsburgh Symphony, UPenn, and others.
Very good. Thank you very much. We thank you for your testimony today.
Next, we have Karen Regland, Operations Manager, the George W. South Memorial Church. Please come up, Karen.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to point out first that it's the George W. South Memorial Church of the Advocate. Thank you. As revolutionary as the events of 1776 were to our nation and the world, the Church of the Advocate has been the epicenter of action that has changed the Episcopal Church, the city of Philadelphia, and our nation. In 1974, the first women were ordained as priests in our sanctuary. The church was placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1980 and designated a National Historic Landmark in 1996. Completed in 1897 as a memorial to the merchant, former Philadelphia County Treasurer, and civic leader George W. South, this neo-Gothic cathedral was built to serve the European working-class communities of North Philadelphia. Born of the Industrial Revolution, the church pushed back against the classist social structure and went without the traditional pew rentals. As the neighborhood and city changed, the church found a new way to address social inequality in the 1960s. Under the leadership of Father Paul Washington, the Advocate raised its voice against racism and poverty. In 1968, it gained national prominence when it hosted events of the National Council of Black Power and then the Black Panther Convention in 1970. The church's commitment to this struggle is memorialized in the renowned murals that grace the sanctuary today. In 1974, the Church of the Advocate became the center of international attention when it hosted the ordination of the first female priests in the Episcopal Church. More recently, the Advocate continued to express its revolutionary spirit when it offered sanctuary to an undocumented family seeking asylum. Facing the threat of deportation, they lived at the church from November of 2017 through December of 2018. Today, the Church of the Advocate serves one of the most impoverished zip codes in the Commonwealth. No matter the challenge or obstacle, our commitment to serve the poor and disenfranchised continues through a variety of programs and partnerships. In addition to weekly worship service, for 35 years, the Advocate Cafe, its soup kitchen, provides meals to anyone in need. This program continued to feed people throughout the pandemic. And even when the wall collapsed, rendering our parish hall unusable last year, we quickly rallied to reconfigure the program so that our neighbors would not go hungry. In addition to the cafe, the Advocate offers services to children and youth through a month-long summer camp, after-school programs, literacy programs, arts and crafts, school supplies distribution, Thanksgiving baskets, Christmas gifts, and it's a host site for the Grands as Parents organization. Our gymnasium also hosts multiple basketball leagues. And in partnership with Temple University, we provided COVID-19 vaccination clinics and continue to provide wellness and mental health services. We also host a Narcotics Anonymous group. Finally, the Church of the Advocate is also a center for the arts, hosting family movie nights, world-class jazz concerts, film series, and other performing arts events. Throughout its storied history, the Church of the Advocate has exemplified the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality on which our country was founded. Just as citizens fought to preserve Independence Hall from demolition in 1812, we are fighting to preserve this temple of revolutionary thought and action so that the Church of the Advocate may continue to serve its community and inspire the nation for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Members, questions for Ms. Ragland?
Hi, Karen.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay.
So I wanted to ask a question about how the church plans to collaborate with other historic preservation entities in North Philadelphia that are going to promote the ideals that you spoke about that the church has been preserving.
Well, we've become a part of a collaborative with the Pennsylvania Preservation Alliance. We are also working with the Uptown folks, as well as some Temple University programs. The City of Philadelphia and its Philly Counts program has offered outreach services so that we're continuing to foster more relationships to build more services as a community center.
Thank you. We thank you again for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Pastor Robin Heinecke. I hope did I spell that correct, say that correctly? Awesome. From Arch Street United Methodist Church. And Pastor Heinecke, please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. It is truly humbling to be in a space with so many wonderful projects. I am Robin Heinecke, the pastor of the Arch Street United Methodist Church, which is located on the southeast corner of Broad and Arch Streets here in Philadelphia's Center Square. Your purpose as a committee is to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, featuring Pennsylvania's integral role in that event and the impact of its people on the nation's past, present, and future. The Arch Street United Methodist Church entered the scene in 1862 when it was chartered as a congregation in the midst of the Civil War. Its magnificent building with its 215-foot steeple was completed in 1870 under the supervision of Bishop Matthew Simpson, an advisor to and eulogist for Abraham Lincoln. Simpson was committed to ending slavery as well as rebuilding a more equitable nation. Arch Street's construction supported the city's expansion to the west as it preceded the construction of the Masonic Temple and City Hall in Philadelphia's Center Square. On July 7, 1903, the congregation witnessed the start of Mary Harris Mother Jones's March of the Mill Children on Philadelphia's Broad Street, and then on to President Roosevelt's Long Island summer home to publicize the harsh conditions of child labor. In that same decade, the Methodist Federation for Social Action was founded by several Methodist Episcopal clergy, including Frank Mason North, author of the hymn, "Where Cross the Crowded Ways of Life," a hymn adopted by Arch Street as its theme song. Through the years as the center of Methodism in eastern Pennsylvania, Arch Street became the site of over 440 annual conferences of the United Methodist Church, during which hundreds of persons called to ministry in all its forms were commissioned or ordained. In addition to serving as a regional gathering place for the Methodist Church, Arch Street was the site of dozens of graduation ceremonies for the nurses of Hahnemann Hospital's School of Nursing. In recent years, the 900-plus seat sanctuary served briefly as the auditorium for Chinatown's Folk Arts Cultural Treasures Charter School and was the sacred place where Gloria Caceres, civil rights leader and LGBTQ activist in Philadelphia, was eulogized. In 2016, in keeping with its progressive values and commitment to social justice, Arch Street partnered with grassroots immigrant rights organization Juntos and offered sanctuary to Javier Flores, an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. Javier conducted his defense and positioned for a hearing on his U visa application while never leaving the church for almost 1 year. Javier won a stay of deportation and the right to pursue his U visa and is now the owner-operator of his own tree trimming business here in Philadelphia. Javier's courageous stand was documented by the television news program 60 Minutes, in which the church's role was prominently featured. For over 40 years, Arch Street has stood with persons who are unhoused, unsheltered. Arch Street became the first overnight cafe in the city, and in partnership with Project Home, offered overnight shelter for up to 75 persons during the winter months. A community restaurant-style meal was started and serves up to 200 persons every Sunday night. A group of volunteer nurses provided wellness services that include triage, wound care, foot baths, vital sign checks, and vaccinations. Just prior to the pandemic, the Office of Homeless Services approached the church to see if it would open as a weekday drop-in center. The church had established its own nonprofit called the Center Philadelphia, and thus was positioned to accept OHS's offer and opened daytime services in April 2020. The drop-in center remained open even in the midst of the city shutting down for the pandemic and the George Floyd protest for racial justice. The drop-in center provides access to showers, washers, dryers, intensive case management, clothing, hygiene supplies, and computer stations. In November of 2022, the city and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development selected Arch Street's daytime services to host a roundtable discussion on the root causes of street homelessness. At the heart of all of this is a multi-ethnic, multicultural, economically diverse congregation that reflects the vast diversity of the city. It is across from the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where thousands of people come to the city to visit almost every week. Since its 150-year-old steeple was determined to be unsafe, the congregation has raised $2.7 million, on the way to raising a total of $6.9 million to restore the steeple, repair the roof, and continue to add value to the community at large, especially serving our most vulnerable poor. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Pastor Heinecke. Questions? Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Pastor. I'm just wondering, I know in my community, you might have a church on one side of the street, church on the other side of the street, and the two just don't communicate about faith-related issues or do programming together. Do you know, is there any effort in this region as we move towards 2026 to try and bring faith-based institutions together to do something, whether that's a program or even a larger infrastructure project that crosses different faiths?
So the organization I'm a part of that is multi-faith, as actually includes communities of conscience like the Ethical Society, is POWER. Philadelphians Organized to Witness, Empower, and Rebuild. And in the city, there's over 50 congregations representing all faiths that are working on issues that address issues like fair funding for public schools, reducing incarceration, economic dignity, a living wage. So that organization is well established, and those relationships are really solid. For instance, Reverend Dr. Tyler from Mother Bethel AME Church and I are very close and collaborate on a lot of issues that are facing the poorest of citizens in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony here today.
Next, we have William Hartman, Montgomery County Planning Commission. William, if you want to come up and provide your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Bill Hartman. I'm the Trails and Open Space Planning Manager with the Montgomery County Planning Commission. We're pleased to be before you today to present our legacy project proposal, the renovation of a former railroad freight station into the Montgomery County Trail Junction Center. I'd like to start with an exercise to put our proposal in perspective. So if you'll indulge us with some artistic license, please close your eyes for a moment if you wish, and imagine some of the musings of our local predecessors, musings that our local predecessors may have had. I pull my canoe up to the riverbank. I am grateful for the fish I caught. My catch will be a hearty meal for our village. Thoughts from a Lenape tribe member in 1700. While my duties as Speaker of the Pennsylvania General Assembly in Philadelphia have kept me occupied, I've managed a visit to the mill I'm building on my land upriver, and am pleased to say it is progressing quite nicely. Thoughts of Isaac Norris in 1712, landowner of the town of Norris. The trains just keep coming. The unloading and loading of cars have been nonstop lately. It's almost more than my little freight station can handle. Thoughts of the Norristown freight station operator in the 1930s. So if you close your eyes, you can open them now. The layers of history in Norristown at the Trail Junction Center are quite rich. There is no more powerful way to learn about history than to walk in the footsteps of those who came before us. The historical themes which have unfolded here are akin to those throughout our country: Native American settlements, European colonization, the evolution of transportation and settlement patterns, industry and commerce, and one aspect quite unique to this place, its connection to Valley Forge. The Trail Junction Center presents a unique opportunity to tell the stories of the past while creating a living, breathing, and welcoming resource that will serve our communities today and well into the future. The Trail Junction Center is a former railroad freight station located in Montgomery County's seat of Norristown. The county purchased the site in 2007 as the place to connect two of the region's most popular circuit trails, the Schuylkill River Trail and the Chester Valley Trail, a feat achieved this past March when the Chester Valley Trail was completed and the nexus between these two key arteries realized. For perspective, the Schuylkill River Trail hosts over 1 million trail users annually. The vision for the site has always been to adaptively reuse the freight station as a public facility with trail services and flexible community space for local nonprofits, businesses, and other partners. We are now actively working with our design team to prepare the plans necessary to realize this vision. These plans will be completed by early 2024. Renovation work is scheduled to begin next spring, with an anticipated ribbon cutting in the summer of 2025. County capital dollars, a grant secured from the statewide local share account program, and prospective funds from the America250 Legacy Project program will create the funding formula needed to realize this project on the timeline I just described. The building renovations will include interior fit-out, mechanical, electrical, plumbing upgrades, new public restrooms and flexible space, and exterior upgrades, masonry repairs, new windows, doors, and exterior lighting. The site improvements will include upgraded pedestrian accessibility, e-bike charging stations, improved lighting, and landscaping. These efforts will result in a fully renovated and functional building for use and enjoyment by the diversity of Norristown residents, businesses, trail users, and tourists. The Trail Junction Center is a unique project that will bring people of myriad backgrounds and experiences together to share this very special place. Just as America is often referred to as the Great Experiment, this public facility can serve as an evolving proving ground that brings diverse people together in the spirit of community and collaboration. Perhaps the project's greatest promise lies in its service to the needs and expressions of people today and tomorrow, especially the multitudes passing by on our trails and Norristown's 36,000 residents. The renovated Trail Junction Center will embrace our diverse constituency and continue the evolution of the great experiment. In closing, I'd like to add one more perspective akin to the three I shared at the beginning of my testimony. I'm heading west from Philly on the Schuylkill River Trail, pedaling hard, enjoying the sweeping views of the river. Dismounting as I glide up to the Trail Junction Center, I see my fellow cyclists, bikes decked out in red, white, and blue as they gather at the amphitheater, downing coffee and muffins from Good Vibes Cafe, and listening to the Norristown Area High School Band's rendition of Your Grand Old Flag. Fully fueled, we mount up and start the final 5 miles west of Valley Forge. What a day to celebrate our country's birthday. Thoughts of a bicycle rider on a ride from Philadelphia to Valley Forge on July 4th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hartman. Members, questions? The outdoor economy is growing and thriving all across Pennsylvania. We appreciate your efforts to enhance that in Montgomery County and appreciate your testimony here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Up next is Allison King, Clerk of Session from the Berean Presbyterian Church, USA. Ms. King, we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Allison King, Clerk of Session of Berean Presbyterian Church, USA. I'm honored and excited to present a snippet of Berean's rich history and our need to be able to share it for the next 250 years. Some 140 years ago, our history began with a visionary, Pastor Matthew Anderson, who founded the Berean Enterprise, Berean Presbyterian Church in 1880, Berean Savings and Loans in 1888, and Berean Institute in 1889, as a response to black Presbyterians not being allowed to worship with white Presbyterians. His wife was also instrumental in supporting his vision. A pioneering physician, educator, and activist, Carolyn Virginia Steele Wiley Anderson was born in Philadelphia, PA, to William and Letitia Steele. She attended the Institute for Colored Youth, now known as Cheney University. She would later become an 1878 graduate of the Women's Medical College. Caroline's father was the famed wealthy African-American abolitionist, coal and stove entrepreneur, and author of the work, The Underground Railroad. She and her father were early supporters of the enterprise, and accordingly, she would become a major administrator and educator in the organization. As noted in the historical development of Berean Presbyterian Church, the vision of the founder of Berean was holistic, as it includes the need for worship freely and without discrimination, the need for employment opportunities and investments, access to banking and housing to empower a people of color. Berean, founded in the heat of racial barriers and inequality, played and continues to play an intricate part in the community of North Philadelphia. As we celebrate 250 years of growth and history of our great nation, we must include the role the church has played and continues to play in our nation, especially for people of color. Berean played a large role in developing bridges and access for the North Philadelphia community. We feel that the vision continues as Berean can and will provide the bridge so needed in a community that has tremendous potential for growth and development. The members of Berean are not only committed to preserving the legacy of this great church, but continue to create a richer history that others will look back on in another 250 years. Berean Presbyterian is located in the North Philadelphia neighborhood of Philadelphia at the corner of Broad and Diamond Streets, immediately adjacent to Temple University's campus. It was originally built for Bethlehem Presbyterian from 1887 to 1889. The sanctuary building was designed by the noted Philadelphia architect Theophilus P. Chandler. The present Anderson Hall interior is a renovation dating to 1910, believed to have been designed by architect J. Franklin Stucker and another Philadelphia architect known for his eclectic commissions. Berean's primary goal is to transform itself into a community hub oriented largely around youth in the community. We also look to strengthen the connection between the community and Temple University, who has been a longtime supporter of the church. In pursuit of these goals, we have applied for and were awarded a design grant from the Community Design Collaborative to assist us with envisioning improvements to our site. The collaborative design team worked with us to analyze our current facility, optimize underutilized spaces, and propose renovations to transform the existing facility into a multifunctional, revenue-generating, and accessible community hub capable of accommodating a variety of current and potential future programs. The renovation would include better utilization of existing space, including a commercial kitchen. Our first initiative would be to address the leaks in the roof, which are causing some erosion to the structure in the sanctuary, as well as to other areas of the church. Next, we'll need to address and upgrade the electrical wiring throughout the building, as most of it is still knob and tube. We are looking to provide a cooling system by utilizing storm water runoff from an 18,000 square foot roof line, as well as improving the airflow. We also plan to utilize the storm water for other purposes such as irrigation and toilet flushing. We are focused on creating a green space to help contribute to the reducing the carbon footprint in our environment. This grant proposal focuses on our community hub, the lower level, which includes a second dining space, the kitchen, and classrooms. The budget below demonstrates our need for your financial support. Construction, renovation, and site improvement costs would be approximately $1.2 million. Service and fees and permits and assessments are included as well. The total program is $1.6 million, and we are requesting today $1 million for this grant proposal. We thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Aisha.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for highlighting the importance of Berean in its financial and educational and faith life of African Americans. Those of us who are from North Philadelphia realize the impact that Berean has had on the lives of many people who have been using the church and the offset organizations to fund their children's educations, to purchase homes, to create businesses. And so it's just really wonderful to hear the testimony and for you to be able to share it with so many people. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Next, we have Catherine Cahill, President and CEO, Mann Center for the Performing Arts. Catherine, please come up, provide your testimony.
So good afternoon. Can you hear me? Oh, terrific. Thank you. I'd like to thank co-chairs Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill and Representatives Jared Solomon, members of the America250PA Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee, and Cassandra Coleman from America250PA for providing me the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Kathy Cahill, and I serve as President and CEO of the Mann Center for the Performing Arts here in Philadelphia. On behalf of our Board of Directors, artists, staff, volunteers, and the larger community that we serve, I am proud to share our organization's historic and civic legacy, as well as our plans for the 250th Semiquincentennial. 2026 will be a momentous year for the nation, but it also holds special significance for the Mann Center. Our campus in beautiful Fairmount Park was constructed during Philadelphia's celebrations of the 1976 bicentennial. As a result, 2026 will not only be the 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation, but also the Mann's very own 50th anniversary. I hope that many of you are familiar with the Mann. Originally constructed as the summer home of the renowned Philadelphia Orchestra, the Mann has grown over these past decades into a true arts and cultural destination within the Commonwealth. Today, the MAN offers a diverse range of musical performances with a wide range of genres, as well as dance, opera, and theatrical presentations. The MAN's summer season reaches more than 300,000 audience members from across the Commonwealth and features a diverse lineup of world-class artists, touring companies, and popular and contemporary musicians. In addition, the MAN proudly serves its neighborhood, in particular West Parkside, our community, a low-income federal opportunity zone where we provide free arts and education, workforce development, and creative placemaking programs year-round, reaching over approximately 30,000 young people and community members annually. A lesser-known fact about the MAN is that our campus has even deeper and historic cultural roots. We sit within the Centennial District, a portion of Fairmount Park where the first ever World's Fair, the Centennial Exposition, occurred in 1876. It is reported that during the Centennial Exposition, 1 in 4 Americans passed through this monumental celebration of the first 100 years of our country. Alongside the Philadelphia Zoo and the Please Touch Museum, the MAN is one of a triumvirate of major cultural institutions bounding the Centennial District. We frequently work together to address pressing issues such as shared park land use, including greening, conservation, public safety improvements, and more, all under the auspices of the Philadelphia Parks and Recreation Department. It is our goal to bring greater awareness to the unique legacy and history of the Centennial District in 2026 through investments and major cultural activities. The infrastructure project we present to this committee today is the MAN's Centennial Gateway and Welcome Center. This project will welcome audiences and tourists internationally who come to Philadelphia in 2026 by showcasing centuries-old legacies of great art, innovation, and American excellence. The Centennial Gateway and Welcome Center will be a new building constructed on the MAN's 22-acre campus, housing and displaying the MAN's own archives that date back to the 1930s from the MAN's predecessor, the Robin Hood Dell. In addition, the center will be part of a larger project to renovate the MAN's campus with preparation for the major activities and collaborations that will occur during the 250th. These include world premiere musical commissions that celebrate the years 1776, 1876, 1976, and 2026, as well as collaborations with the MAN's partners in the Centennial District to produce a Children's World's Fair that will echo the unique legacy of the Centennial Exhibition in our American history. The center will also have a significant economic impact in the years that follow through increased tourism to the Commonwealth through the MAN's many events. The MAN continues to grow its audiences with an estimated summer season drawing approximately 370,000 people in 2026, including nearly 150,000 visitors from outside the region, all of which will generate significant economic impact for the Commonwealth. The return on investment to the Commonwealth's investment here would be significant, resulting in approximately $25 million in additional economic impact, supporting 250 jobs and nearly $10 million in employee compensation. The new center will provide a vibrant and welcoming point of access to one of the Commonwealth's most celebrated arts and cultural venues throughout these national festivities and beyond. It is our great hope that this committee recognizes this project and the legacy of the Centennial District as vital to our celebration as we celebrate the Semiquincentennial, as well as the role that the historic Centennial District deserves attention in our nation's history in this milestone year. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Ms. Cahill, thank you so much for your testimony today. Members' questions. Representative Solomon.
Are the performing spaces in Philadelphia talking together about who exactly you're going to try and target to bring to Philadelphia in 2025 and 2026?
We are in deep dialogue with particularly Visit Philadelphia, who has been a convener of many of the cultural and stakeholder groups within the city to make sure that there's a coordinated effort both to market and communicate what's happening artistically and culturally.
So would you say Visit Philadelphia, are they one of the kind of premier coordinating entities here?
They have stepped into a place here to help align all of the various entities in the city who all have very ambitious and exciting projects and intentions to help, if you will, bring it together so that there's a comprehensive story to tell through a very coordinated and professional marketing effort. And I shouldn't speak for Philadelphia, but we're certainly involved with them. So
No,
yes.
that's great. No, thank you for that.
Good. Again, thank you so much for your testimony here today. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
So we were just told that there was actually a Samsung phone left outside on the check-in table. So if anyone would like to claim that, if you're missing your phone, it's a Samsung. It is outside at the check-in table. Thank you.
Very good. Our next testifier today is Vashti. Now, if you're from Western Pennsylvania, you would say Du Bois, and if you have a French accent, you would say Dubois. So I'm not sure which one is correct. It is Vashti Dubois. I think that sounds very elegant. Thank you so much for your testimony here today. You are the founder and executive director of the Colored Girls Museum and Co-Painted Bride Art Center. Ms. Dubois, please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Okay, thank you. So the Painted Bride is the fiscal sponsor for the Colored Girls Museum, so that's what the CO is. And I am the executive director and the founder. Thank you so much for inviting us to give testimony this afternoon. We are one of the young people on the block, I see. So the Colored Girls Museum is actually going to celebrate her 9th birthday, ironically September 11th of this year, which is also the reason that my family came to Philadelphia. But that's another story for another time. Black women and girls have been part of the creation of America since its inception. Our stories, though important, are seldom illuminated, much less commemorated, in concert with America's becoming past, present, or future. This milestone will be an incredible opportunity to uplift all those that are part of America's patchwork history. The Colored Girls Museum is the first and only museum of her kind to center Black girlhood. And this centering allows all an entry point to perspectives and narratives that deepen the American experience, the human experience. The museum is housed in a 136-year-old building that has witnessed much of the unfolding of this great nation. The Colored Girls Museum is sanctuary, not for colored girls only, but for anybody who is ready for a conscious revolution. In other words, we like to say, if you don't know the story of Black women and girls in this country, then you do not in fact know the American story. The Colored Girls Museum is in a working class Black neighborhood in historic Germantown area of Philadelphia. Since her inception in 2015, TCGM has become home base for an intergenerational circle of artists, scholars, and community members who value its mission to be a public ritual for the protection, praise, and grace of ordinary women and girls of the African diaspora. Deeply ingrained societal issues confront Black women and girls. TCGM responds with exhibitions and campaigns that directly support this vulnerable demographic. One of TCGM's great strengths is that while we nurture Black artists and are proud to be part of the ecosystem that helps early and mid-career artists build their careers, we exist to help communities tap into the latent power we already possess. Art, both visual and narrative, is the catalyst that gives substance to our aspirations, making them visible in the world and therefore achievable. As a Black woman-led community arts museum, the Colored Girls Museum addresses principal needs in our community, including the absence of opportunities and space for Black femme artists to show their work, build community, connect with potential patrons and customers. Lack of cultural spaces which affirm and center issues and concerns rooted in Black girlhood, which impact Black girls and women of the African diaspora. Since 2015, TCGM has hosted over 200 artists, employed over 50 fellows, artists in residence, and staff members. Since 2017, TCGM has provided programming for Black girls ages 13 through 17. Young artists learn from and with established artists and curators who are part of the TCGM network. Through paid internships, they gain experience as docents, curators, archivists, media makers, and artists. Most importantly, we are investing in the next generation of art lovers, professionals, and patrons. The Colored Girls Museum, TCGM's multi-tiered approach towards engagement allows us to build and participate in a dynamic, diverse, and intergenerational community. The economic impact of this project, when completed, will provide significant additional support to TCGM's role as a convener in Germantown and in our city, which should not be ignored. There are multiple examples of TCGM's impact and influence. TCGM's Grassroots Community Art Museum, headquartered in this Black community, prioritizes women and artists of the African diaspora, often overlooked by mainstream museums and galleries, even in our city. Audiences and artists eager to find themselves reflected in such spaces do find a home here at the Colored Girls Museum. We are a destination location, attracting visitors locally and nationally to Philadelphia. We contribute to the local economic development through job creation, revenue generation, to Philadelphia's visitor economy. We source our products and services locally. We encourage tourists and other visitors to patronize other local businesses, generating local economic activity and supporting local jobs. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have your written testimony and as well as all the backup document. I know it's hard to consolidate it concisely into one very brief statement, but we appreciate your efforts here today. Members, questions? Aisha?
I just want to say thank you so much, Vashti, for the work that you're doing to work on trauma, to work on self-esteem, and to really highlight the issues that the Colored Girls Museum does. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you again for your testimony here today.
Allison Shapker. Is that right? Nicely done. Thank you. I knew I was going to get one of these. Chief Projects Officer, Fairmount Park Conservancy. Welcome and provide your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the most patient members of America250 Infrastructure Improvements and Projects Committee, and thank you for inviting me here today to testify about Fairmount Park Conservancy's proposal to restore the historic Welsh Fountain in the Centennial District of Fairmount Park. The Conservancy is a Philadelphia-based nonprofit organization working closely with the City of Philadelphia, institutional partners, and our communities to steward parks, nurture our shared environment, cultivate cultural resources, and improve public health. The Conservancy has secured and managed over $170 million invested in Philadelphia parks since our founding in 1997. You already heard about the importance of the Centennial District landscape. I'm here today to talk to you about the restoration of the historic Welsh Fountain in the Centennial District. This landscape sits at the heart of the 1876 Centennial Exposition, which was hosted in Fairmount Park in celebration of our nation's 100th birthday. The fountain and surrounding public gardens were built in 1887. While this fountain and its landscape served as an iconic gateway into the park and a gathering place for West Philadelphia communities at the turn of the century, it was frequently non-operational before ultimately being decommissioned in the late 1970s. This fountain, being a source of joy and refuge, is within living memory to many of our community members. But since then, the Welsh Fountain, like much of the physical legacy of the 1876 Exposition, has been defined by what isn't there: flowing water, trees, shade, lighting, benches, and a sense of safety and security. Today, the fountain's old infrastructure, but the absence of water, highlights the disinvestment that this park has experienced in recent decades and our risk of losing the remaining physical connection to this special chapter of Philadelphia history. Today's park, while well used, functions often as a space to quickly move through on the way to other destinations, rather than a place for our residents to experience and enjoy. The Conservancy aims to change that by completing the restoration of the Welsh Fountain in time for the 2026 celebration. Our project will focus on the repair and replacement of the infrastructure, turning the water back on, along with new lighting, seating, landscape, walkways and bike lanes, trees and shade. New pedestrian crossings will be installed to enhance the connection between the community, the fountain, and the Please Touch Museum. This project will achieve 4 primary goals. We will deliver basic park infrastructure that Parkside residents have been requesting for decades: sidewalks, benches, lighting, and safe crossings. We will create a cooling refuge and gathering space with water, tree cover, shade, the health benefits for a community that suffers from a high heat vulnerability and low tree canopy cover. We will restore pride in an iconic symbol for this community and create welcoming access to nature, water, and beauty that many other communities are able to take for granted. And finally, we want to contribute to a dramatically improved landscape that will sit at the heart of many of the exciting events planned for 2026. As you heard before, the Centennial Exposition hosted 1 in 5 Americans at a time when people could only travel by horse or train. It foretold Philadelphia's emergence as a workshop of the world, an economic engine of the state. Even today, this hardworking landscape sees more than 7 million visitors through neighbors, institutional guests, and the large-scale special events that make their home in the park. The Welsh Fountain is a project that will be completed for 2026 and serve as a centerpiece for these celebrations. Critically, it will address both everyday community needs and set the stage for events in 2026. We believe that the value of restoring this once iconic and highly visible landscape to benefit the residents of the Parkside neighborhood and the millions of annual visitors and guests we see at the park, including the Mann Center, the Philadelphia Zoo, and the Please Touch Museum, make it a perfect legacy project to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. And if I may, it is called the Welsh Fountain. Can you explain why?
Absolutely. John Welsh was one of the founders of the Fairmount Park Commission, had an incredibly important role in creating this landscape in the first place, and so this fountain was created to honor him.
Very good. Thank you. Members, any further questions? Aisha?
Just one quick question. Since you're so close to the School of the Future, have you thought about incorporating some water conservancy curriculum and incorporating some of the students at the School of the Future in the redevelopment of the space?
I'm so glad you asked that. We would love to partner with the School of the Future. Currently, we've been working with Belmont Charter on some of the landscapes closer to the park, but School of Future would be a welcome addition. Yeah. The Conservancy spends about $150,000 since 2021 programming this landscape, everything from farmers markets to movie nights. And so I would love to see opportunities to bring more school kids into West Fairmount Park.
Representative Solomon. Very good. We thank you very much for your testimony again here
Thank you
today.
all.
Thank you. Up next is Lou Scheinfeld. Lou Scheinfeld. Got it all. President and CEO of the Museum of Sports.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, for this wonderful thing that you're doing for Philadelphia and beyond. I am Lou Scheinfeld, the CEO and President of the proposed Museum of Sports. The Museum of Sports will be a permanent, interactive museum expected to open in 2026, celebrating Philadelphia's, Pennsylvania's, and America's greatest teams and athletes. It would be one of the nation's only public museums celebrating all major sports. This unique attraction will thrill visitors for generations to come. It would be a major destination benefiting the city and adding an important attraction to the city's cultural heritage. This nonprofit 501c3 museum would house world-class collections of priceless memorabilia, a high-tech array of digital, virtual reality, and hands-on activities for visitors and schools. Plus, we'll have a old-time ballpark concession stand, a vintage arcade, And on the roof, a mini golf course played through historic sites such as the Spectrum, Connie Mack Stadium, and Forbes Field. The $10 million project is also headed by former Governor Ed Rendell, prominent memorabilia collector Dr. Nicholas DePace, all in consultation with Drexel University Lenfest Center for Cultural Partnerships. The museum would display more than $40 million worth of rare memorabilia and vivid exhibits covering up to 22,500 square feet. It'll be more than a typical museum or Hall of Fame. It'll be an energetic environment with a wow factor of must-see artifacts and sensory entertainment. The site's demographics are the millions of East Coast sports fans, families, schools, tourists, and conventioneers. This destination is designed as a next-generation magnet for sports seminars, coaches and officials clinics, corporate receptions, charity events, and private bookings. It'll be located at the busy sports complex in South Philadelphia and would be open a minimum of 330 days a year from about 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and longer on event days. Admission is anticipated in the reasonable range of $15 for adults and $10 for seniors, children, and groups. Area schools could be admitted free of charge or at reduced rates underwritten by sponsors. This institution would be overseen by a blue ribbon board of directors and advisors comprising the region's leaders in education, sports, and business. One of our missions is to teach youngsters, through sports role models, what it takes to be a success. That means education, dedication, and healthy lifestyles. This strategic location, where 9 million fans attend some 400 annual events, is key to its viability. In addition to the crowds attending events, the museum is strategically located 15 to 20 minutes from Center City and a short distance from New Jersey and Delaware so that fans and families can come back on non-event days. The museum project would employ up to 80 workers and exhibit specialists during the 2-year to 3-year process of planning, curating, constructing, and opening. We plan to employ at least 42 workers year-round, including 15 full-time and 27 part-time. Many of the full-time staff would be executive positions in management, technical services, sales, and promotions, each earning in excess of $60,000 annually. And ongoing operations would require ordering considerable goods and services from dozens of in-state vendors and contractors. Our exhibits and memorabilia would be displayed in an entertaining and educational manner, accompanied by digital information and videos. Some of the items will be available to touch, hold, or use, including ringing the ringside bell from the 1926 heavyweight championship between Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney, held in Philadelphia exactly 100 years ago. Fans can try on boxing champion Joe Frazier's robe and gloves, and they can actually hold the bats used by Babe Ruth and Jackie Robinson. There will be an extensive exhibit of Negro Baseball League statues and artwork, plus championship trophies, rings, and belts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scheinfeld. And I can tell you that in my time in the General Assembly, I have learned that sports can create very odd political bedfellows. We don't divide up the way you think we would based on our sports teams. So I'm just going to leave that right there. Members, do we have any questions?
It cuts across every demographic, rich, poor,
sure does.
Black, brown, whatever. Male, female, everybody loves sports, especially when the Phillies are in the World Series and the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. People who don't even follow sports. I mean,
I don't know about those Western Pennsylvanians. They may not be quite as excited as you all are.
Oh, well.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Representative Solomon.
Thank you. You say in the proposal there's so far no private funding identified. This would seem to be a perfect type of proposal to get some private dollars.
Absolutely.
Any reason no money's come in so far?
Well, we were blindsided by the pandemic, and then two of our principals passed away, Ed Snyder and Luke Hatz, both of whom had pledged to underwrite it. And
the whole thing, the whole museum?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, that they were going to underwrite the whole thing. And Michael Rubin, the former part owner of the 76ers and head of Fanatics, has said that if we start raising some money, he'll help finish it.
Oh, so you actually might not even need.
Well, we have to get started. He said he's not going to be the first one. Nobody wants to be the first one.
Everyone always says that.
Right.
Yeah.
They say, you get this,
We've
we'll
heard
finish
that
it.
before. Yeah.
Right. So we need your help.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Scheinfeld, thank you so much for your testimony again here today.
Elaine or note? Did I say the no? Or not? Or not? Okay, got it. National Liberty Museum, welcome, and let's hear your testimony.
Thank you so much to this committee for having me here today. My name is Elaine Arnott. I'm the president and CEO at the National Liberty Museum. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to introduce a transformative project, the Liberty Community Cafe. If you haven't been to the National Liberty Museum, we're stone's throw away from here in Old City, the cradle of American democracy. And what we do as a museum is we offer a contemporary perspective on the boldest, most innovative concept in American history, that liberty is and must be a shared pursuit if it is ever to be truly for all. For over 2 decades, NLM has offered a contemporary perspective on liberty, exposing the very idea of liberty itself through powerful exhibitions and public programs. NLM is at a pivotal juncture in our museum's pursuit to impact public conversations on liberty. In early 2023, we finalized a bold new interpretive vision for the museum that re-articulates our purpose and reimagines the visitor experience by introducing visitors to core concepts and skills that will help them understand and engage in some of the abstractions and complexities of liberty, presented in over 3 floors of rotating galleries, including a new Liberty Community Cafe. To this new cafe, we would welcome visitors from all over the city, nation, and world to engage in challenging conversations about liberty, its promises, and its limitations. Notably, NLM serves a more diverse age range than many other concept museums, offering programs for families with young children to adults, which is a practice it intends, and we intend, and commit that the new cafe will be designed around. So let's look at the cafe. I'm going to start with the outdoor component and talk about the historical significance here. So we're situated along a specific promenade, and it runs right next to the museum and is designated as a historical trail. The cafe would serve as a beacon that connects the past and the present. This trail echoes the footsteps of our forefathers, providing a tangible connection to the root of our nation's birthplace. Being part of this trail imbues our project with historical relevance, making it a fitting addition to the 250th legacy. So what you'll see in the outdoor sketch is that we're looking to revitalize, with the cafe in place, the corridor between Chestnut Street and Market Street, also known as Franklin Court. I don't know if you've ever walked by that alleyway, but we observe visitors kind of staring down there in awe of, can I go down there? Is that okay? Is this Ben Franklin? What is this museum? And so what we're trying to do is really help, as we go into the 250th celebration, have the tourists really experience the whole area between Market and Chestnut Street, which includes the Liberty Museum. So now as you pop into the next image, you'll look at what we want to do within. So you have the outside experience and then the inside. And what we all know is that food brings people together. When visitors enter the museum, they encounter the cafe, accessible to the public. It's comfortable, welcoming space that pulls people in from the street, inviting them to take a break, much needed in an area so busy with tourists. It gives them the first taste of the spirit of the museum, a place designed not only to spark conversation, but also to be a home for that very dialogue. The cafe is set up to encourage conversations about liberty with your own group, or with strangers through communal seating, provocative table prompts, simple games, and much more. The Liberty Cafe will partner with local chefs on menus and host public programs and community group meetups. Programming in that space will explore contemporary dialogues about fundamental ideals of liberty and will include author talks, book clubs, artist exhibitions, and workshops. Programming will be thematic and dynamic with opportunities for visitors of all ages to participate. The cafe will give people a place to gather, to rest, to keep talking about their experience, ask their questions, and what surprised them when they visited. It will help it to maintain and become a valuable community resource. So hopefully you can see through the images this project stands to be a symbol of both heritage and future, directly connected to the 250th anniversary and the vision beyond. In conclusion, the economic impact of this project is substantial and multifaceted. It provides an immediate boost to the economy through increased tourism and employment during the PA 250 period and establishes a foundation for sustained growth and development well into the future. The museum embodies the current pulse and aspirations of our nation, reflecting our collective journeys and hopes. By contributing not just to the here and now, but also articulating a clear and achievable vision for the future, the project exemplifies an investment in the community that is both helpful and sustaining, aligning perfectly with the celebration spirit and Philadelphia's long-term interests. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the testimony today. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
So just after 2026, and I'm kind of familiar with that little odd alleyway. What lighting, are there issues there with trash or dumping, like long-term impact? How are you going to improve that?
The alley remains very clean.
Okay.
What is the issue with it is, for us, we actually don't have windows open. They were closed off when the building, they've never opened them up. So that light opens it up. We've actually never illuminated it after dark either. So you lock it off and people are too apprehensive to really go down there. However, it's very clean and it's very safe. I walked there during the pandemic when nobody was in Old City and it was just me, to having a bunch of school groups in there. So there is a lot of potential within that area.
Thank you.
Sure.
You alluded to a freedom trail in your testimony. I've heard about this before. What is going on with that?
So you asked, I think it was Kathy, but so we also have a group within the Old City community where we meet regularly. And so we're trying to have a consolidated effort. And I will not speak on behalf of Bill Marazzo, but there is an intention to create a trail that will take the visitors through Old City for 2026. That may have technology tied to it, again, probably dependent on funding. And the thoroughfare they're looking to call is Commerce Street. And so a part of Commerce Street will actually be that alleyway, and that's going to be the main thoroughfare to connect the tourists from Chestnut to Market or from Market to Chestnut, whichever direction they want to tie.
Is this something like you see when you go to Boston that connects you to all the different historic sites? Okay, very good. Interesting. I thought that's what you were alluding to. I just wanted to be certain. Very good. Thank you again for your testimony here today. Our next testifier today is Peter Brooks from the Native American House Alliance, Incorporated. Mr. Brooks, thank you very much for being here today, and we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It is an honor to be here, and I come before you today to request your support for a transformational project that will enrich our state's culture and tell the complete story of its history. My name is Peter Brooks, and I am a technical advisor and represent the Native American House Alliance, an organization that is dedicated to promoting the understanding of authentic Native American heritage. And it's important that you understand that the last organization for Native American tribal people in Philadelphia closed 30 years ago. So we were working on 2 generations of young people who didn't have a cultural organization to support and preserve this culture. And that is why we seek funding to create the first ever Native American museum and library in Philadelphia. This museum will showcase the essential role that Native peoples played in Philadelphia's founding. The Lenape, our grandfathers, the original people, lived here long before the city was established and sold the land that allowed Philadelphia to be created. Chiefs like Tammany in the past, and chiefs like Coker and Ridgway and Perry of the local Lenape have maintained positive relations with the settlers. To this day, settlers like William Penn and others. And this is the beginning of the story of Philadelphia. And yet, this history has so often been overlooked. The project, the proposed Native American Museum and Library of Philadelphia, is directly connected and will impact the 250th celebration in a number of ways. The museum library will serve to complement and connect the origins of the unprecedented history of Philadelphia, the Liberty Bell, the founders, the revolutionary spirit, the Declaration of Independence, all connected with the Native Americans. And such significant personalities like William Penn, the Quaker leaders, and the African Americans like Harriet Tubman. Philadelphia has a unique and powerful story that no other city in the world can tell. And our museum will finally give Native people the opportunity and recognition to tell that story at the 2026 Semiquincentennial celebration. Construction and renovations will take 14 months, and we expect to have this museum up and running by November 2025. Over the last year, the Native American House Alliance officials have met with and secured the support of state senators and representatives, city council leaders, the Philadelphia Community Development Office officials, and other specialists who are well-versed in Native American history and culture, including contacts at the University of Pennsylvania and the great chiefs that we mentioned. In addition, NAHA identified and secured new museum exhibition materials, and we have made new connections with various tribes and tribal citizens worldwide. Economic impact. Beyond commemorating the past, the museum will generate jobs. And with your support, we can build this landmark that will attract tourists, engage students, and empower the long-neglected Native American community, which is here, some members here with me today. Can you stand, please? The people who have come, because we are still a viable community. We want to create something, and if you let us tell our story, we can create something that everyone can be proud of.
Mr. Brooks, thank you so much for your testimony here today. Members, questions?
Oh, Wanishi.
Appreciate it very much. Glad to know that you're working with the University of Pennsylvania. It's been quite some time since I've had the opportunity to take in their archives there, but I know they have a considerable collection of Native American arts. And there are several other museums. I know there's one up in Harlem and throughout the Commonwealth. Where do you intend to collect and the materials that you will have on display in your museum?
Right. Well, with us, we are always thinking of the seventh generation. And so for us, it is the future, where we have our focus. And we're trying to teach young people the secrets of our resilience, our emotional intelligence and things like that, which have helped us to survive. So we want to focus much more on the future, but we are open to collecting from various places. Our programming style is much more future-oriented rather than an archival, body or something like that. So we want a living museum.
Very good. And the focus in 2026 will be that connection between new settlers and Native Americans?
Absolutely. The great law of peace, we haven't changed, our generosity, our forgiveness, our tribal ways. It's such an important thing for young people to know, the alternatives that are there for them.
Very good. Thank you. Executive Director Coleman.
I just have one comment. Thank you so much for your testimony. And as part of our mission at America250PA, we want to tell the whole story. We want to engage every Pennsylvanian across all 67 counties. So I just would love if you would connect with Victoria, our Director of Partnerships, who's, I think, manning the check-in table, just so we can connect separate of this. But I'd love to speak with you as well.
Oh, Anisha, thank you.
Thank you again.
Hey, there's my community.
Thank you. George Matisic, Executive Director, Share Food Program.
Good afternoon, but God bless you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. My name is George Matisic, Executive Director of the Share Food Program. Before I begin my own song and dance here, I first just wanted to thank all of you for really considering not just a single site investment, as has historically been done, but really considering the needs of all 67 counties and all of the organizations that have been before you here today. So just want to say as a lifelong Philadelphian how much I appreciate it. So the Share Food Program is one of the leading food banks in the Philadelphia region. We serve hundreds of thousands of people every week in the Philadelphia region. We do that through a variety of ways, serving a number of food pantries, about 400 different food pantries in and around Philadelphia. We also serve 800 schools. We're the only only nonprofit organization in the country that serves the National School Lunch Program, and through that we serve all 70 school districts in southeast Pennsylvania. So about 300,000 kids per day get some portion of their food from Share Food Program. We also have the largest senior hunger relief program in the state. We serve about 8,000 seniors per month. About 5,000 of those seniors get boxes of food from us every month through home delivery, the largest home delivery program through DoorDash in the country. We also have a farm on site at our location at 29th and Hunting Park, and are building additional warehouses in Montgomery County and one in Delaware County. From all this work that we're doing, the most amazing part of it is that we are doing it all out of an old ball bearings factory built in the 19-teens in North Philadelphia. Our 110,000 square foot warehouse was built as a ball bearings factory, hadn't had much investment for a number of years, built as part of that workshop of the world where we had many manufacturing hubs along Hunting Park Avenue. All of those other manufacturers are now closed. We are the only of all those buildings, Bud Company, Tasty Cake, Pep Boys, Midvale Steel, where my grandfather worked for 54 years. They are all closed. We are the only ones that are still actually employing folks in the North Philadelphia region along that corridor. With this investment, we are putting a $35 million investment into this facility to be able to serve more folks throughout the Philadelphia region and also employ locally in Philadelphia. Our staff has grown from 13 to 76 over the course of the last 4 years, and we see that we're going to need to continue to grow that over the course of the next few years. So this investment is all about investing back into our community, getting food out to the folks who need it, and investing directly in our communities and employing folks in our neighborhood. Period.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
George, what when you build the facility, what do you project your numbers to go to? Just like focus on school kids throughout the region.
So school kids, number one is we could serve them better, so we need additional cold storage. So right now we're serving, depending on the school district, between 25 and 40% of the total meal that's going to a student. We want to get that number closer to 100. So in order to do that, we need more cold storage. We are building at our Montgomery County facility additional kitchen space to be able to create meals, but again, all of that requires additional investment. And again, in the front of this over here is actually our volunteer center. So much of this, we get about 10,000 volunteers on the far side there. About 10,000 volunteers per year. We see that number potentially doubling, and that will allow us to serve more seniors through the Senior Box program, which that has also doubled in the last year.
Thank you.
Aisha.
Hi, George.
Hey.
How are you?
Okay.
I have a question about the Biden administration's $8 billion investment in food as medicine. What are the food banks doing to be able to access those resources, to be able to either serve more people or provide healthier meals, something that would link in the connection between food and health?
Yeah, we're still waiting to see everything that will be contained in that, and we've already begun seeing much more fresh fruits and vegetables coming into us that we're able to then distribute out to our community partners. The main way that we're attacking this is specifically through our school lunch program, and that's an area where we as an organization, again, what we do is very unique nationally. Nobody else is doing what we're doing at the national level around school meals. So our goal is really to be able to increase the nutrition level of the meals. So a very quick example is every school district is going out and buying pre-processed chicken nuggets. If we can go out and source whole muscle chicken tenders, when we're serving 300,000 kids, it might seem like a very small change, but when you're serving that size of a population, it can actually have very big consequences.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
We thank you very much for your testimony here today and representing a district where a lot of great fruits and vegetables, meats and cheeses come from. We appreciate your efforts to bring that kind of good food to people. And thank you again for your testimony here today. There's no way I'm going to pronounce this name correctly, so I'm going to apologize in advance for this. Neil, would you please introduce yourself?
I would love to hear you give it a try. It's Batiansila.
Batiansila.
Exactly how it is.
Chief Development Officer of the Zoological Society of Philadelphia. We're grateful that you are here today. Thank you for your patience in waiting to testify, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, Senator Phillips Hill and Representative Solomon and the rest of the committee, thank you guys for your patience, for making through all these wonderful examples of how to put resources to use. You know, as you point out, I am Neil Batiansila. I'm our Chief Development Officer at the zoo. You know, I'm here today to advocate for a transformative project around our bear country at Philadelphia Zoo. It's an endeavor that will embody the future vision for wildlife conservation, education, and community engagement. This project is at the center of a strategy to redefine the impact of a zoo and the role that the modern urban zoo can play to create a stronger sense of community and appreciation for the natural world. The events of 2026 will give us the opportunity to showcase these efforts. As you all know, Philadelphia is a city of firsts, and Philadelphia Zoo is not only America's first zoo, but is also a beacon of pioneering animal care and conservation since its inception in 1859. Today, as we reflect on that rich legacy, we are taking an aim to leap into the future, ensuring that the next generation remains as connected, if not more so, to the marvels of the natural world. Philadelphia Zoo welcomes more than 1 million visitors in a typical year, and Pennsylvanians come from more than 35 counties and make up 65% of our visitor base. We anticipate that with this new exhibit in 2026, we will welcome additionally hundreds of thousands of visitors over the course of the next few years following the opening of the exhibit, injecting tourism dollars back in our economy and investments into the community. The bear country that you see here on my side is designed to be more than an exhibit. It reflects our commitment to animal welfare and inspires visitors to understand the challenges endangered wildlife face and the relevance of those challenges in today's society. By renovating and expanding the existing habitat, introducing our innovative Zoo 360 trail system to the Bears exhibit, we aim to provide bears with a more enriching environment while also enhancing the visitor experience manyfold. Similar to Philadelphia Zoo's award-winning Kids Zoo U, the Hamilton Family Children's Zoo and Ferris Family Education Center, and Zoo 360, this project has the potential to reimagine how zoos convey the stories of endangered wildlife and appreciation of the natural world. Now, this project is born out of extensive collaboration and community engagement. We've teamed up with iconic institutions such as the Mann Center for Performing Arts, the Please Touch Museum, and Fairmount Park Conservancy to present an array of activities and events for the Semiquincentennial celebration of West Philadelphia's Centennial District, indicating the scale and impact that we aim to achieve. Bear Country is right at the center of that strategy. We also work closely with our neighbors in Parkside and Mantua to ensure that our efforts in 2026 will lead to long-lasting amenities for our neighbors. Bringing a world-class experience to West Philadelphia will only benefit West Philadelphians. Along with additional renovations and programs that are at the center of a 5-year campaign, Bear Country, we believe, is poised to put Philadelphia back on the map yet again as a city of firsts. As we approach the 250th anniversary of the United States, this project stands as a testament to Philadelphia's spirit of innovation. It not only amplifies our rich history, but positions us at the forefront of innovative zoological experiences in the 21st century. Our zoo exhibitry is uniquely positioned to emphasize issues around conservation and sustainability. The Bear Country project exemplifies this commitment, particularly in relation to human-animal conflict and shared habitats. Renovations to Bear Country are designed based on best practices determined from our work, those of our peer zoo institutions, international conservation partners, and some creative thinking. In addition to creating habitats well suited to our bear species, this effort will also enable us to better engage with children and families. So today, I earnestly request the committee's support and backing for the Bear Country project. This is not just an investment in exhibit, it's an investment in education, in conservation, community engagement, and above all, in preserving and showcasing the wonder of nature for the future generations. According to our national industry, the AZA, zoos attract more visitors on an annual basis than all 4 major sports industries combined. In a rapidly urbanizing world, spaces that connect us to nature are dwindling, and zoos are uniquely positioned as places of education, destination, safety, and peace. Through projects like Bear Country, we ensure that these connections remain strong, fostering a sense of respect and responsibility toward the environment in our young ones. And as we forge into the future, we hope to do so hand in hand, ensuring that endeavors like Bear Country can become a reality and a beacon for other cities and a proud part of Pennsylvania's legacy. Your support is not just for bears, our community, or just the visitors, but it's also for generations that will become tomorrow's conservationists, entrepreneurs, and scientists. Thank you for considering our vision. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Members, questions? Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Neil. So when we were out in Erie, the numbers were staggering in terms of the number of folks who were visiting zoos compared to some of the other attractions. And the way that they kind of envision it, they want to sort of be the gateway to northwestern Pennsylvania. What do you see? Are you in talks with them at all in terms of coordinating efforts? Them on the west, you all on the southeast?
Our efforts are more community oriented here in West Philadelphia, frankly. Yes, we are connected with our colleagues in Erie and across the state, but our collaboration with Please Touch, the community organizations, and MAN, is focused on bringing attention back to West Philadelphia and uplifting those communities. So, this project, along with the other things you might have heard from the MAN and PTM around a Children's World Fair, around the community neighborhood programs that we have that are in conjunction with something like Bear Country, that's the focus of this particular project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the type of bear that you are going to be conserving?
Well, we
Just
have
out
a
of
couple different
curiosity.
bears, and thank you, Lexi.
Black bears?
This is a example of our two new baby sloth bear cubs. They're an endangered species. This does give us an opportunity to have more bears and be on the leading edge of saving bears in this country and across the world. So it might actually give us opportunities for North American species as well.
Very good. And we appreciate your collaborative efforts with the other entities, the Mann Music Center and the Please Touch Museum. Creating that synergy, I think, it's a good thing. So
thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony here today.
Thanks for the time.
Kim Reynolds, Chief Advancement Officer, the Academy of Natural Sciences at Drexel University.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I know that I stand between you and almost the end of a very, very long day.
We are very interested in everything that everyone has to say up into and
Perfect.
including the very last testifier.
That's so great of you.
You have our full attention.
It is wonderful to be here. The Academy of Natural Sciences was founded in 1812 and is, in fact, with Philly being a city of firsts, the first natural history museum in the Western world. As such, it has sponsored expeditions, conducted seminal research, and established a peerless natural history library and archive. It has also offered public education for more than 2 centuries, been home to America's greatest naturalists, and debuted the first articulated dinosaur seen anywhere in the world. It's also transformed global understanding of freshwater ecology. In short, the Academy has been a pioneer of earth and environmental sciences for almost as long as the United States has existed. The Academy enters its 3rd century as an irreplaceable repository of biological specimens, a powerful driver of vital new knowledge, and a committed agent of societal change. The Academy of Natural Sciences proposes an access and inclusion project as part of the PA 250 Infrastructure Improvement Program. Our project entails the modernization of the Academy's elevators, facade work on the Academy's main entrance along the Benjamin Franklin Parkway, and the creation of a new ramp along the parkway's entrance, increasing accessibility and inclusion for all visitors. In conjunction with our nation's 250th anniversary, the Academy looks forward to presenting a special exhibition entitled Botany of Nations, a retelling of the Lewis and Clark story and the Native individuals and communities who contributed to the collection of the specimens in this important herbarium. The story of Meriwether Lewis and William Clark's voyage of discovery to explore lands west of the Mississippi has been foundational to instilling a sense of national identity. However, like so many tales of American westward expansion, the prevailing historical narrative has largely excluded the voice of Native Americans, who for millennia inhabited and sustainably managed the lands that Lewis and Clark traversed, and who contributed richly to the scientific knowledge gained by the exhibition. The Academy, working in collaboration with local partners, Native nations, and cultural historians, is uniquely positioned to tell a rich counter-narrative to the historical tale of Lewis and Clark. Through the proposed exhibition, the Academy endeavors to collaboratively bring the story of the 222 plant specimens, many among the oldest in the nation, gathered by Meriwether Lewis to life through a combination of Western scientific and indigenous ethnobotanical knowledge to create a compelling, culturally layered view of this remarkable plants of our remarkable country. Philadelphia, as you all know, is the first World Heritage City established in the United States. As such, it is a destination for lovers of history and arts and culture. The Botany of Nations will open in alignment with the 250th, during which there will be countless celebrations and special events throughout the city. As an active member of the Parkway Council and a major cultural institution, the Academy will be a destination for the hundreds of thousands of visitors who will be coming to Philadelphia during this momentous occasion. Situated in the Parkway alongside other noted cultural institutions like the Franklin, the PMA, the Barnes, the Rodin Museum, and my friends from the Free Library, we are perfectly situated to attract a large audience, estimated at 100,000 or more just for this exhibition, in addition to all of the tourists who will visit the Parkway during this time period. Now is the time to complete these critical facility upgrades, which will ensure that the Academy will be ready to invite, engage, and inspire all Pennsylvanians and those visiting from outside the region. By improving the accessibility of our entrance through the creation of a ramp, modernizing our elevators to meet the needs of all visitors, and creating a welcoming environment for all, the Academy aims to lift up inclusivity as a core focus of the 250th celebrations. This infrastructure project demonstrates Pennsylvania's dedication to building a more inclusive nation where diverse individuals are valued, respected, and provided equal opportunities to thrive. Ultimately, this commitment to access can become a lasting legacy well beyond the 250th celebrations that defines the nation's path towards a brighter and more equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds, for your testimony here today. Members, questions? I sent 2 children to Drexel University and happened to just walk right past there last night when I got into town and
Go
took my
Dragons.
obligatory, yes, we raised 2 dragons and we're very proud of it. Walked past, saw all the insects on the ground and took our obligatory picture in front of those dinosaurs, the statue out front, and appreciate the work that you do and the fact that it's a facility that the university is really able to take advantage of. I think the first time our son was there was for a sports banquet.
Yep.
So in addition to doing that great work, you really are a center for the university and the community, and appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your testimony here
Thank you.
today. Our next testifier is Cornelia Swinson, the Executive Director of the Johnson House Historic Site. And Ms. Swinson, we welcome your testimony when you are ready.
Well, I was going to say good morning, but it's actually good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cornelia Swinson, and I'm the Executive Director of Johnson House Historic Site. It's an underground railroad, a National Historic Landmark located in Germantown, the northwest part of Philadelphia. Well, when America celebrates its 250th birthday in 2026, Johnson House, built in 1768, will be celebrating its 258th birthday. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and present our testimony to you before this distinguished committee. I just wanted to share with you a little bit about Johnson House. I'm not going to assume that everyone knows enough about it, but not all, but just some important facts. So I mentioned we're a National Historic Landmark, and we're noted for our association with the Underground Railroad and in the nationwide abolitionist movement. We created a Center for Social Advocacy based on that history, which is active today, and we created that in 2017. Very, very active. So we are a house that's an Underground Railroad station, but we're only one of few remaining stations on the Underground Railroad that is still open for visitors as a museum. The primary work of our organization, of course, is to preserve, restore, and steward the landmark and serve the community with continuous relevant programming. So I just want to mention briefly some of the programs that we offer. Of course, this is about an infrastructure project, but there's a reason why we want to continue to be here for many, many more years. I mentioned we created a Center for Social Advocacy, and it's important because we base it on our documented history of advocacy that we established the center. And it allows us to expand our programming to serve as a space to engage, facilitate, build, and address contemporary issues that negatively impact our communities today. And that is the legacy of the Johnson House. We partner with many folks, residents, organizations, associations, historic cultural sites, advocacy leaders, businesses, schools, and we support the capacity of those who do the work to address racial and social justice, deepen community engagement, and strengthen connection and enhance improvements through the city and its neighborhoods. We also sponsor walk-in tours. We serve many people, over 2,000 annually, just walk-in tours at Johnson House. And we offer tours guided by trained docents. We just completed our Underground Railroad Cultural Literacy Summer Camp program for kids between the ages of 6 and 15 years of age. It was a 6-week program, Monday through Thursday. And we did that because much of what we included in that summer program is not what they're being taught in schools. So a part of that history is left out. And we start in Africa, when Africans were free, and we continue that education at an appropriate age level that kids can understand through today. Earlier, one of my colleagues talked about the History Hunters Youth Reporter Program. There's 5 in Northwest Germantown at historic sites, and Johnson House is one of them. Annually, just at Johnson House, we serve between January and May 4,600 4th and 5th graders. And that is a curriculum that is approved by the School District of Philadelphia and meets the core standards of the state of Pennsylvania. We also feature a Philadelphia Juneteenth Festival. Now, I know it's been very popular to focus on Juneteenth over the last several years, especially since George Floyd. But this 2023 represented our 25th year celebrating. We were celebrating when people were asking, well, what is this and why do you celebrate it today and why is it necessary? And we, despite that sentiment, we pushed the narrative and kept offering it every year at a cost to our organization because we thought it was very important. And today, I distributed a book. That's the program book that we gave out this summer when we had our event. And what's notable about that is the number of people that we engage through vendors, performers, etc. And there's many of them. So why are we doing this? We want to preserve our organization's building and grounds. So our project makes the perfect place to demonstrate that we are a perfect legacy project for 2050. So if you would just take a moment, I wanted to wrap up and tell you that our scope is restoration of a preservation project initiated 17 years ago. There's 2 phases, and the project seeks to mitigate critical areas of need of the Johnson House, preventing damaged water and weather filtration, stabilizing the last remaining outbuilding. And that's partially funded through Mobilization 1, and Mobilization 2 will complete it. We have part of the money already through a RACP grant, and we are requesting more money, and the total renovation project is $774,000.
Thank you so much for your testimony here today. Members, questions? Aisha.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
Cornelia,
no
you were
need to
here
be
all
sorry.
day. All day. So the Historic Germantown has 19 properties?
Yes, it's 18, it's a consortium of 18 altogether.
How many of those are African-American led, owned, operated, and developed?
Right now, there are 4. When I first started, I was the first ever executive director who was African American, any director of color. That has changed, obviously, and we really pushed the narrative. I mean, the community surrounding where our sites are primarily African American, although gentrification is changing that. But, you know, this history is about everyone, and that's where Johnson House, who were Quakers, and their work was built around getting everybody to believe that everybody had a right to be free.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. We have been making great strides back home in York County. Our footprints are not on your map, but I can tell you that we had a lot of folks who came up from Maryland through York County over to Lancaster and then here to Philadelphia and further north. Thank you for the work that you're doing. It's important that we not lose those historic resources.
Yes, it is.
And we've faced major development pressure on many of our sites, and it's been a lot of work to make sure that they remain. So again, thank you so much for what you do.
I'm glad you said that, because I can't tell you how many times I have been offered, meaning our organization, to purchase Johnson's house and turn it into a development opportunity.
Yeah, we're seeing that
Yeah.
in many places. So thank you for,
You're welcome.
again, for that preservation and the work that you do.
And thank you for having me.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Michael Carroll and Gus Shearbaum, Otis, Office of Transportation Infrastructure and Sustainability, Philadelphia.
I think we had a moment when we saw the agenda today and thought perhaps the Secretary of Transportation was joining us. So probably not the first time you've heard that.
No, it's about every 2 days, 3 days, I think. Yeah. I got a lot of credit for I-95, and I appreciated that.
Take it all.
That's right. That is right. Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you so much. And thank you, committee, for, again, your patience. I also want to thank your staff, Cassandra and Victoria, for helping us along to be here, and everybody on the whole team. I'm here to talk about our project. My name, again, is Michael Carroll. I'm the Deputy Managing Director for the Office of Transportation Infrastructure and Sustainability here at the city. Members of the committee, the city's Reaching the Steps project, transforming Philadelphia's Eakins Oval, seeks to improve the safety and efficiency of pedestrian, bike, and vehicle traffic on the Eakins Oval. And in doing so, to configure a space that better supports the management and operation of public activities and events. This is a discrete standalone project, but it also represents the first step to implementing the plan to reimagine the Benjamin Parkway, undertaken in 2019 by the Philadelphia Department of Parks and Recreation with Otis and with the support of the William Penn Foundation. We all recognize that the Parkway is an iconic public space, a critical gateway into Center City, and a vibrant arts district that plays a significant role in defining heritage, culture, and tourism in Philadelphia. It's not only the site of Philadelphia's annual celebration of our nation's birth, but it is also a focal point for neighborhood festivals, free speech events, charity runs, civic engagements, concerts, and once-in-a-lifetime gatherings, such as the visit by Pope Francis in 2015. More than 4 million people a year visit Eakins Oval to climb the Art Museum steps and visit the nearby Rocky statue. 70,000 Philadelphians live in adjoining neighborhoods, including Logan Square, Fairmount, Spring Gardens, Strawberry Mansion, Mantua, and Powelton Village, and several more neighborhoods that are just a short walk away. Unfortunately, a legacy of the 1950s era planning is the vehicle path that separates the Oval from the Art Museum steps and the overall traffic pattern that make the Oval and the Parkway less safe. Between 2016 and 2020, there were nearly 112 crashes in the project area involving 290 people, resulting in multiple serious injuries and, tragically, a recent fatality, including in 2021. Currently, traffic hazards associated with the Oval severely undermine what otherwise would be an experience of Philadelphia at its very best. The Reaching the Steps project will remove the major constraint, a 4-lane, high-volume vehicular connection that divides the Art Museum from the Eakins Oval, making the space much less safe and less welcome than it should be. Not only does the existing vehicular pattern separate the Art Museum steps from pedestrians, but it also exacerbates a disconnect between the Fairmount neighborhood and the Schuylkill River and the Schuylkill River Trail. The project will address this issue by removing the counterclockwise circular pattern around the Oval and replacing it with a more efficient modern intersection at the base of Binswanger Triangle. This will allow for much safer crossings and reduce the number of intersections that motorists must traverse when traveling along or across the Parkway. The benefits of this work have been modeled by engineers, and we can confidently state that this project will support residents' and visitors' ability to travel on the Parkway safely and will yield outsized benefits to the quality of life and tourism economy of the city. The project will include improvements to ADA access by rebuilding over 2,500 linear feet of sidewalk, adding 32 ADA-compliant curb ramps, and installing 18 ADA-compliant pedestrian signals. It will support safe loading and unloading for mass transit, tourists and shuttle bus, and in a drop-off area on the Oval itself that will be accessible by driveways. It will complete a connection from the East Coast Greenway to the Schuylkill River Trail via a dedicated bicycle pedestrian path through the Oval. It will create 13 acres of continuous green space in the heart of the city. This will essentially be a front lawn at the foot of the Art Museum steps that will be available for regular community-based activities and for the staging and management of major events without closing streets or disrupting commuter circulation patterns. Eakins Oval and the Art Museum constitute one of the most internationally recognized crown jewels among the civic spaces in our region. With this project, we have an opportunity to make it one of the safest and most accessible ones. In keeping with the welcoming nature of our city, our Commonwealth, and the great nation that was founded here 250 years ago, it is my distinct honor to testify before you today in favor of a project that is worthy of the moment. And I'll just say that we kind of missed the message on the graphics, but there is a lot of graphic content, and so anyone who's interested can look at peachdaleparkway.com, which is a site we're going to reboot on Friday with more information. And actually, the Parkway Council and the Parks and Rec Department are hosting weekly gatherings starting this Saturday at the Oval itself to continue the planning process.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your great patience here today, being the last but certainly not the least to testify. Are there any questions? Aisha?
Just going to say, since this is in the Senator's District, the Senator's office will be followed up with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Representative Solomon?
Is this, if you look at safety plans, let's say in the last decade, and what did Nutter have, 2025 plans, I think, when he was mayor? I think. Has this been a constant issue that you all have wanted to address?
It's been an issue I've wanted to address since I got to the city, so it's a bit of a passion for me. This area is on what we call the high injury network. So that means that I think about 80% of the crashes that involve an injury or a fatality are located on something like 1/6 of the roadways. So there's 12%, 1/8, even more concentrated. So that concentration of hazard is something we try to focus our resources to address. It's not at the top of the list, but we feel like combined with the impact it has on folks who are visiting Philadelphia, it is a priority that we want to try to tackle.
Thank you.
Seth?
Yeah. So I guess I just wanted to ask, how much attention is the city placing on different transportation projects in anticipation for 2026? Because this is the second project that the city's brought to light that deals with, moving folks from one place to another.
Yeah.
So I guess how much anticipation are you seeing working behind the scenes for other projects as well?
It's a big deal, and there's probably 2 or 3 projects we're considering as part of this initiative, and I would say there's probably 20 to 30 projects we're anticipating through the whole inventory. And we're very grateful for the work of folks who have been trying to fund transportation projects through the Commonwealth's Multimodal Fund. Also, we've been very aggressive in pursuing federal funds and bringing them back to the Commonwealth. So there's a lot of work to do, and 2026 is a key year because, as you know, of course, we're talking about 250th, but also the FIFA World Cup. Major League Baseball is going to be here, and we just want to present ourselves to the world and let people get around, circulate around the region safely and efficiently as much as possible. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Very much appreciate it.
Next up.
Dinner.
That was it. Well done.
So can we hang around for the closing comments?
Absolutely. We would appreciate that. You and the fine folks at the Academy of Natural Sciences, we appreciate you hanging in there with us until the very end. And of course, we want to thank all the testifiers today. That's right. All the members who are very good sitters and very good listeners. The volunteers, and of course, the fine folks at this wonderful facility here. They have been incredibly gracious, and I think we may have worn out our welcome, but it was a perfect place to hold this hearing today. Our next public hearing, for those who are watching at home, is scheduled for Thursday, August 17th in Somerset County. That's quite a drive from here out the turnpike. But with that, opportunity for some closing remarks.
No, I mean, we've said it all, we've done it all today. I mean, truly, the projects have showcased such a diversity and depth of thought in what we want to see in our city and region by 2026. When this is all done, the senator, myself, and all the other reps will need to really get to work and try and make sure that we provide the work to try and secure these dollars so 2026 can be truly we can truly lead the way for the rest of the nation in these infrastructure projects. So thank you to everybody.
And Representative Solomon, thank you so much. The one thing that I always say, and I would be remiss if I didn't say it here today, is that in no way will we be able to fund every single one of these projects. We are working diligently. There will be taxpayer dollars involved in this. There are going to be copious amounts of private dollars that are being fundraised. There will be federal dollars. But there was not an unworthy project amongst probably every single hearing that we've had. So there are going to be very difficult decisions that will have to be made, but in no way does that diminish the value of the project or the work that folks are doing. It's really been magnificent to witness, and we're going to do our very best, but we know that not everyone is going to get funded. So with that, Executive Director, Aisha, Seth, and with that, I am going to now call that the committee stands in recess until the call of the chairs. And again, thank you so much.